off a bunch of ordnance.
I may disagree. I really, I only spent about 5 minutes looking into this strike so far today. But if it looks like it's primarily ammo, is that correct?
Probably.
Yeah. So the thing about that is, let's just say theoretically it's ATACMS, right? About 1,000 pounds of explosives, generally speaking. Again, we don't really know which type they have. From there, what you want to keep in mind is, the amount of explosives that could be at this base, right? Artois posted a great video that's in a nest of, basically thousands, if not tens of thousands of MLRS rocket rounds there. It's probably something on the order of at least a couple million pounds of explosives. The crater that causes, if it's all placed close together, or the multiple craters, it'll completely outweigh the explosive potential of whatever missile or ground explosives were used to cause this. So it will be, in this case, if it's just ammo, they're impossible to tell, as opposed to if just aircraft or vehicles or some type of metal infrastructure is more damaged, then you can kind of get a clearer picture of what was used to take it out. But in this case, I fear we may not have a good understanding just by looking at the satellite imagery what hit it.
No, I guess you're right. I was oversimplifying quite a bit. But you know what I'm getting at, right? When you have a missile that's hurtling, a giant heavy missile that's hurtling into the ground at Mach 4, there's also kinetic energy that helps kind of the crater look a bit different than simply what happens when, ordnance cooks off more slowly and more gradually, not all at once in one giant blast above ground. That's what I kind of what I meant.
No, and I think that makes perfect sense. Doman, if you excuse my naivete, can you sort of on like using a clock wheel or just using Chongdar's reference, where is this base exactly in Crimea?
So if you follow that rail line from Chongar, which is on the border of occupied Crimea and occupied Kherson Oblast, right, and you just follow it south, let's say south by southwest, you get to a town called Jankoy. And Jankoy is the major railway hub in Crimea. All the railways in Crimea go through Jankoy. All of them. This particular ammo dump seems to be about 20 kilometers to the southeast of Jankoy towards the Kerch Bridge at a village called Azovske.
So it makes the movement of supplies, westward from the Kerch Bridge and northwards towards Melitopol much more difficult, correct?
Pretty much. So there's already a bridge that's somewhere between Chongar and Melitopol that's already been taken out. So that railway was already out. What this does is it makes it impossible to get by rail from Sevastopol or Simferopol to the Kerch Bridge, or vice versa, as well as to get from the Kerch Bridge to Armyansk and onwards towards Kherson. That's what this one blocked off.
And this is important to note as well that, it's just a rail line and an ammo dump. Civilian traffic can still escape on the Kerch Bridge for now.
By road.
Yeah, so I wonder now, obviously it's midday in Crimea. Have we seen any videos or pictures of Russians making a beeline for the Kerch Bridge again? I was under the impression, almost 3 or 4 days after the Saki Air Base strike, it was still pretty congested with people leaving at a regular pace.
Yeah, the question is, could we even tell the difference from what's been going on the last few days and now? But I think you're quite right. I don't think we've seen any as of yet, but I'm sure that's going to emerge as well. Apparently, there's a big plume of smoke in Simferopol as well. Simferopol is the capital of Crimea. It's a bit inland from Sevastopol, so there's a lot of stuff going on. Live Sniper, did you see anything?
No, I actually had something else because I just like 2 tweets which raised my attention. The Christoph Grozev reports that Kommersat just a few minutes ago reported that there's a new strike or clubs of black smoke are coming from an airfield in the village of Kvardeskoye in Simferopol region of
Nice.
Crimea. And that sounds, nice indeed. And it says, the tweet says it housed 12 Su-24M and 12 Su-25 STM planes and was integrated with the Russian Navy. So that's I don't think there's no further information yet, but that's just came in a few minutes ago. And then another thing, I don't know, Mirror might not be the most reliable news source in general, but they have an article which I just retweeted that Vladimir Putin's panic strike an official in secret bid to end bloody war in Ukraine. And then the subline is that senior officials and members of President Vladimir Putin's elite are said to be panicking and want to negotiate in a bid to end the bloody war in Ukraine. Experts claim there's some leaked information, and that's also should it happen to have any grain of truth in it, that would be an interesting development if the lines of Putin are breaking in the top. On the top level. Just wanted to share that. Thank you.
So I think you're in a way right on the last one. Let's put it this way. I reckon that this stuff that was in the Daily Mirror is a lot more similar to Rudolf Hess than Sixtus of Bourbon Parma, if that makes sense as a historical reference. I don't think this is a sanctioned attempt, if true. As to the first one, let's turn to CJ. CJ, what would you say if it is true indeed that this airbase next to Simferopol has lots of smoke and explosions going on there? CJ?
No, the only thing I would say is, take the Russians with a giant grain of salt. Any sort of effort to even pretend to be negotiating, I think we've seen this a couple times before, correct me if I'm wrong, it's just sort of a ploy to maybe gauge interest or kind of confuse the Western support for Ukraine, just to kind of make people think that there might be an off-ramp available and sort of to slow down military aid. So I would definitely take it with a lot of caution, but at the same time that it also could be very true that they are very much at the end of their rope.
And what about the airfield, CJ? Airfield just north of Simferopol, about, let's call this 40, 50, 60 kilometers due east of Saki.
Yeah, I mean, how many air bases are they going to have left after this is done? The one at Saki was primarily a naval air base, right? For support for defending not only the Navy, but sort of the limited ability Russia has to force project with their naval air regiment. And so with this one, I'd have to look into more of the details of what forces comprised it. But I have a feeling, there was only, I believe, 2 other air bases other than Saki that were used regularly, and the one you're describing sounds like the main one. So they're running out of air bases.
Isn't that just awful? Isn't that just absolutely awful? Apparently, 24 ground attack Sukhois based there. That's what it is.
Sorry, Dylan. Yeah, the one other thing I would say about that is, as Gunny was talking about yesterday, the ability to take out the Russian Black Sea Fleet is just, it's so difficult to do. But these air bases seem to be a prime target. And without the air cover required, the Navy becomes more and more vulnerable each day. And I think that's what we're looking for. We're looking for basically the trigger to have the Navy leave all of Crimea, and I think that the rest will follow soon after if Ukraine can force that.
Wouldn't that be just awful? Alex Cartelli, welcome back.
Thanks. I just had a comment about this urge from Russians to negotiate. I think one reason they keep saying negotiations and asking for negotiations is, first thing you do when you start negotiating is ceasefire, right? And they are not dumb. They figured out that this is the best time for them to declare a ceasefire, because this is like the best they can get at this point. And they just want to lock their gains. They realize that things are changing not in their favor. and that's why they are so adamant and I would even say desperate, because they know they cannot sustain a lengthy war. So that's kind of the whole logic behind this thing. And they can skillfully. Another thing with the ceasefire is they will try to. So if they reach ceasefire at this point, then they will try to lock down their gains, territorial gains, including, and they will try to reactivate or re-energize the base of supporters in the West, so that the West puts pressure on Ukraine to accept territorial losses. And I'm not saying this is kind of how things will develop, but that's what Russians are hoping for, because this is how they behaved in the past. So hopefully, and we can see how skillfully they outmaneuvered and duped so many people with this grain agreement. True, they could not get to all of what they wanted, but that's given. That comes with territories. What they got was already above and beyond of what they deserve, frankly. So that's why they try to, move now things to negotiating table. But I think it would be a mistake, probably a fatal one, to let them fool everybody else once again. You can't keep these people. You can't be fooled by these people over and over again. We need to stop somewhere. Thank you.
I think you raise an excellent point there. You're right. Maybe it isn't just an unsanctioned attempt. Maybe it is kind of an attempt to instill some ideas of a bad ceasefire. CJ?
Well, I think, even if the deal in the short term certainly seems like a mistake, like the pieces are moving across the chessboard, right? If Crimea falls to Ukraine, even before a lot of other things happen in this war, maybe sooner than we anticipated, then the conditions to maybe have a new grain deal or have NATO possibly assist, because the Black Sea Fleet is gone from that area. I think even it could have been a good distraction for Russia to think they're winning at one thing, and in the meantime they're losing their main strategic goal of this war, which is to sort of solidify their control of Crimea. If that's gone, the grain deal will kind of pale in comparison, if that makes sense.
Morning, Darrow. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good afternoon, your time. I was just wondering, what's the traffic like going across the Kerch Strait at this point? The reason I'm asking is they're losing their support line, their support lines as far as getting material in and out. They're going to be losing that, real soon, considering the Ukrainians are reaching further and further into Crimea. And I'm just wondering if they are looking for a ceasefire, is that the military commanders are starting to see something that they can't hold. And they're going to try to do their best maybe to consolidate forces, but at the same time, get out of these areas where it's not going to look good for them in the very near future, considering the supply lines are getting cut. The other thing is, what about what's going on in Belarus with the buildup of forces there? Is there something that the Russians are doing? They want to, kind of move the chess pieces around a little bit, and that could be another reason for a ceasefire if they're trying to do that. But I wouldn't take it as it being something that's going to lead to peace in the near term, though.
Certainly not, Beast Arrow. Absolutely not. It's not clear to me exactly what's going on in Belarus, but apparently there's an airfield in southern Belarus that has a lot more missiles than it used to have. Let's put it that way. I think Iskandar mostly, and more air defenses as well. So it seems to me like there's a good chance that Russians are trying to prepare some sort of an assault on Ukraine from that airfield, possibly missile strike. There haven't been any missiles launched on Ukraine from Belarus in quite a while. It's been 3 weeks now, 2.5 weeks, something like that.
Was that the volley that they had after they got pissed about Sevastopol? I mean,
no. Oh, you mean the just before Russian Navy Day? Maybe you're right. Maybe it is right after that one. But there hasn't been anything after Saki and the like as well. So, well, yeah, could be. You're probably right. I think it is. I think it is after that one. I mean, I think we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But you're right, and we should certainly be worried about that particular one. CJ, do you think Russia is going to, blow their lid again about accidents that their backline soldiers keep having?
It's I posted a video to the Nest of the same Crimean official announcing that there was an accident and that there's a 5-kilometer cordon, so basically no entry zone, and that everything was fine. And what we saw at the Saki Air Base was a very weak military response to the strike or explosion, right? It was just, I believe, 4 caliber missiles, and that might have already been pre-planned before the Saki Air Base hit. So there's a delicate balance here between them, reacting strongly to these things or claiming that they are not, occurring, of course, and they're just accidents. So it's a very fine line. What I would ask, though, kind of as a follow-up to Daryl in terms of the Kerch Strait Bridge, I was under the impression, Doman, that there was only between 400 and 600,000 Russians that had been, moved into Crimea since 2014. And, 4 or 5 days of traffic, I feel like they could a decent amount of them could get out. Do we have any sort of sense of how many Russians have moved in or stolen property or in Crimea currently, or at least before all these strikes started happening?
I think that's a good question. I'm sure somebody does. I don't, however. But you're right. In the hundreds of thousands of people moved in recently. But remember, on top of that, Russia already had a very large naval base in Crimea previously, right? And I think there's additional soldiers and associated personnel on top of that as well that were moved in later that probably don't fall under that number. Possibly even families of soldiers don't fall under that number. So I would suspect the total number of Russians imported into Crimea is larger, but not all of them will be, additionally registered as civilians in Crimea, if that makes sense.
It does.
I have seen
Oh, there we go. Someone's got an
no,
answer.
just. I have seen Ukrainian sources claiming that 600,000 Russians have been moved to Crimea since the occupation. I can try to find the source. I'm going by memory, but I'm pretty sure that 600,000 was the number that was given. I will Google it and come back with the actual source in like 10 seconds.
And apparently the head of Crimean Tatars says 1 million. Roughly Russians have been moved into Crimea. Alex Kavteli, do you have a better grasp of this? Maybe you'll know something.
No, not better for sure. But I cannot find the source now. But I think I saw at one point the number around 200,000 that moved recently. But
приняли решение на поражение воздушной цели. Поразили одной ракетой, попали в хвост ракеты, где находился у нее двигатель. Осколки от нашей ракеты поразили двигатель, отклонили ракету.
Alex, did you get a call again?
And before that, there was a base even before these events.
I think we've lost Alex.
Yeah, he was breaking up for you too, right, Tim?
Yes, he was. While we're waiting for Alex to come back up, to come back on, I have looked at the traffic situation on the Russian side of the Kerch Strait. Looks to be fairly normal. I mean, in the aftermath of the big strike on the airfield in Crimea, you know, all of these roads on the Russian side on Google Traffic were pretty choked up. Now they look to be basically okay, with some congestion in the main roads leading into Krasnodar, which is a significant city. All of these roads are in pretty poor condition, so it may be a reflection of A, local speed limits, and B, the actual usability of the roads themselves. But I think this, fairly safe to say, this mass exodus seems to have slowed down or stopped, judging by Google Traffic data on the Russian side.
Or alternatively completed.
Or completed. Maybe it's been totally de-orged.
One thing I would be looking at is if that was just holiday traffic, vice actual inhabitants, not knowing where they would have to go back to, being that they had been there, moved in for so long, would they have a place to go back to? And some people may, like here, when hurricanes are striking, people just say, I'm hunkering down, I got nowhere to go.
I think that's a really good point, Darryl. Yeah, people who are there very temporarily would be the first ones to go, right? People who have been there for a few years already, they might think, maybe it was actually an accident. What if it was actually an accident? What if, right? It's a really good point. Yeah.
They also have that mentality of the empire. You have those folks that they are the settlers and they are up for the hardships of that type of life.
Yeah, no, I think, Darryl, I really think you're onto something here. And, that's why it's so much more important that we focus more on these additional explosions going off, right? So 3 explosions seemingly roughly simultaneously. The one with the ammo dump to the southeast of Zhenghui. There's the substation right by Zhenghui on the railway, and that's important as well because it additionally disrupts railway traffic, because that's an electrified railway, I think. It additionally disrupts railway traffic even on the bits that didn't just go up in flames. And the airbase close to Simferopol, so kind of southern central Crimea. All of those simultaneously, that should have quite a bit of an effect, right? And if nothing else, it brings the war quite viscerally into the minds of Russians in Crimea, in different parts of Crimea, all at the same time. And one can only hope that a lot more of those keep on happening, and maybe that's for the best. What do you think? I'll take that as a yes. Slava Ukraini, what do you think about all the explosions that we've seen in Crimea today? It seems like at least 3 separate events then.
Seems like totally coordinated, and I actually read that explosion on this power
substation.
Substation, thank you. It's like it was maybe accidental fire from the explosion on the ammunition, which is really, I don't know, is it possible or not, but it's like it was noticed that I read, and it's pretty coordinated. So also another thought about the video from the train. I saw a lot of the ammunition, a lot of the machinery. I did not see any people. Where is people? Are they in somewhere, maybe in Kazarma or maybe some? Why no in the middle of the day? I don't know what time it was, but why there is no people in the military like ammunition stuff? So depot, ammunition depot. It's for me. It's like interesting. Why no one's like protecting it? No, maybe many. Why no? There is no cover. No many now. Like I see for the security, no cover. So my thoughts. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I think it probably speaks to Russia's military posture in Ukraine. You know, this is considered a bit of a Russian redoubt, right? So perhaps they're not as conscious of security as perhaps they should be, or perhaps they're incapable of providing that security as they're busy elsewhere.
And I saw damage of the railroads. It's like a not too big of the damage, so they can, I think, easily repair it. But I'm not railroad also specialist. It's like a small break on the railroads, but it's good. Some still damage is good. Thank you.
This is in Jankoy.
The substation, yeah.
All right. Okay.
Or maybe it's just outside the city, but basically in Jankoy, yeah.
All right. Bertrand Russell's puppy, you've got your hand up.
So just looked up the previous question regarding how many Russians have been, moved to Crimea since the initial invasion in 2014. So the figure that I mentioned, 600,000, actually is coming from estimate from the Defense Council of Ukraine a few months ago. So, but while looking for that, I found out that also the figure 600,000 might be conservative, as some sources say. And the total number might be up to 1 million infected. So that's the figures that are, being circulated by reputable sources.
So yes, I can confirm it. It's around 1 million Russians came into Crimea since 2014. They was imported. They pretty well feel themselves like at home, as we saw a lot of the Russians not really happy to have to leave rapidly Crimea. Yes, 1 million of the Russian was in the Crimea, so I hope it's now less. Thank you. And okay.
Go ahead, Zava. Go ahead.
Thank you. And also, I was joined at the end of the conversation with Alex Kavteli, and he mentioned Nevzorov, and I just wanted to share my view on the Nevzorov. I do not follow him, but right when he was still in the Russia, he was I noticed him that he started to say against the war, against the Putin. He's like a really reborn anti-Russian, anti-war journalist, activist. And I followed him about. I'm Ukrainian on the west of Ukraine. This is my view as Ukrainian view on this now anti-war, anti-Putin Russian activist journalist. So I follow him around maybe 2 weeks, and I notice how he's good with his words, how he's preparing all this sayings. He's doing very good stuff, but he's completely boring. He's complete Russian bore. And after 2 weeks, he's completely no value. Everything he's saying, he's just manipulating. He's using his words just to bring in more stupid stuff to the world. So he's just a Russian bore. Maybe some good use from him will be for the Ukrainians, but he's another stupid Russian who just do nothing. And about when we see later, he's bringing this Ovsyannikova. He's like he doesn't pretend that he doesn't know that Ovsyannikova doing in the Russia. This is like a real face of the Nevzorov and other Russians who pretend to be against the war. So this is like my opinion. I just wanted to share it. So I'm sorry I was missed the beginning of the Alex Kavteli conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Slava. Yeah, let's talk more about that with Alex next time he's up, because I think that might be a good idea. You know, you guys actually can read and follow this stuff, hash it out.
We can type.
We can fight, yeah. But Alex is usually good on stuff like this, you know.
Not fight, vibe, meaning
vibe. Like yeah, okay, that's better. Good. Excellent. Let's go to Puppy and then to George. Puppy.
So, question for Slava. In fact, do you have a sense for which regions of Russia these 600,000 to 1 million people came from?
Actually, I don't know, but when I saw the video, it's not rural areas of the Russia. It's pretty good, fat Russians area, I think, because they are pretty white, meaning they are not like some deep Russia. They pretty
Western Russia.
Yes, they know what they do, and they pretend they completely know what they doing in the Crimea. So maybe I'm wrong, because for me it's like a not really interesting topic. But I think what is happened. All good fed Russians important to the Crimea. Other not good fed Russians was as soldiers important to the east of Ukraine, as soldiers to fight, and some later on the occupied territory of the Ukraine, other part of the poor Russians started to come into Kherson and other regions where they try to also just live like a normal, better life for them, as they wanted to be. So from what I saw video from the Crimea after this explosion, looks like it's not too poor Russians. Thank you.
No, I completely agree. And Crimea is kind of like a premium destination, premium territory as far as Russia is concerned, right? They always sent people that were kind of high up in the hierarchy that the Kremlin regime could trust. That's who got stationed in Crimea, right, Slava?
And absolutely you're right. And actually someone was from the soldiers on the space a few weeks ago, and he said that a lot of the military, all the generals, all the military soldiers was with the families, was it's for them it's like a place to rest, just to live, just to enjoy it, nothing's happening. But in case you just a military stuff, this was also noted that this is a good, warm, sunny place for people who not in the rush. It's can relax. So this is exactly right. Thank you.
Exactly, and somebody's messaging me as well, Western, Southwestern Russia and military families, but not just any military families, officers' families, and people with some regime credentials.
Important people.
Exactly, 100%. I think we're all on the same page here. George, go ahead.
Good morning. I was going to ask Slava, so does he have any idea why the mushroom season is early in Crimea this year?
I may have idea. Thank you for the question. So there is some like a time limitation and maybe I would say time frame for the Ukrainians. So what the Russians done is they done a lot of the stuff that Ukrainians are at the bid positions that the Ukrainians need to not to rush, but do some preparation for the winter. So I think what is happening with the Crimea and all the other places with all these mushrooms, just to not to allow this war to be frozen. Because what we are being notified in Ukraine, maybe two weeks ago, that Russia now employing new like propaganda and new tactics that at current situations that we see that they are losing a lot of the ammunition, military equipment, and big counts of the people, soldiers. They need urgently to like prepare again. Meaning they need more soldiers, and for that they need time. And what they are now planning, they want to freeze like all this like a combat, all this fighting. But Ukrainians see this, they doing like a helping it like a moving forward, not allowing it to freeze at times because it's like it can be dangerous. So this is like a tactics for Ukrainians, not allowed to freeze. Thank you.
Yeah. So really quick, someone had asked about the rail, and Doman, I didn't see the picture, but just an FYI, the rail that's cut, if the bed is a concrete bed, all right, if the rails are running through like a concrete because of whatever, something's going on with the ground underneath, if the rail links are cut where there's concrete, that's because you just can't pour that concrete and 2 days later slap the rail on and drive a train over it. It's got a cure. It's not like a road bed. You're talking about a lot more weight with a train than you would with like a vehicle. Just an FYI.
That's a really good point, George. Thanks. Slava?
From what I saw, it's not like it's not that type. It's like they're using it. Sorry, not cement. I mean, it's not what you call it. Sorry, George. What type it's?
So George was talking about when you have rails running that are embedded in concrete, I think.
Concrete. I'm sorry. Yes.
Are concrete sleepers.
But yes, what I saw, it's not concrete. So it's like I know that it's using this like just I'm sorry,
gravel.
Gravel, Ross. Thank you. Exactly.
Stones. Yeah, stone.
Exactly.
Gravel,
exactly.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that.
So it's a gravel base, and then they have concrete sleepers on instead of wooden sleepers. So that's where the concrete comes into it. So it is relatively easy to fix. The thing is, the ammo dump is right next to the tracks, and I mean, like 5 feet, 6, 7 feet away from the tracks it starts, and obviously you can't drive a train past a series of deflagrations and detonations going off, right? So while the tracks might not even be cut necessarily, they're definitely currently in danger. They're not usable at present for sure, and won't be for some hours. Larry? Okay, Papi?
I just wanted to say that Dan John DM did the following. Let's cancel all the visas for the Russians in Crimea, which I think it is perfect. So I just wanted to give credit to Dan John. This is exactly the right thing to say. Thank you.
Couldn't agree more. Okay, Larry's back awake. Go ahead, Larry.
I wasn't sleeping, I assure you. Slava Ukraini, I wanted to ask you a question. But first I want to say, Slava Ukraini, Heram Slava. Slava nacizm ворогам, Ukraine понад усе, право людини понад усе. I hope that's covered everything. Slava, could you explain to people what Crimea is going to be like in the future now, when there's no Russians there? How pleasant it's going to be without that Russian base and all of the political and social intrigue that has been there for the past, I don't know, 70 years. Can you sort of think about what it's going to be like? Could you describe it? Could you go that far? Thank you.
Thank you. Interesting question. Just a reminder that in Ukraine we do not plan too far. It's like a 1 week just for Ukrainians. And actually, on your question, just yesterday, President Zelensky announced that he gave an order that for the preparation for the transition from Crimea to the Ukraine, meaning to the normal transition to the Ukraine, because we know that in Ukraine, Crimea is not completely still a lot of the Russian. We don't know how many there is, all this like collaborators, and this is like it's not gonna be so fast, meaning it's a process, but all is started, and Crimea is gonna be rebuilt, and Crimea is gonna be renovated. From what I'm seeing, it needs renovation, because from my visits long time ago, it still was like a Soviet Union type in the time when this Europe already was in the west of Ukraine. So it's gonna be renovated, and it's gonna be made for the people, not like a military base. This is like a main problem with the Crimea right now. Even though we saw that some Russians just
update.
normal like on the beaches enjoying the
Kiev
sun,
City.
but still
All
it's like
clear.
a big
This
military
message has been
base.
generated with municipal
And
data.
if it's gonna be a military base, maybe for NATO, some discussion was a few days ago on the space, but for people, it's gonna be for people. It's always, we had the responses from our officials. Crimea is diamond, I think, diamond of the Black Sea. It must be for the people. It must be respected this way. And a lot of the Crimeans, Kremlin, and
Your siren alert update.
Crimean Tatars who was
All
living
clear.
live
Kiev
in the
City.
Crimea.
All clear.
It must
This
be
message
done
has
for the
been
people. It's
generated
gonna be
with
beautiful.
municipal data.
A lot of done after the liberation of the Crimea is gonna be beautiful. So I hope it. So I don't have a real picture in my mind, but it's gonna be great. So people gonna working on it very hard. So just highlight President Zelensky give an order for transition of Crimea to the Ukraine. So to the be united. Thank you.
Thank you, Slava. I think it's going to be wonderful. As soon as Puppy said, all the Russian visas are cancelled and they're kicked back out. Daryl.
Okay.
Your siren alert update. Zhaidamer. All clear. Kiev City. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Is the heat. That heat can temper that rail depending on how hot it got. And you're talking about having to replace all that rail up through there because of you get a heavy weight on the rail that's been tempered like that, it'll crack right under and it'll shatter. That rail will shatter if you got a wheel that hits it. And you really don't want to run rail on something that's been hot like that. So that's something else that you think about when you got rail or any type of metal structure that's been subjected to high heat.
And you're looking at maybe a mile of rail, right? That they can't touch probably for another
Your siren
day.
alert update.
Because it's
Kiev. All clear.
Not going to be
this
in a
message
position
has been
to be,
generated
to be
with
replaced.
municipal data.
And there's several parallel tracks there, many of which, and not all of them, probably have to be replaced. Yeah, that's a good point, Darrow. This isn't going to be an easy job. It's not just a wait a few hours, maybe 12 to 24 hours for the thing to stop cooking off. But actually then it's a big repair job, and it's not just something you can go around. Yeah, well put, Darrow. Thanos, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, everybody. So, it's an interesting conundrum, and I appreciate that you guys were just touching on it in
Siren alert
describing
update.
what does Crimea look like.
All clear.
After
this
the
message
war.
has been generated with
And
municipal data.
One of the legacies, I don't need to tell Slava this, you lived there, you lived this experience, but for those who might not know, one of the legacies of the breakup of the Soviet Union was the Russian diaspora spread out all throughout what was the Soviet Union. So, you know, you have these ethnic enclaves all throughout Eastern Europe. And so I wonder if we're going to find ourselves in one of those enduring balkanizations whereby you have ethnic enclaves who are engaged in perpetual simmering warfare with each other. So, Slava, I know you don't speak for the Ukrainian government, but do you have an idea on, is there any discussion of uprooting all Russian people, or, you know, recent Russian transplants, collaborators, people who are accused of collaboration? It's a damn hard thing to work through, and there's risk on both ends. I was wondering, you know, I'm not trying to paint Ukraine in a bad light. I just know that these are the hard issues that countries have to work through and think about, even when victory might look like it's pretty far over the horizon.
Thank you for the question, and also I want to clarify: I'm not I'm not from the Crimea. I visited Crimea just for the vacation. So I lived for some time, but not for long, maybe a few weeks. So it's a great experience. And just to say, yes, absolutely. So there is there is preparation already on the move. So meaning it will gonna be, because we know that we had even now have problems with the old collaborators, and this is even in some city like a Kherson, it's like a big problem because people, why the Kherson was took so fast, because we know that some people, it's still in the investigation, but really helped Russian fascists to took over this part of the Kherson from all these collaborators. So same thing with the Crimea. So we learn from it, and it's gonna be how to say, very extensive, but really how to say, gonna be really, I'm sorry, can't find the proper word. It's gonna be looked very well to all people. So not to get wrong, because we know that all these like collaborators, they know what they do. And as also was mentioned that in Ukraine, we know a lot of the names who helped before and still helping Russian
Siren alert
Russian
update.
side. So
Ivano
it's going to be
full alert.
deal in
Kamel
the proper manner with the civilized way.
Share
So it's like not
full
like
alert.
in Russia,
Kiro
but
Vorod,
we don't
full alert.
want to have
Kiev,
all these people
full
in
alert.
the future that can
Zhytomyr,
betray
full
Ukrainians,
alert.
Ukrainian
Kiev City, full alert. This message
Ukraine
has been
and
generated
Ukrainians
with
people.
municipal
So it's
data.
really important for us like make this transition to from the current state of the Crimea to the complete like a Ukraine. So it's gonna be looked very well. So service is already forming, so it's gonna be helping me. Thank you.
I appreciate what you said about doing it deliberately, being humane in a civilized manner. And I just have to say that the strategic communications So how
Air siren
this
alert
is
update.
expressed
Ivano
to the
Frankivsk,
rest of
full
the
alert.
civilized world,
Kamel
especially the West,
NYTSKYY, full
how
alert.
this is
Cherkasy, full alert.
executed
Kirovorod,
is of the
full alert.
utmost
Kiev,
importance. For
full
example,
alert. Zhytomyr,
Roman
full
yesterday
alert.
was having
Kiev
a
City,
fantastic
full alert.
discussion
This message
about
has been
countering
generated with
propaganda,
municipal data.
but he slipped up just once and said a comment. It was off the cuff. I didn't take it seriously, but it could be repeated. And it was a kind of a ding on freedom of speech and how it was being abused. And while the broad
Air siren
sentiment
alert
about
update.
countering
Chernihiv,
propaganda
full alert.
and all
Chernivtsi,
the different things
full
we
alert.
could do to counter
Lviv,
propaganda was
full
right
alert.
on.
Transcarpathia,
It was that one
full
slip
alert.
up
Venetia,
about
full alert.
talking about
This
freedom
message
of
has been
speech
generated with
that
municipal data.
to Western ears, that just, it's like nails on a chalkboard. It immediately diverts all of our attention away from one thing, and now we're focused on that other thing. And so I would call these things third rail issues, right? Things that if you're going to operate around these third rail issues, much care must be taken, because the last thing we want to do is screw up the foreign aid, screw up, the momentum, right? Screw up the narrative.
Air siren
These
alert
things
update.
can fall apart in
Chernihiv,
an instant,
full alert.
and it's just one of
Chernivtsi,
those things
full
where I
alert.
cannot
Lviv,
urge
full alert.
enough.
Transcarpathia,
If you
full
have
alert.
any say with
Venetia,
anyone
full
about
alert.
being
This message has been generated with
careful,
municipal data.
and I just appreciate everything you said, so thank you.
So, Thanos, I wasn't sure what Roman said yesterday because I wasn't around anymore at that time of day. But I'll put it this way: let's agree on this, and I think you'll completely agree with me on this one. Let's focus on weapons deliveries that Ukraine needs, and help that Ukraine needs to get to be able to kick the Russian military out of territories where Russian military has no business, and that should be number 1, 2, and 3 on the priority list, right?
Absolutely. My point is that by being aware of those third rails, we can do a very
Air
good
siren
job
alert
of
update.
making sure we don't
Ternopile,
accidentally
full
step
alert.
in anything.
This message
That's
has
my
been
only
generated
point,
with
because
municipal
there's so
data.
much goodness going on, and the cause is so undeniably righteous that we don't want to give any naysayers over here any ammunition to poo-poo anything that we're doing, or to start generating up their own propaganda. So I think we're all violently on the same side here, and we agree about the focus. My point is looking at we call this red teaming in the military. So what is the opposition doing? What is the opposition thinking? What are they waiting for us to do? What are they seizing upon? That's exclusively what I'm saying. So I'm agreeing with everything that Slava is saying, and I'm saying, please be aware of those third rails, and that people, including media who is friendly with you today but is looking for that story. The only thing that the American and Western media loves more than an underdog story is an underdog who becomes a big dog, wins, and then we get to knock him back down again.
Full alert. This message has been generated
and this
with
is the
municipal
reason,
data.
Thanos, that all the services are carefully carefully created, and all the proper people are using in this all this services. So it's completely gonna be civil. We know how Ukrainians do not try to agitate anyone. It's gonna be completely civil and completely on human rights. In respectful to anyone. So its main purpose is just to not allow in the future any collaborators who can help again Russians to fight Ukraine. So it's gonna be really careful. So don't worry about it. So
right on.
Thank you.
Okay, and let's just summarize briefly for anybody who's just waking up. I realize it's 7 a.m. on the East Coast in the US, 6 a.m. in the Midwest. No, but this is important, Puppy. You can laugh away, but people are waking up. They want to know what's going on. So what we know definitely happened this morning is at least 2 big explosions on Crimea, quite likely 3 on Crimea. One of them is an ammo dump to the southeast of the city of Jankhoi in, let's say, northeastern Crimea. Giant ammo dump seemingly right by a railway that is currently cooking off. Probably like a mile-long ammo dump by a railway in some warehouses right next to a railway line. That's very significant because that is the one railway line that leads from Russia across the Kerch Bridge into Crimea. It's between the Kerch Bridge and the first switch point on the railway in Crimea. The other explosion that we know went off, we have video of it, is in an electrical substation next to Jankhoi in northeastern Crimea, about 20 kilometers further down the line from Kerch Bridge towards, past this ammo dump that's currently cooking off towards Jankhoi. Very important as well, railway logistics for Russians through Crimea are getting demolished. They've already destroyed both railway lines that lead from Crimea into Kherson Oblast on the Kherson Oblast side, right by Crimea. Now they're targeting the railway logistics even within Crimea. This is well over 200 kilometers beyond the front lines. And there's extensive reporting on additional explosions in an airbase close to Simferopol in the south of Crimea, close to Sevastopol, north of the city of Simferopol. About, let's say, 50 kilometers or 30 miles due east of the Saki airbase, the one that got blown up, a few days ago. So massive explosions in Crimea, massive fires in Crimea, big problem for the Russians. Directly seemingly on a military airfield, where there's about 24 fast jets permanently stationed, as well as a big ammo dump all going up in flames, which would be causing a whole lot of problems for the Russians going forward. Larry.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, look, I just wanted to thank Slava for that explanation about Crimea. And yeah, I mean, maybe not everyone knows, but the fact that there was that Russian Black Sea Fleet base there for so long had a real impact on society there. And when I was last in Kiev, I had the pleasure of meeting, someone who I'd describe as a member of the Tatar intelligentsia. And he just spoke in the most incredible way about what had happened to him and his family and his friends since 2014. And, people, now is probably a really good time for people to read into Crimean Tatar culture and history. They, will be the priority, I think, to be resettled and reclaim their lands when the time allows, and I'm sure Zelensky and the team behind him are going to do that, as Slava said, with all the dignity that and respect that requires. And I guess there's just a part of me that thinks that every Ukrainian family who's perhaps lost someone in the field of battle will be gifted perhaps something as well to reward them for their sacrifice. Just crossed my mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Yeah, I'm sure that will be done in the fullness of time. Hey, Slava, this picture that you posted, was this the airbase in Khvardaskaya by Simferopol, or is this the airbase in Jankhoi?
I think it's Jankhoi. And I'm gonna open up again and gonna check it out again.
This airbase in Jankhoi, is there reports of there being fire at the airbase in Jankhoi as well?
Okay, I'm reading, so I'm sorry. Yes, it says that it's just it is Jankhoi. This is what was keeping on this base.
Okay, but are there explosions in Janghoi as well, or is it? Because I know there's explosions in Azovsk, right, by the railway.
Yes.
There's explosions in the Khvardaskoye air base by Simferopol. What do we know about this air base by Janghoi? What's currently going on there?
So this is exactly two-part article. So this is top part is exactly about Janghoi, and another part is about the Azovsky. So this is how this like I see. If you open article, so this is I will say okay. How to say? This is about two explosions. So this is what I posted about two different explosions in Janghoi and in the Azovsk. So I hope it helps.
Oh, I see. Okay, so there might be actually the one in Janghoi as well. Interesting. Yeah. Excellent.
It actually, I think it was started with this Janghoi. My first post was about the Janghoi. But you actually you stumbled me about this because I know you know about this all.
No, it's right. Sorry, it's so many things going on at the same time.
Okay, I see. Yes. It's so first part is like 88 ZRC C400, C3 ZRK C300 and 5 ZRK Panzer S1. It's like close to Janghoi. And other part is about the Azovsk. So it's like a two-part explosion. It's like in one article. So I'm sorry it was a bit confusing, but
very good.
So I'm sorry.
No worries. Excellent. Okay, well that's good. I'm very excited that there's more stuff going up in flames than I even thought. Let's go to Tim and Puppy and Ben. Tim.
Now I've just got related to explosions. I've got a tweet coming from the Flash account on Twitter, which is a news aggregator. I'm not sure how reliable, but apparently Defense Minister of Russia, General Shoigu, has said that HIMARS has not had any significant impact on their special military operation. So from that, we can gather that HIMARS has had a very significant military impact on their special military operation.
Yeah, I think that's a correct assessment. That's why the Russians tried very hard and destroyed 76 out of the 16 HIMARS that were shipped.
I'm thinking this timely announcement might be related to the ongoing explosions in the Crimea.
Probably it is. All the HIMARS parked on that third floor of the building near Kharkiv, I'm sure all of those have been destroyed. Papi.
So just on a topic that was mentioned earlier, which is how to deal with liberated Crimea, I just wanted to point out that 8 years, it's not a very long time. So yes, there will be issues to be sorted, but these things are to a large extent time dependent, and frankly the Baltics managed fine after several decades of occupation. So I would dare say that a transition back from an occupation of 8 years will be managed fine. Also, just one additional. You concur. Okay, I'm happy when you concur. But one very quick additional topic, which is I would be actually very much interested in someone who is ethnic Crimean Tatar, I guess realistically maybe from the diaspora, speaking on this page, on this space. So if anyone has an idea for a suitable guest, I'm just putting it out there. It will be interesting at the time for having such a guest, probably. Just it.
I agree. I think we just need to be very careful to have someone who doesn't have any close relations left in Crimea, because we don't want them to be, revenged again. And I think this is part of the reason why we kind of stayed away. We kind of stayed away from now. From that, just because we don't want to get anybody's relatives into trouble. And of course, many have left, right? But I think that's part of it. Ben, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I had a question for you, Daman. I'm a bit of an idiot when it comes to transport links and logistics on the Russian side. Why does it matter that they're hitting that the Ukrainian army is hitting Crimea, considering that there's a much more direct route from, or I assume there's a much more direct route from Russia proper to the front line?
So you're saying on the through occupied from Rostov, through occupied Donetsk Oblast, through Zaporizhia and Kherson Oblast. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, exactly. Like I would draw a line, and I assume there's a train, there's a rail line, and on the other hand, the Ukrainians seem to be spending a lot of effort hitting stuff in Crimea. I assume they're not wasting their ammo on nothing. So what am I missing?
What you're missing is that yes, there is a line. What you're missing is that the line goes through Melitopol. The only line that they control goes through Melitopol. There are only two ways to get from Russia to anywhere in Kherson Oblast by train. One line goes. One option is to go through Melitopol. To Melitopol, you either get from sort of Donetsk Oblast through Volnovakha, or you get there from Crimea. Volnovakha, you might remember, has been completely destroyed. And I mean completely destroyed. It's a city where nothing is left standing pretty much because of the way that the Russians took it. The front in Kherson by road. So it would benefit them to have Melitopol. There's lots of partisan activity around the city of Melitopol. They've been taking out all sorts of rail connections around Melitopol. North of Melitopol, there's a railway hub of sorts at Novo something, I forget, Novo Alexandrivka, maybe. Taken out one by one. Does that kind of make sense?
Well, now that you say it like this, it makes a lot of sense. But it also begs the question, like, why would they attack in a place where their logistic links are so weak? I mean, I don't know. I'm very confused. Like, there's this depth of...
Because they thought they'd get a lot further, is why. They thought they would immediately get a lot further than they had, as opposed to they thought they'd get all the way to Mykolaiv, they thought they'd get Zaporizhia, they thought they'd capture Kryvyi Rih. They didn't do any of those. They assumed that they were going to get all of those parts of Ukraine very quickly, but they didn't because they assumed wrong, and that's it really.
Yeah, and on top of that, there's another aspect I've forgotten. I'm sure they were thinking, and worse comes to worse, we can always rely on the Black Sea and get goodies straight from the, from Sebastopol to Kherson from the Black Sea, and well, it's a big no-no now.
Exactly, right, and they couldn't do any of those, and now they're kind of in trouble. Antti.
Yes, so did you already discuss the news emanating from Finland about the visa restriction?
No, we have not. Is Sanna Marin very disappointed with Olaf Scholz, or do you mean the one where they're only going to allow Russians to apply for a tourist visa 1 day a week?
Oh, well, but the one that they're gonna restrict the issuance of tourist visas to 10% of the current rate.
Yes. By severely restricting the number of slots allowed.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. We touched upon this a little bit. Basically, what I concluded was that this is a very convenient thing for them to do because this is an administrative thing and not a legislative thing. So this is an administrative action which can be done by instruction from a minister to a civil servant, and that's it. Done. Easy. No further discussions need to be held. And that's about it. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, but I mean, one could make the argument that even one is one too many, but given the fact that they couldn't restrict it totally to 0, then one might ask why 10%? Why not 1% or 1 per month?
Antti explained to me why they could not reduce it to 0.
Oh, I believe there was, at least in the news piece, there was something mentioned of the Schengen Treaty, that it somehow prohibited them from reducing it to 0.
Oh, sorry. So President Niinistö said, you know what, I'm not going to follow the advice of my security services. I will not induce the Prime Minister to convey a notion to the Parliament to, without exception, vote on Russia and all its government-related entities being named terrorist organizations / a terrorist state, and therefore can immediately call for the emergency protocols under the Schengen Treaty to enforce border controls on anyone coming into Finland who could be a Russian agent, a collaborator, or facilitator of genocide. That minister, that prime minister, that failed action. Oh, sorry, thank you.
Oh, Axel, how well you know our president?
I think he's a very decent man.
Yeah. Actually, it's good that you're here because I wanted to ask you something. The last time I was on, is it true that Germans, in fact, cannot say the word squirrel?
We can say the word squirrel, but how would you want me to fail? How would you want me to fail the word squirrel?
Well, the version I heard was something akin to Scooby Boy.
Yeah, I think the problem is that the urban legends projected by those people who, after the war, tried to find ways in the Pinewood studios to compete with the people who actually had the money in Hollywood, these stories are a bit out of date. But it's fine.
Well, I was... it was just,
Big Tails.
Sorry, Tim. Sorry.
You could even call them Big Tails.
Oh, Big Tails. There you go.
Squirrel
That's
joke.
wonderful. Are there some bushy tails with that?
That seems a bit out of the date, don't you think?
Jolly good, Joe. Well done, you.
I believe Yehuda would be proud if he were present.
He would.
Yehuda is ever present.
Yeah, he's on the panel, don't you see? He just renamed himself to Bertrand Russell's puppy.
So did we now find out what kind of officer from which nation we really do not want to have leading the troops in Ukraine?
A 16th century Spanish admiral.
No, he needs to go to Sochi to command the La Armada.
I can see this was a seamless reconnect to the space. Nothing happened in between, right?
No, nothing happened. We are still stunned by exactly how many things went up in flames and bangs and whooshes and booms in Crimea. Because now we're thinking it might be 4 separate sets of bangs and whooshes and booms and flames and smokes.
So a total of 4 cigarettes, then.
Yes, some of which might have been Atacam's brand, and some of which might have been, oh my god, there's actually Ukrainian SOF squads operating 200 kilometers behind the front lines in an area that we thought we've cleared 8 years ago. Brand cigarettes.
Many moons ago, a Frankfurt-raised young man with a proclivity for the tunes of the Balkans came out with a song a few years in of his career called Disco Partisani. I think we should call this, in this case, Cigaretto
Air siren alert update. Kumel NYTSKYY. All clear. Volin. All clear. Cherkasy. All clear. Kirovorod. All clear. Kiev. All clear. Zhytomyr. All clear. Kiev City. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
There is no possibility for an SOF or partisan effort in that regard to boom up these pieces. That is complete and utter trash. It's too far off the front line. The infiltration is hard. Spotters maybe, but not the ones who glue it up.
Yes, and wasn't there actually some kind of Ukrainian official statement to the effect that it was SOF, which would be a total,
update.
You know, if it were really
Volin.
Special forces, they would never admit it.
All clear.
In that fashion.
All clear.
Can we have
Kiev.
Someone from the
All
Ukrainian
clear.
Armed Forces,
Zhytomyr. All clear. Kiev
staff,
City.
maybe,
All clear.
but
This message has been generated with municipal data.
In the Armed Forces himself. Could we have him read this report out without grunting and laughing? It is out of tosh. Everybody knows it. So let's please call a fucking spade a spade.
As I mentioned earlier, I think the opposite. I think that the crediting
Air
of
siren
these
alert
strikes
update.
to
Chernobyl.
SOF
All clear.
is possibly
Riv.
a terror
All
tactic,
clear.
by
Chernovtsi.
the
All
Ukrainian
clear.
authorities,
Ivano-Frankivsk.
aiming to convince
All
the
clear.
Russian
This
forces
message
that,
has been
yes,
generated with municipal
we
data.
have very widespread SOF capabilities. Yes, they are in your neighborhood. Yes, they will kill you. You know, it's kind of, it's the kind of World War II commando thing, right? If everybody's terrified, their morale goes through the floor. You don't even have to conduct that many successful operations to maintain this mythology around your SOF capabilities. But I see we've got our resident psychologist coming up, Tom, who doubtless has a view on the terror effect of commando operations.
Of the orcs.
Tom.
Of the
Air
orcs.
siren alert update.
Well, Tim,
Chernobyl.
you
All clear.
basically
Riv.
said
All clear.
what I was thinking.
Chernovtsi.
That, you know,
all clear. Ivano-Frankivsk.
There's what's
all
happened,
clear.
and then
This
there's
message has been
attribution,
generated
what
with
caused it to
municipal
happen.
data.
An attribution is something where it's quite easy to make mistakes, and so you obviously want to capitalize on that. So, you know, if you have got HIMARS or ATACMS, you don't really want them to know when you used it. So that's why in the airbase attack that was last week, didn't they try to say this was some homemade Ukrainian weapon? Is that right, or have they admitted that it's ATACMS?
Yeah, it is a sour cream fueled Borscht rocket.
Yeah, and then obviously then they attributed it to, you know, the dangers of smoking next to flammable materials, which is obviously really important as well. There's been things catching fire in Russia as
all
well.
Clear.
Just every so often I see them
all
in my
clear.
feed.
Chernovtsi.
As well
all
as
clear.
a lot more things
Ivano-Frankivsk.
in
all clear.
And so,
this message
you know,
has been
always
generated
going to
with
want
municipal
to attribute
data.
it to the weapons that they have got. They're going to want to attribute it to other things. And Tim's point about special forces is exactly on point, I think. Yeah, that was basically what I was going to say, Tim. I wonder, did we manage to get any further with our idea of combining a food delivery app or a vodka delivery app with HIMARS? You know, we've got 50 Russian soldiers here. I'd really like some vodka. Yep, here's my address. And then 15 minutes later, the delivery arrives. Did we get any further with that?
I think John Howard is working on it. I think John Howard is working on it. He's trying to find ways to make this attributable and logistically feasible.
Air siren alert update. Ternopile. All clear. Transcarpathia. All clear. Venetia. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
No solutions here. There's a room temperature IQ in this room and very little else. What I was going to say was that one of the benefits of the Ukrainians not claiming this as an ATACMS strike, or any of them as ATACMS strike, and putting it down to SOF or SF as we would say. The Russians are not then forced to
siren
confront
alert
the ugly
update.
truth that anything
Ternopile, all clear.
300-400
all clear.
The front line
Venetia,
is now
all
intensely
clear.
vulnerable.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
To move stuff beyond that line and rework their logistics. It's a horrible, reworking their logistics to cope with ATACMS is a horrendous problem to have. And as long as they can deny to themselves that they have that problem, they will continue to leave equipment within range, important equipment that can then continue being destroyed and claimed as, SF raids. So, I mean, that's potentially one element of it. Why force the Russians to reckon with reality when it's easy for them not to do so?
All this cake needs is flour, eggs,
keep them guessing.
Air siren alert update. Lviv,
Well, look, I mean,
all clear.
Dermot, I've
This
got
message has
absolutely
been
no doubt
generated
that there
with
are plenty of
municipal
people in
data.
the Russian military who understand exactly what is happening to them. That doesn't mean that the chain of command at its highest level, on the military side or on the political side, is ready to deal with the consequences of this new information. So if you don't force them to do so, fantastic. They keep leaving things within range for easy destruction at the time of Ukraine's convenience.
That will decrease the footprint that other type of food sources bring, because they come from far away, let's say South America or South
Or as our other friends would say, at your leisure, boys, at your leisure.
Water and then mushing them with a kitchen blender before centrifuges separate a butter-like substance. A grease is made, which the team used to...
Ben, you know a thing or two about
Air
logistics.
siren alert update.
What is this
Lviv,
doing to the Russian
all clear.
logistics? And
This
should
message
they
has been
definitely not
generated
stop
with
to fix
municipal data.
Well, I'm not exactly sure what is the what you're referring to. If some routes are entirely closed and they don't have routes anymore, they don't have logistics anymore, so they don't have a logistic problem anymore. They have a starvation problem. If what's happening is that they're losing trains, then I'm not going to try. I'm going to try to do my best Craig impression. They're going to need tons and tons upon tons of trucks. Quick back of the envelope calculation is that with for a single carriage on a train, you need 5 large trucks, which they may or may not have. And the problem is that those trucks then have drivers. Those drivers need to eat, and the trucks themselves need a hell lot of spare parts and gasoline, which itself creates its own problems because they simply may not be the structures in Crimea to manage them. So, I mean, you could imagine a situation in which the Russians have to have a carousel of ladders going from Kherson to mainland Russia through the Kerch Bridge on a constant basis, and whenever one of them breaks, they just have to push the ladder into the side of the road because they cannot fix it. It's going to be the Great Ladder Massacre. The Großladermord, for some reason I think it sounds better in German. That's the way I would see it. There's also another thing which is amusing, is that the worst thing that can happen in a civilian logistics system at the moment is to make a mistake. Because imagine you've got one restaurant ordering French fries and the other restaurant ordering bread, and you send French fries to the one asking for bread and the country. This costs you, just this mistake, and I'm actually using real numbers, on good days will cost you 2,000 euros to fix. 2,000 euros to take one box to one place and then back again. And that's good days. I've seen this sort of mistake costing 10,000 euros whenever there was a shortage of drivers or for any other issue along those lines, carrying two boxes. Can you imagine what happens if your unit, if you got a Russian unit which has needs two or three ammunitions, and you bring it 152s, a whole truckload of 152s. If you're unlucky, you only realize that your mistake once you've unloaded the damn thing. This is a catastrophe of this will cost you days and the equivalent of probably millions of euros. This is the sort of things I would love to be reading, because this is just comedy at a level that only British TV in the late 70s could really capture. I don't know to say "allo allo" in slangy Russian military parlance, but that's the way I would call it.
Idiot.
Then there we are. If only we knew a fantastic, very good writer of scripts that also has some military background. I don't know. Maybe we could push the idea to a Sir Chuck.
I am all up for that. Let's go to Tom and Antti, and then maybe we can have another round of comments. Tom?
Yeah, so I was just trying to think about a bit of the bigger picture of what's going on, because I think I remember back in, it was either late May or early June, I think it was the head of the Ukrainian intelligence services was saying that, you know, the big Ukrainian counterattack wouldn't come until late July or early August. And I think we're sort of seeing that to a certain extent with these rocket strikes, whether it's HIMARS or ATACMS or whatever. But I think all of us have been anticipating this push on Kherson for some time now. And I think whilst there's little probing attacks, there certainly hasn't been any kind of big push. And I think perhaps the reasons for that is that the Ukrainians don't have to rush this. I think that for every week or every month that goes by, the Russian forces are going to be more corroded, their logistics are going to be more degraded, and I think, isn't the UK and our allies training up something like 10,000 troops every month? But that makes me wonder...
3 months, I believe.
Every 3 months, all right, thanks for correcting me, Tim. And what that makes me wonder is that obviously the Ukrainians aren't rushing this because they can attack later on. But given that the weather's going to change, what I'm wondering is, when in the autumn and it starts to rain again, do we get back into the mud season? And how much of an issue is that in the southern Ukraine compared to sort of northern Ukraine?
It's not an issue until about November in Kherson.
Right. So if it's not an issue until November, that leaves them with, half of August, September and October. So that gives them about 10 weeks before, you know, tanks and things are going to struggle to go across open fields. So and they must be thinking about this on a strategic level. They must be thinking, if we're going to go into Kherson, when's the best time to do that? If we go in right now, the Russians have got a reasonable amount of people there. They've got a certain amount of ammunition. If we degrade them for another 2 or 3 weeks and then go in, it'll be safer. But if we wait too long, we might be starting an offensive that's difficult to complete. Does that make sense? I'm just speculating here. I'm being a bit of an armchair general. But does that make sense, guys? I can see CJ's clapping, everyone else is quiet.
No, so I would say, I think you're right. Generally speaking, Tom, you know, there's a consideration of risk for time, but, you know, sort of, if you just take the purely military approach, you know, as you kind of mentioned, there's certain conditions that need to be met irrespective of time. So for example, if the conditions could be met where Russia basically has a skeleton crew in Kherson or Crimea, or evacuates most of their personnel back to the Donbass, then the conditions would be met. And fighting against 5 to 10,000 Russians in December might be much preferable to 30,000 right now. So I think you're on the money there in larger terms.
Yeah, and that just makes me wonder: do they want the Russians to withdraw so they can do exactly what CJ just said, or would they rather fight them on more favourable ground? Because supposing they withdrew back to Crimea and had more people in Crimea, that would make Crimea harder to take. Would they rather try to fight some of them before then? What do you think, Axel?
Well, CJ, is it fair to say that attrited, exhausted, undersupplied, and at risk is good?
Yes, definitely. And I think also what we sort of can't forget is we're still not sure exactly what Russia's end game is, specifically with Kherson and Crimea, right? I think Ukraine is trying to force Russia to make a decision, right? Basically one or the other. And these, not only the strikes on the bridge are kind of forcing Russia to expose their hand, but the strikes in Crimea as well. I personally was quite surprised that Russia let so many of these people that they kind of brought in go back to Russia, right? It's in the hundreds of thousands of people that may have left, and there wasn't that many there. So I think just like Ukraine did some testing shots on the bridges to kind of see how Russia would respond and build pontoons and what their tactics would be, I think a similar thing is going on in Crimea right now, where they're trying to test how strongly they'll defend Crimea. Because the reality is, if, and it's a pretty big if Russia's going to defend it like a piece of Russian territory and move, tens of thousands of people there, that would be important to know before you get pretty much fully engaged there, or committed there, as we would say. And that's hard to tell unless you can really threaten it in a major way. And one way you can majorly threaten it is to basically knock out a decent amount of the air forces guarding it in these air bases, even if you can't really sink the Navy. So I think this testing is important, and it might end up in an unfavorable weather conditions, but that's a risk I think they have to take so they don't get involved with, halfway down Crimea, Russia brings another 50,000 people in because they do treat it as their own territory, and then that's a very different ball game.
Yeah, that was the only reason I was thinking that they might want to try and engage and destroy more Russian forces before they pull back there, because even if they're exhausted and demoralized, another 10,000 guys in Crimea is another 10,000 guys you've got to fight on presumably harder territory than, say, other southern parts of Ukraine. I suppose people just mention, what's the end game? And, really briefly, I think, given that the Russian generals keep getting fired, whatever end game they had has gone out the window. I think Putin's end game is simply to stay in power and hope that he can somehow squeeze a victory out of this. But it's becoming more and more impossible by the day.
And if I may, Tom, add on to your point, I think it's really important to note just how much Ukraine cares about their soldiers, right? In this terrible war that's gone on almost 6 months now, they've lost, and we don't like to talk about losses here, but I think it's important. They've lost maybe 25,000 killed in action, right? A staggering number. But in the grand scheme of things, in a country with 44 million people, perhaps 500 to 700,000 people being trained or in reserves, it's sustainable. And so I think, that's going to drive a lot of Ukrainian decisions, whether it be, it's going to take longer, even it may risk, some other things in the long term, like, Russia blocking grain shipments. I think they will have, the risk to force or the protection of Ukrainian soldiers be a much higher priority than I think maybe others looking in would like them to be. But at the end of the day, of course, that's their decision. So I think we can't forget that as well, just to add on to your point.
Might I interject a bit?
Yeah.
So there is also one point to consider is that even though it might be preferable to deal with the forces before they get to retreat to Crimea, there's also the consideration that if they withdraw to Crimea and there is some sort of cohesion within the force that's set to defend Crimea, mixing those two would actually lower the cohesion and willingness to fight overall, because then the message that that would be sort of disseminated to the cohesive defensive forces as well would be that we're all going to be screwed now. You realize that, right? So that's, I think, a point to consider as well, if there is indeed any sort of cohesion in the forces in Crimea right now.
That makes sense. That's good thinking.
As long as they still have Sevastopol and they haven't left Sevastopol, the panic is not big enough.
True enough. True enough.
Maybe the plan is to get as many Russians as they possibly can to withdraw to Crimea and then destroy the Crimea Bridge.
Well, I think it's important to note that, while Crimean civilians are leaving Crimea Russian citizens in Crimea are leaving via the Kerch Strait Bridge, when the Kherson pullout is happening or people are getting rotated from there, the command and control centers and supply nodes aren't necessarily being moved towards Crimea. They're being moved towards Melitopol and the rest of Zaporizhia. So this is an interesting situation where, and that's what I'm trying to get at with, trying to assess what Russia actually deems a strategic priority. Is it the whole South? Is it just Crimea? And it seems like Russia still believes that, even if they lose Kherson, they could still hold on to a chunk of the South, in addition to Crimea, which may prove to be a bridge too far, if I can use the saying, because, it's going to still be covering so much of a vast distance and so many different fronts. And the reality is, if Ukraine can get to the Dnieper and, God forbid, cross it, before this winter sets in too badly, it could create a situation where, both Melitopol and Crimea are threatened, and then, Russia will have to make another bad decision again, and we'll see what they do.
So you just made a market garden illusion, which is great because it fits. Because the utter, complete, and bereft of any sense planning of this Russian army trying to find a way to still mount an offensive, albeit that they do not have the supplies for it, they do not have air superiority, and they do have Ukrainian armed forces with HIMARS and other weapons in play. That is nuts. I mean, that's as nuts as banking on one road.
And I think the most nuts part about it is just the simple fact that they can't choose between an offense and a defense, right? I brought this up about the certain parts of the Donbass, I think months ago now. There's just, you need different supplies when you're doing a defense than you do when you're doing an offense. For an offense, you need fuel and you need a lot of ammo. For defense, you need concrete fortifications, you need water, you need food. And you can't really do both things at once. And as you pointed out, I think quite correctly, Axel, you can't do both things at once when your supply lines are so threatened. Partisans blowing up your trains, HIMARS and maybe ATACMS blowing up your trains. You have no way. Your stockyards are 200 to 300 kilometers back. I mean, it wasn't going well for them trying to decide between these two simple military decisions before, and that's only going to get worse from here.
CJ, do you remember a few weeks ago when we discussed it, there was this one night where the Ukrainian armed forces, in a absolutely meticulous, nearly mathematical precision pattern, bombed the whole front line in Kherson Oblast. Just imagine if they were to do this now with the South.
Yeah, and I think things like HARMS we know for sure, ATACMS are still a maybe. Their ability to strike multiple things at once. It's it seems simple, right? When you lose a lot of, but if you're already stretched thin, it becomes the effects are greatly amplified to a point that you become very unable to plan anything moving forward if you know that the enemy can hit you at multiple places at once.
John.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, just building on what Tom and CJ were saying, really. And this isn't some huge insight, but if you look at all of the activity over weeks in the round, it points to something much bigger than Kherson. I mean, an army moves on interior lines. Obviously, the Russian army, as we know, is heavily reliant on the rail network, and the Ukrainians are slowly, systematically dismantling the interior lines of the Russian position in the south, so that when it comes to an offensive by Ukraine, Russia's ability to move manpower, to move fuel, to move ammunition will be confined to roads. That will be very difficult to do. They will be easy to target, and they're shaping the south for an offensive that could absolutely wreck the Russians, I think. For me, it seems pretty clear that's what they're doing. Maybe, obviously, I could be completely wrong, but that's what it looks like, and I would expect this to continue.
So are you telling us, and CJ, please correct me if I'm wrong, John, are you telling us that it's not unreasonable to expect them to kneecap the Russian logistics in Kupiansk with proper amount of use of HIMARS, to then dissect them, Melitopol all the way down to Berdyansk, to make sure that they really have no capacity to supply the south from the east, and then attack Kherson, meaning a triple goodie?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how they're going to do it, but if you look, just as an example of what they've done to the west of Kherson, they've effectively segmented that section of Kherson Oblast that the Russians hold on the West Bank. And I think that they're just going to do that on a much larger scale, from Crimea all the way up to Melitopol, as you said, and across that whole southern front, effectively. I mean, I'm not talking about over to Mariupol, but in the vicinity of Crimea, between, if you did a triangle between Crimea, Kherson, and Melitopol, I would expect that that's where most of the action is going to be.
I'll make you a gentleman's wager, as our friend Tom calls it, on a regular basis. Before the end of this autumn, you'll have Mariupol free.
I mean, depending on how that offensive goes, I think that's more than possible. Because, I've said my opinion for what it's worth, and I'm not a Russia analyst. My opinion all along has been that once they crack, they won't bend, they'll shatter. I think, because I don't think that they've got the morale or the technical skill at the small unit level to be able to adapt to a major setback and reset. As long as the Ukrainians have the mobility and the logistical support to be able to keep pushing them and prevent them actually reforming major new defensive lines, I think they could absolutely overrun them in the south. I mean, that sounds very ambitious, but I think it's possible. I think that's what they're shaping towards. I think they're taking away the infrastructure that Russia will need to be able to maintain themselves once real combat operations begin in terms of Ukrainian offensive. But yeah, I mean, this is all just spitballing, isn't it? We'll see.
Yeah, I'll just comment briefly because I know Bertrand's got his hand up. I mean, I'd very much like it if they were able to have a big push south from Zaporizhzhia in the sort of general direction of Melitopol or Mariupol, in order to really, really cut off all of those Russians there. The advantage they'd have with that is they wouldn't have to cross the Dnipro. Whereas if they take Kherson first, all of those bridges they've just been blowing up, which put the Russians in a bad position. Well, unfortunately, the Ukrainians will be in the same position if they wanted to push forwards and sort of capitalize on a Russian retreat or route. They wouldn't be able to quickly follow them across the river in order to capitalize on that. Whereas if they push south from Zaporizhzhia, then they'd have the potential of doing that. The thing that I would worry about, not being a military person at all, is how easily they could defend their flanks pushing south, because they'd be opening up a lot more front. And if the Russians did have any capacity to counterattack, I don't know how easy or difficult that would be to defend from. But I very much hope they could liberate Mariupol by September. But you might be being a bit over optimistic there, Axel. But I hope I'm wrong. So I don't want to bet against you on that, because I want to be wrong. I want you to be right.
Puppy.
So just a quick thought on this. Historically, it seems to me that a lot of such things, frankly, boil down to gap of information, gap of skill set and priorities between the military personnel on the ground and the political leaders, right? So that's especially true in critical moments. And I don't see why it should be so different in this instance. So the simplest explanation would seem to me for the apparent masochistic approach of some of the Russian behavior right now would be that, the political optics seem to be driving a lot of the decisions in Moscow. And this does not work well for the situation on the ground, and it frankly has a disastrous set of consequences from a military perspective. And I'm not sure if we needed to look much further than that. That is the impression that I get from non-military guy perspective. It looks like there is a gap between the military wise decisions and the political optics that drive the most of those decisions from far away in Moscow.
Yeah, but that's the inherent fault in autocratic regimes. You know, when the government is used to a government is used to being able to bend everyone and everything internally to its will, and it tries to apply that same formula to war, which is effectively a multiplayer game, and it doesn't work. And there is if you just take the Second World War, there are so many examples where the militaries, either in the Soviet Union or in Nazi Germany at the time, were advising one course of action, and the leader insisted on their vision, and the results in both cases were fairly catastrophic for the military forces on the ground. So, I mean, this is not a new thing, but it's one certainly that I think the Ukrainians can actually use to their advantage.
Absolutely. I might add that you can go further back than World War II and look at, Tsar Alexander trying to be the wise man in the battlefield and, ending up with the catastrophic consequences of being defeated in the battlefield. So, yeah, there is a long history of this happening. This seems to me to be one clear case of exactly this particular scenario.
Yeah, I think to add to what Bertrand's saying there, I think, dictatorship countries, I think probably find it a lot easier politically to engage in really foolish military adventurism. I mean, obviously the West would not be involved in such a stupid conflict in the first place, but I think one of the reasons for that is, imagine if a Western country had started a war like this and was in the position Russia was right now. I mean, that government would be gone. Like, if not imminently, then eventually they would be voted out. And knowing that, they don't engage in such adventurism, whereas, regimes like Saddam Hussein's Iraq and modern-day Russia can do that because there's not really very much their citizens can do about it, even if there was like an effective opposition. So I think, Putin is able to keep demanding of his military that they continue to do something that is impossible and just leads to them, well, frankly, dying and the military being degraded and the military image of Russia being in the gutter, really, compared to how powerful I think we all thought they were a few months ago. And, I'm reminded of threads that Kamil Galeev had written about, say, the Russian-Japanese war and how badly the Russian Navy did in that, and how it destroyed the mythos of the all-powerful Russia, and with it, the mythos of the all-powerful Tsar. And so, Putin will be aware of this in some way and will be aware that if he loses, he may lose power. And when dictators lose power, as we've seen with Gaddafi, with Saddam Hussein, with Ceausescu, it ends very, very badly for them. And so I think Putin's number one objective strategy is to maintain power. I think he fears that if he loses, that he'll lose power. And so he's desperately hoping for a win. He's sort of doubling down, just one more roll of the dice to see if he can win. But if he thinks there's a way he can maintain power still, I think he would be prepared to withdraw the troops from there before they routed. I think if it looks like they're going to rout, I think that would be even more dangerous for Putin than if he tried to declare some kind of victory and pulled them out. It gets very, very difficult to predict what on earth he might do. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how this all pans out.
Yeah, I just sorry, Bert.
Just one quick additional point strengthening your argument, Tom, which is by default, an authoritarian regime does not encourage an open flow of information, because nobody wants to tell the authoritarian boss that things are not going well. So that is seemingly what dooms many of the authoritarian regimes in history, and we may be witnessing in real time this particular scenario happening. So, yeah.
Actually, I'm not really worried about what they're telling. But John, please.
Sorry, Axel. It was just a very brief one. I just very, very gently pushed back on Tom a little bit there in terms of democracies not embarking on foolish military misadventures. I mean, for me, Iraq in 2003 was the most stupid thing a Western country has done since the Second World War. It was even more foolish than Vietnam in terms of the long-lasting effects that it's had on the region, effectively wrecking the Middle East from a stability, security perspective. What I would just say that where democracies differ from authoritarians is democracies are generally self-correcting, because, as you say, people will only put up with nonsense for so long. But in terms of having the initial bad idea and being able to carry it through, I think we've demonstrated ourselves more than capable of doing that ourselves.
Yeah, so on reflection, I think you're right, because I think unfortunately that was a terrible misadventure. We perhaps should have concentrated on Afghanistan, and that might have turned out differently. So perhaps I should change what I said in reflection of your good point to be that democracies cannot as frequently engage in military misadventure as dictatorships can, because every so often when they do it, it puts people off of these things for a decade or more.
Even worse, it swings the pendulum in the hands of those who are utopian Marxists and try to undermine democracies being focused on national security. That is the main thing. Overbearing leaders in democracies who've been voted in by whatever kind of populist movement of discontent, see Tony Blair, with their utopian Marxism view of life, obviously fall prey to these things.
Well, yeah, although, Tony Blair was part of going into Iraq, but I guess the swing back of the pendulum that I think was disastrous for the West was after us going into Iraq because of weapons of mass destruction that subsequently were not found. When Assad used chemical weapons against his own people, and we saw it on television, children dying in hospital of chemical weapons, we didn't bomb the hell out of Syria. And I just realised this is a disaster, because now not only does the West look stupid for starting wars that we probably shouldn't have started, but we also look too weak or too afraid now because of that to start a war that arguably we should have done. And I think that emboldened people like Putin not taking action against Assad in Syria when he used those chemical weapons.
True in itself, but then again, the original sin of this is that, unfortunately, the initial coalition didn't finish the job. Saddam Hussein should not have been allowed to remain in power after invading Kuwait. This should have been finished there and then. The genocide he inflicted upon the Kurds is despicable. And the weapons of mass destruction did exist because he used chemical weapons against the Kurds. And that is a case in fact. Case closed. The problem is that people at a later stage made up a story in order to justify remedying a mistake they made before.
Yeah, most definitely. They should have finished the job in 91.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's a lot of logic in what Axel says there about should we have finished off Saddam the first time round, but I think the larger folly, and one that I hope that we certainly policymakers have learnt from, is the idea that we can parachute democracy into societies that have no historical cultural memory of it or any huge desire for it, and certainly in the Middle East, I think that has been a major misunderstanding on our part, and we swung back the other way in the Arab Spring, and actually worked against some of these democratic movements to shore up some of the major monarchical dictators in the region. So yeah, but in terms of Syria, I mean, I have to disagree with Tom. Yes, what Assad was doing was absolutely horrific, and defeating or assisting substantially in the defeat of Assad would have just meant that the so-called caliphate that then had to be mopped up afterwards would probably still be ongoing now. There'd still be a huge Western footprint. Even more people most likely would have died, and we'd be facing an even bigger disaster.
Well. Hey. If the MI6 would have dealt with whatever we believed Erdogan to be doing with his putsch, we wouldn't have the ISIL issue.
Yeah. Well, of course, that had nothing to do with any external forces. That was purely the Turkish military, as I'm sure we're all absolutely convinced of. And yeah, what a keystone cops that effort was. But yeah, it might not have been a terrible thing if the Turkish army had proceeded to hit reset, as it is wont to do on occasion. But yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure how much of a safe subject this is to be getting into.
Antti?
Yeah, I guess not, that safe subject comment. I think isn't that a cue to perhaps move slightly to a different topic for a moment?
You can
try. So I was wondering if you guys saw these lovely photographs of Finnish 120 millimeter mortars being handled by Ukrainians.
I've not, but I don't always see everything anyway. So can you tell us more about these lovely 120 millimeter mortars?
Yeah, so I think it's really positive news, especially nicely coming after the visit of General Togari to this base. That we find there was a series of 4 photographs. I think a Ukrainian weapon tracker published them, but I think there was some also official source as well. So I think it's really good that we see a small, at least a small fraction, and but a substantial one of Finnish military aid in Ukraine. I mean, these weapons, even though they're not sexy in the way HIMARS are, but they are important weapons to support company and battalion level forces in the field. High angle fire to about 7.5 kilometers range. That's the stated maximum. So it's a really nice piece of kit that can be relatively easily moved about in the field. So yeah.
Nice. Is that a long range for mortar? I know nothing about mortars. I think Tim knows more about mortars.
Well, the 120 millimeter mortar is the heaviest of this sort of weapon around, as far as I know. So it's kind of at the edge, because the other mortars are then if you go next in line, that's 81 or 82 millimeters, and that has a significantly shorter range. I don't remember it out of hand, but yeah, that's the heavier mortar.
Yeah.
Finnish heavy mortars. Finnish heavy mortars. Sing all day when I see this. Of course, you should have a lot more of that now.
Yeah. The Vammas plant should definitely open up loads of more production lines for these cute little puppies. But
wait, I'm told since 3 weeks your production lines in Finland actually work reasonably well. I hear that summer breaks for people in the weapons system industry have been culled for the first time since the Second World War. I think that's a very good sign.
It is, because normally the whole of Finland shuts down for July. So that is a sign that the right people are taking things seriously.
And of course, nobody in Finland ever mentioned anything about sending any mortars to Ukraine, right? Everything was just, we'll just send some stuff, and then eventually gets discovered.
Yeah, exactly. I would love it if even heavier pieces of kit wound up in Ukraine. And oh look, what's here? Leopard
Antti,
2.
What's the Finnish word for boom?
Boom.
Perfect. I love it.
Or bomb. or there's a more technical term, perkeleen kova räjähdys.
Slowly again, Antti. Perkele and what?
Perkeleen kova räjähdys, or perkeleen iso räjähdys. I mean, Finnish language, it's like poetry, isn't it?
Perkeleen iso räjähdys. Okay.
Yes.
I have no idea what I know what perkele is. I don't know what the rest is.
Iso is big, and räjähdys is explosion.
Okay, fair enough. Damn it, what a big explosion. Okay.
So that was my contribution to our civilized space.
I think it's fine. I don't think we'll get too many complaints about about Finnish swear words. That's all fine.
Excellent.
Yeah, maybe we should all retrain to Finnish curse words only. Ben?
Yeah, I've got a question for Antti. There was the Jeke, I think yesterday, the Finnish general, who mentioned the fact that back in the Winter War, it was very difficult for the Finnish light infantry to, well, I'm sorry for the pun, but to finish off the Motti. Do you think nowadays light infantry would be able to finish Motti in a more expedient manner through javelins and stuff?
Well, I think it's yes and no, because given the right terrain, the right circumstances, the light infantry today can have loads of kit that our light infantry back in the day didn't have. But you also have to remember that in those days, the Russians or the Soviet forces entrenched in those Mottis, they were there to stay. They were there to fight to the death. So it's just they had armor that was basically fortified. That even if it couldn't move, they dug it slightly underground as much as they could in the frosted soil, and they had artillery pieces set to fire 360 degrees all around, and they had anti-aircraft weaponry that was trained on land targets, and they had the awesome amount of firepower, especially in comparison to what our soldiers had then. So, but and like I said, they had the will to resist to the end, and I just I find it difficult to believe that the Russian soldiers, if they were encircled in Kherson or other places, that they would have the will to resist. I mean, I think it's like General Tovary said, that it's unhealthy to underestimate your enemy, but still, it's. I have no doubt that the Russians can defend entrenched positions, but to what degree, and because it takes a certain amount of stubbornness. It takes a level of morale to resist when you know that you're going to die in the foxhole you're in, and it's hard to see that the Russian soldiers today have that will. Might have gone a bit on a tangent, but was that the answer you were looking for?
Well, it is an answer. I'm happy that you gave it. Yeah, you're right. It may not be everything around techniques and material. Just the will to fight may be sufficient, which may explain, which may also explain why they're reinforcing Kherson so much, because they're probably thinking, okay, we cannot afford a single large defeat. The first one we sort of managed to camouflage as a feint, but the second one is going to be a bit too obvious. So
air siren alert update. Kirovorod, full alert. Dnipropetrovsk, full alert.
Yeah, because
this message has been generated with municipal data.
With the weaponry that the Ukrainian light infantry has, they can certainly take out strong points and pillboxes and armor that's entrenched in some kind of position, but it still doesn't give them non-direct fire capability, which is usually required to take out because even in certain terrain conditions where light infantry can be successful, it still needs support to be able to, even if, let me put it another way, even if they could penetrate the forward positions, they would still need indirect assistance to be able
message
to
has been generated with municipal
first
data.
Make the point of oh my god, my English is failing me. The point where they manage to break through, it needs to be secured, so the both flanks, and then so that they can move on. And it's still, the Russians, they still have quite a lot of heavy and light weaponry that can inflict casualties, even if they are low morale, and without sufficient artillery or air power, or both of those, it's much more difficult to avoid sustained casualties when you're doing offensive operations, and especially when you get what you get from combined arms operations.
This message
is
has
that,
been generated with municipal
when you have
data.
the armored element, you have, like Tovary said yesterday, you have mobility, you have firepower, and you have protection.
Which is why it is so insidious that Western nations are denying Ukraine the capacity to protect Ukrainian men fighting, which is why it's so perfidious and absolutely silly and completely immoral that they're not giving them main battle tanks, IFVs, and fucking proper strike platforms. It is absolutely sickening. The likes of Scholz and Macron and all of these guys have blood on their hands.
Exactly. Axel, as always, puts it much better than I ever could. But that's basically the point. Even though the Ukrainian light infantry can advance and they can achieve success, they shouldn't have to.
Full alert.
They should have
full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Capabilities provided by the West to a degree that they would be able to advance with mobility, with firepower, and with protection that they need and deserve, because they're fighting for all of us.
Yeah. So what do? You talk to your elected officials, you talk to your journalists, you talk to everybody in the world, and you talk to the people who can influence Macron and influence people who can influence Scholz. You technically advocate with the White House as long as it takes until they fucking get it. And yes, I'm looking at you, Ben. Talk to anyone in Paris.
Your siren alert update. Mykolaiv,
I'm talking to
full
3
alert.
MPs.
Kharkiv,
There's only
full
so many
alert.
MPs I can
This
reach.
message has been generated
Good.
with municipal
Talk to
data.
4. I commend you for it. I love you for it. Talk to 4. Talk to 5. Don't stop talking, because otherwise there's more Ukrainian women and children and elderly being killed and raped. There's more Ukrainian men being sacrificed on the altar of Western European appeasement behavior, on the stupidity of the socialist parties of Europe, on the complacency of the happy, wonderful August vacationers of Europe. I'm so fucking sick of you all. Not you in this community, but of all you who are not doing their fair share. Everybody, get out there. Talk to someone you don't know today.
Okay, I will send 5 personalized emails to MPs today.
Good man.
But I wanted to also say that yesterday's speaker was extremely clear, and it was very interesting to hear the comparison between the Northern War and the war in Ukraine, because he showed clearly that in both cases the Moscow's troops tried to go the northern route, were humiliated and stopped, and then reverted to their basic ruthless strategy, which was to just use artillery until there's nothing left in front. And he pointed out how HIMARS came in precisely at this point to completely disrupt this reversion to the mean by the Russian army, and how disruptive it was. And I have to say, I never truly appreciated it, but what the HIMARS did, and what he explained that the HIMARS did, was to disrupt the playbook that the Russians know best. And the result is that they don't have a fallback position. They have to either collapse or reinvent something from scratch, which, as we all know, is quasi-impossible. But the chronology of the arrival of the HIMARS was very well presented, and truly epic, I would say, in the way it was talking about it. I thought that was a great interview. Thank you, Axel, for leading it. Okay, I'm saying something nice to Axel, and of course he dropped off.
Axel is here. I didn't drop off. I just have to do a couple of things to save lives.
On a cockroach croissant as you head to the office, or making your nearest and dearest a beetle birthday cake.
All right. Domin, do you want to go to something that goes bzz bzz?
Yeah, let's go from boom and bush to bzz bzz.
We're changing sound, but we're not changing location. There was an article in Oh, sorry. Antti wanted to add something. Maybe the can wait a second.
No, actually, the one thing I wanted to ask is that do we have a lineup for today, tomorrow, the day after, or you can continue?
I'll tell you for today. 8 p.m. Kiev, 7 p.m. Central Europe, 6 p.m. London, 5 p.m. UTC. That's 1 p.m. New York, 10 a.m. Los Angeles. We have Tom Much, who's a New Zealand journalist,
Kharkiv,
war reporter,
all clear.
currently in Ukraine.
This message has been generated with municipal
has spent
data.
a lot of time in Ukraine over the recent months, and we were talking to him. He also has a very interesting piece out about just how badly and in what way Amnesty screwed up in that report. So we'll be talking about that, among others, with him today. Then tomorrow, Ben, help me out. What time is it? 2 o'clock Central Europe?
It's 2 o'clock Central, midday
UTC.
UTC.
We have Vincent Touré. How is that, Ben?
Vincent, not Vincent, but otherwise
Vincent.
absolutely perfect.
Vincent Touré, who's a French researcher into Russian strategic culture, who was supposed to be with us last week, but then he couldn't make it for personal reasons at the last moment, so we rescheduled
Siren
tomorrow.
alert update.
So
Kharkiv,
to him
all
at,
clear.
3 p.m.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
Noon UTC, that is to say 8 a.m. East Coast, 5 a.m. West Coast time. And we'll be with him for an hour and a half, 2 hours maybe. And then after that, Ben, who do we have after that?
Ben Moll, German macroeconomist from the LSE, the London School of Economics, who has been working a lot over the past few weeks on the German winter, how the Germans are going to manage to lower their consumption of electricity and gas, and how they're going to be able to find new resources in order to overcome the challenge.
So we will be with him from 8:15 a.m. West Coast
update.
time. That's
Kharkiv, all clear.
11:15
This message
a.m.
has
East
been
Coast
generated
time,
with municipal data.
15:15 UTC, 16:15 London, 17:15 Paris, Berlin, Warsaw, 18:15 Helsinki, Kiev, Tallinn. And then lastly, on Thursday, this is the last one I'm going to give you, Antti, because we have so many guests. On Thursday evening at 1700 UTC, that's 1800 London, 1900 Central Europe, 8 p.m. Kiev, Helsinki. We'll be joined by James Fallon, who's a neuroscientist and a psychopathy expert.
Ear siren alert update. Dnipropetrovsk, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
The Russian military so bloodthirsty and torturous. So today, first one's today, 5 p.m. UTC, 6 p.m. London, 7 p.m. Berlin, 8 p.m. Kiev with Tom Much, a New Zealand journalist, war reporter from Ukraine. Ben, things that go bzz, bzz.
Yeah, just one final one on the question of guests. I've made a quick list, and we're dangerously close to 70 guests that I could find or remember. So we're doing a good job, getting close to 100. And that's all thanks to, well, mostly thanks to you, Domin, and also to the people who are doing all the work in the background.
Ear siren alert update. Dnipropetrovsk, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Is doing fantastic work.
Alô, bom dia, meus amores. Como estão? Tá tudo bem? Eu espero que sim.
Rita, English, please. Okay, very well. It is how it is. Right. Things happen sometimes. Hope we don't get DMCA'd or anything like that on some on royalties for whatever music that was. Right, Ben, let's turn to electricity. And no, we're not going to be talking about the...
Bom dia, meus amores. Tudo
Ben,
bem?
we will not be talking about the substation by Shanghai. we're going to be talking about something else electric, aren't we? Something bigger.
Yeah, something that creates a lot of business. There was, when was it? 2 days ago, in the Wall Street Journal, a very good article, I have to say. I even noted down the names of the journalists who wrote it, Joe Parkinson and Drew Hinchon. They're both on Twitter. You're welcome to follow them if you want to. They wrote a great article. So the article was on a topic that we've covered before with Ben Schmidt and Mark Nelson, but they wrote it in such a way that even idiots like me could understand. And the way the article starts is like this. On the 5th of August, the Ukrainian members of the staff in the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant realized that all the Russian engineers that had been sent by the Russian company in charge of the plant now had suddenly disappeared. And by the time they started looking for them, wondering if it was a joke or a trick or something, shells started to fall on the vicinity of the immediate vicinity of the nuclear plant. So what the journalists are saying clearly is that the Russians not only shelled their own, that place that they were controlling, but on top of this, they told their own men a little bit in advance so that they would be able to retreat and not be hurt by the shells, even if those shells were ending up somewhere else. This is something that we've seen quite a few times, false flag, and no Russian losses because they're withdrawing their guys away from this. So this is how the article starts, and the hook of the article is, why did they do that? What's happening? And the true journalist's argument is that what the Russians are trying to do is to block the export of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant electricity to Ukraine. What they want to do is to disconnect it from the electricity pool of Ukraine, from the Ukrainian grid, and redirect it towards Russian-occupied Ukraine, as well as, more precisely, the Crimean Peninsula. And for them, there's two. It's interesting in two ways. First of all, cheaper energy is always good. We know that a lot of the Russian industry is relying on cheap energy, and we also know that that's a way of keeping the people happy and supporting of the Russian current government is by keeping their energy bills, utility bills, as low as possible. So it's a double win, but on top of this, there's also sort of more aggressive part of the agenda, because if Ukraine loses access to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant, they will have to find the electricity somewhere else. As Roman was telling us yesterday, the Ukraine is a rather energy-intensive society and economy as well. They use a lot of heating during the day.
Your siren alert update. Michael Live. Partial alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
And as a result, if they lose the output from the main nuclear plant in Europe, they will have to revert to the European grid. And first of all, Ukraine won't be able to export its electricity, which means less money into the Ukrainian coffers, into the Ukrainian economy, less taxes for the state. So that's a win for the Russians. And on top of that, this is something that the European electricity system will have to match, both matching whatever will not be exported, as well as helping Ukraine power itself during the winter. So all that together sort of explains why, for the Russians, it would be a fantastic opportunity to do that. And the
Partial alert.
go into
This message has been generated with municipal data.
To explain the Russian narratives on, well, we didn't want to do anything that went against the rules of the IAEA, the International Organization for Energy. But since the Ukrainians are bombing us, because of course the shelling in the Russian narrative comes from Ukraine, since the Ukrainians are shelling us, we can go for the force majeure and disconnect Ukraine. So they're not saying it out loud yet, but they're implying very strongly that this is what's happening. One American civil servant that was asked about the subject mentioned that he considered that as, quote, a utility annexation. So I thought that was a good summary of the situation, utility annexation. But the journalists were saying that there's a few reasons why this may not happen so easily and not right now. The first one is that the Russians don't have the personnel to do it. In particular, if the Ukrainian personnel was to move out of the nuclear plant because they would refuse to do this, or because they would be ordered by the Ukrainian the Ukrainian organization in charge of the nuclear plant, the Russians probably would not find the hundreds of workers, very skilled, very specialized workers that are necessary to handle the nuclear plant, and as a result, it would probably be they would probably have to either shut it off, or in any case, they would not be able to finalize their plan. And the other thing, which is not mentioned in the article, but which you and I, Domin, have talked about before, is the fact that some of the lines that connect the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant to occupied Crimea have been shut down. So even if they wanted to, they probably don't have they don't have the connections. They're losing the connections that are necessary to send that electricity to Crimea. So their grid basically is breaking down as a network. The hedges are being broken and the nodes don't connect with one another. So they have terrible plans, but it's absolutely not like they may not be able to fulfill them. So yeah, again, great article in the Wall Street Journal. And if you have any thoughts or questions about it, that's a subject I find fascinating. Yeah, I'd love to talk about it a bit more.
So they're really trying to get electricity to Crimea as well, right? That's one of the factors here. Russia really wants to disconnect the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant from delivering energy anywhere to the north and west, and only to the occupied territories, including Crimea, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Because what happened in 2014 is that we know that the Ukrainians stopped sending water to Crimea, but because of international regulations, they could not stop sending electricity. There were apparently some partisan activity that limited the amount of electricity that was sent to Crimea. But to this day, and up until February 24th, a large part of the Crimean electricity came from Zaporizhzhia and came from the Ukrainian grid directly. Even though the Russians apparently have drawn a line across the Kerch Strait. But okay, I'm going to stop here because I'm not a grid specialist. But what seems to be the case is that that line is not sufficient to feed the whole of Crimea. And also it leads to an important question from the point of view of the military. we know today that they're using massive amounts of electricity for a lot of their activities, and it would be interesting to see what the Russian Navy and the Russian army would be able to accomplish under a much more restricted access to electricity in Crimea. Would their radars still work? Would their cranes that bring the missiles that load the missiles in the submarines, would they still work? Would take what you will this work? And it's not entirely certain. So it could be the secret Achilles heel of the Russian army in Crimea, and that's one of the ways through which this energy question arcs back towards the military, because there's not even any point destroying the Russian radars if they cannot work anymore. Because one thing our friend Gunny could tell us is that radars consume a truckload of electricity per minute. It's absolutely ridiculous, and I'm willing to bet my last ruble that the Russian radars are not among the most economical in the world.
So, see, the thing is, Ben, it looks like there'll just be a lot less demand for electricity in Crimea going forward. So if you check the Nest, I put a tweet from a few minutes ago from Special Kherson Cat in, and there's just going to be ever fewer people wanting to be in Crimea, and I think that's really going to bring down the demand in Crimea. So maybe they really won't have any need to do this anymore, any need to reconnect the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant.
Air siren alert update. Mykolaiv, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
It's, I mean, you're saying it in jest, but it's quite likely that if there's no civilians having problems with their not being able to, if anything else, to watch Russian TV and get access to their propaganda, the political pressure on reconnecting Crimea to the Russian grid might be limited, and as a result, they might let the soldiers handle it the way they can, because the soldiers, their meat, they don't really matter to their higher ups. So it could be that by the time the Ukrainian army rolls into Crimea, the whole peninsula has been repurposed by the Russian
Air siren alert update. Mykolaiv, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Something like that. Untouched nature. That would be nice. I'm sure the people who have been kicked out of Crimea in 2014 will be delighted to return to houses surrounded by picturesque natural sites.
Do you know what's really funny? People are congregating at the railway station in Simferopol. There is currently no rail connection from Simferopol to anywhere in Russia, because you can't get through to mainland Ukraine by rail, unless you're going towards Kherson. But you can't go through mainland Ukraine to Russia because you can't even get to Melitopol because that bridge is blown. And you can't go to Jankoy and then from Jankoy to the Kerch bridge by rail, because you have to go through Jankoy either way. This is the only rail out of Simferopol goes through Jankoy. But once you get to Jankoy, the only place you can go to is Armyansky towards the city of Kherson, because if you go straight, you'd end up at a bridge that's blown towards Melitopol, and to the right, if you turn towards the southeast, you can't go there anyway, because there's the giant ammo dump that's detonating right next to the railway at Azovsky on the way to the Kerch Bridge. So what are they doing at the railway? Is what I asked.
Do you now know why, when you asked last week the question as to why on earth they would be blowing the Eastern Bridge, why that was important?
Oh, I knew why it was important at the time.
Okay, so you already read the timetables for people to escape from Simferopol. Good.
No, I didn't know this component of it, but I already knew it was very important because it was the only way to get anything, and I mean anything, from Russia to Melitopol at this point. Well, at that point. And
Okay,
since
now go
then,
one
it's been
step.
just
Domen,
additionally
that's fine.
destroyed.
That's fine. Go one step further. Now, if anybody of those wonderful Western peaceniks and governments now comes up with the idea why they should not target the rail section of the Kerch Bridge, because oh my god, as already happened in Western media, they would hit the rail carriages full of people fleeing from the war. I'm just waiting for Donatella the imbecile, Donatella of Amnesty fucking Travesty International coming out saying, oh my god, they're bombing civil passenger trains. No, they're not. They're going to make a spaghetti junction out of the rail yards and the rail on and off ramps of that bloody Kerch Bridge, so that no further genocidically compliant and compatible ammunitions and kit can go across from Krasnodar onto Crimea to be offloaded in places which are far away from Simferopol, but close enough in order to be working for the purposes of that genocidal thuggish regime. Yes, please bring me some Western media trolls for today. I'm in the right mood.
Actually, I'm sorry to say, I think we're fresh out.
Well, then you'll be surprised. At a later stage, Tom Much will come join us, and he has actually had the pleasure of speaking to Donatella.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing for something else, but I just realized that I didn't know how to say air defense in Russian. And I realized that it was only one letter away from beer. And I don't know, it is making me giggle. Okay, last night we had also, we're lucky enough to have, sorry, I'm blanking on his family name. If you give me a quarter a second.
Ekatoveri?
Yeah, Roman Ekatoveri coming to speak to us as an impromptu. That was quite nice. He was really upset about this whole visa thing. He went on, he opened by a 20-minute rant on it. Just the sheer energy coming out of it was could have replaced the Zaporizhia nuclear station for about 6 or 7 hours. And then we moved on to more economics questions, and he's very good. I didn't know that he was a specialist of damn it, I'm blanking, psychology, economics, and so he had a lot to say about what the Ukrainian psyche is. And what was very interesting as well was that he wasn't trying to paint a perfect picture of the country. He was saying that for him there were two cultural aspects that needed to be worked a little bit. The first one was mutual trust, that the Ukrainians up until now did not trust each other a hell of a lot. He was assigning it to, well, first of all, the Soviet period and the catastrophic early years of independence, where a lot of crooks took advantage of normal people. So trust is inter-societal trust is fairly low. And the second thing he thought that he would like to work on was the trust in the market. Also a little bit for the same reasons. A lot of the a lot of the monopolistic oligarchs moved in and took advantage of quote unquote the new market economy to completely build fortunes unduly, and he was. It was very touching because he was very open about those problems, and also he was extremely positive and hopeful that they could be solved. We had a quick talk about sausage, Ukrainian sausage.
But can we interject one thing? Because I hate the fact that you just made it out about the market economy. It was nothing about the market economy. What he said was about the new opened society at that point in time. And just because something seemed open, it was not a market economy. Under Leonid Kuchma, it was an oligarchy, not a market economy. I know that French people have an issue with this, but you need to really restrain yourself in that regard.
Oh, Axel, sorry, I didn't come through. I did not express myself correctly. What I meant to say was, it was under the banner of quote unquote market economy. I did not imply. I didn't mean to say that it was even a functioning market economy, and let alone what any economist would consider a functioning market. That's not what I was trying to say. Don't worry.
Thank you for the clarification. That is much appreciated, because it would have been like one of those Clinton statements that she should put some ice on it.
Okay, I'm really not getting the reference, but fine. I don't mind. I don't mind cool ice. It's particularly hot right now in Paris. Ice would be good. So it was very hopeful, and also shared about his projects. He's opening in the coming few weeks an American university in Kyiv, and he's targeting there. He's having a real strategic view of what he thinks Ukraine needs in terms of professionals, and they're going to try to work on this. And so let me remember what he said. I think he said literature experts, people into critical theory, and no, of course not. I'm just saying this to annoy Axel. He mentioned IT engineers. He also identified anything related to engines, and he especially mentioned rocket engines as one place where the Ukrainians already have a significant advantage, and they should work on it. And the third one, to my great shame, I don't remember it. But what was very interesting was that he said, yeah, there's a lot of things that sound good, but we cannot do everything. And so we're focusing on these three programs of excellence that will help the country both internally and as well in terms of capacity for exports and building the Ukrainian, rebuilding the Ukrainian economy from the ground up. So yeah, that was great. The reconstruction started, and it's not like your father's reconstruction. They're just not putting back the bricks where they were, even though this will have to be done as well. They're looking forward. They're building a better country than what it was before, and things are looking up on this front. And yeah, that was good. I think he's always a great speaker, and whenever he can come back, I think we'll all be delighted to have him. Oh yeah, no, he mentioned something else. He was very candid about the level of losses that the Ukrainian economy has taken and how much it has shrunk, just in terms of territory, population. Already, it's a completely different beast. Millions have been either taken away and are now on the Russian-occupied territories, or had to flee, either internally or to foreign land, which as a consequence has shrunk the Ukrainian economy. And if you add to this the fact that the armed forces are now employing close to 1 million people, as well as a number of people who are indirectly supporting the work of the armed forces. What was Ukraine even as recently as February 23rd and what it is today is completely different. Ukraine is really a war economy. They're doing it like for real, like in a way that Europe has not done it since World War II, and it was so by understanding this also made the whole Copenhagen recent the whole recent Copenhagen summit to try to support the Ukrainian government with money to support the Ukrainian economy as all the more important because they need it. They absolutely need it, and they need also long-term commitment, not just a sort of shot by shot, because people on the markets cannot fully trust a shot by shot approach. If the next 3 months or the next 6 months the whole thing just collapses, there may not be the appetite for it. And so he was arguing in favor of a long-term, solid commitment for Ukraine from the part of the international community. So there.
Did you note why it's important to have grants as opposed to loans?
I would like to thank you for your astonishing support from all Ukrainians that you're bringing on this panel. Lately there was a topic in Washington Post newspaper.
Ow?
Hello?
Hi, he got as far as Washington.
Yeah.
He got as far as Washington Post.
Yeah, there was a post in Washington Post about pre-war intelligence gathering and how US and all the allies tried to convince Ukraine that invasion is going to take place. So I assume not everyone has a subscription to Washington Post. So if somebody has, can they?
No, Owl, it's simple. We for cat litter paper, we have the New York Times typically, and it's bad enough already, and it's completely sufficient for the amount of cats we don't set our dogs on.
All right, I got you. Thank you.
Российские десантники не просто не отошли, а продвигаются вперед, бьют врага уже на ближних подступах к Киеву.
Domin, on a completely different topic, I've been looking at joint ventures between Western European companies and Turkish ones that may or may not be active in Russia at the moment. And I'm afraid that the model that InBev represents with its alliance with Ethos is not a single shot. There's actually probably more. I've found one for sure and a couple others likely, and I've only looked into it for barely an hour. So there's there could be quite a lot of other ways through which the European companies are still working with Russia while at the same time looking like they don't. I haven't found actual cases yet of a European company selling its shares in a Russian venture to a partner that it owns in whole or in part, as we've seen with InBev. But everything short of this is reproduced by other companies. I'm trying to make a beginning of a list so we can talk about it a bit further as soon as possible.
Maybe let's rehash the whole beer story from the start. So in 2011, was it? Actually, yes. Ben, you tell us. What happened in 2011?
In 2011? I was still in the Netherlands. Oh yeah, okay, that doesn't matter. No, in 2011, I think it's an English company, SAB Miller, had invested relatively heavily in new markets. So Africa, Asia, and Russia and Ukraine. It's a brewery. It specializes in beer and other such stuff. Even though there's also they're also selling Coke, I think, in some places. They had a business in Russia and Ukraine, and for some reason, they decided not to handle it directly anymore, but to pass it on to another company, which was looking to expand in those markets, and that other company was Anadolu Efes, which, as it turns out, is the largest, the market leader in beer in Turkey. So a very big company, headed by a very important man in Turkey, a very rich man, and So that was the first step. And then 5 years later, in 2016, oh, sorry, I forgot an important point. They didn't sell it for money. They sold it for shares. So SAB Miller, the English company, the British company, became the proud owner of 24% of its Turkish counterpart. So what you have now is a British company that does not have direct operations in Russia anymore, but has a share in a Turkish company which has direct operations in Russia. Forward 5 years, and you're in 2016, and apparently they had a lot of money, or it felt intelligent for them to do this at that point. Another large brewer, this time the Belgian AB InBev, decided to buy SAB Miller for the markets that were super important. The FT talked about it constantly for several weeks. This was a very, very big operation, and so it worked. Apparently, it didn't work very well. Over the next few years, some of the assets of SAB Miller had to be shuttered. But the new company, InBev, the Belgian company, had acquired SAB Miller, and with this company, the 24% in Efes. And that's where it gets a little bit complex, because the next year, the Belgians realized that through their ownership in Efes, they were doubling their own operations in Russia. In effect, their InBev had operations going on in Russia, but as a result, they were competing against a company they own a part of at the moment. So it felt silly, so they decided to do a joint venture. So they created a joint venture between Efes and InBev, and this sort of little monster became the main player on the Russian beer market. which is fairly sizable. So that's quite a lot of money. And so we're in 2016. Forward a little bit, and we arrive in 2022. The Russians attack. There's the full-scale Russian attack on Ukraine, and a large amount of pressure is put on Western companies to withdraw from Russia. And apparently, InBev does this immediately, very, very fast. Early April, so barely a month after February 24th, they withdraw, sell off their assets in Russia, and walk away. The detail is, who do they sell it for? Sorry, who do they sell it to? And that person they sell it to is their partner and FS, the Turkish guys. So what you have is, but of course they own FS to a large extent. So what they're doing is that they're selling their assets to another company which they own in part. So they're almost selling to themselves. And then they walk away. So there's already a bit of a magic trick there, which makes them look good and at the same time allows them to keep a foot in the Russian market. But then it gets worse, because comes August, instead of quietly running the operations that they already have, FS decides to double down and to invest a large amount of money in a new brewery, a new factory in Kubela, in south of Moscow. So what you have now is indirectly a Belgian company, a European company, investing millions of dollars at the moment in a new venture in Russia, which is, well, a travesty. And our friends at Yale are looking into it and are they don't seem to be very amused by this sort of operations. Did I make myself vaguely understandable, or did I lose everyone?
Brewery A sells Russian operations to an English brewer sells Russian operations to a Turkish brewer in exchange for a stake in the Turkish brewer. Then a Belgian-American conglomerate buys the English brewer that has a large stake in the Turkish brewer. War breaks out, sanctions get imposed. The Belgian brewer has to then quit and change the Russian market and writes over all of the Russian operations onto the Turkish brewer, in which it owns a large stake, so it can pretend that its hands are clean,
update.
but nevertheless, they are
Full
selling
alert.
lots of stuff
This
in
message
Russia.
has been generated with municipal data.
Something like
that. Exactly. I'm sorry for I've delayed it so long. You should have said it in the first place.
No. It's good to have a proper explanation first and then a dumbed down second, rather than start with a dumbed down version and then have a proper one.
We could speak at the same time, so no one understands anything. Yeah, but the result is that there's a lot of there's the Europeans and don't have clean hands, and it's quite certain that a lot of people are aware of this and are letting this happen. I don't know exactly how sanctions regarding this could work. One thing for certain is that Turkey is
Air siren alert update. Zaporizhzhia.
Is
Full
absolutely
alert.
crucial.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
Sanctions courting, and I don't know how to do it. Either include Turkey in the sanctions one way or the other. So either you sanction Turkey or you convince Turkey to join sanctions. But one of the two needs to happen. Otherwise, there will be too many problems, because Turkey is the main entry door and has deep connections with the rest of Europe, whereas no country in the region is even remotely comparable.
Air siren alert update.
Like,
Donetsk.
I don't know how many
full
joint
alert.
ventures there are.
This message has been generated
German,
with municipal data.
French companies and Georgian companies, but it cannot be that many. Not talking.
Not compared to Turkish ones, no.
And yeah, and on top of this, while I was looking, there's a number of Turkish companies that are more or less directly owned by European conglomerates. So it might look like Turkish companies. It's written in Turkish and everything you want, but these are not Turkish companies. These are shells that are used, puppets that are used by French or Italian. I must have seen French and Italians at the moment, companies that, well, I don't know what they're doing. Some of them may be perfectly fine, but some of them may also have extremely nefarious
siren alert
activities.
update. Donetsk. Full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Even some even more strategic industries such as armament. There seems to be a few armament, in this case French armament companies, that have joint ventures with Turkey. And I don't know yet what they're doing. I'm not sure I will ever be able to find out. But I wouldn't be entirely surprised if some of the, unfortunately, armament that is rolling out of Russian factories at the moment has French assets in it, and so some French equipment in it. And if this French equipment arrived there via Turkey and via subsidiaries and joint ventures and what's not, that can be easily or more or less easily traced. So yeah, it's worrisome to say the least.
So, which French companies which French defense industry companies have joint ventures in Turkey or subsidiaries in Turkey?
There's okay, so still extant. There's Thales that has a joint venture, a subsidiary in Turkey called Yalis, and in the same page, but I could not determine which one was doing what. They mention exports to Russia of a slew of equipment. So that's the one I'm trying to find about, but my searching skills in Turkish are not excellent, so I'm not coming up with a lot at the moment. And in the automotive industry, there's a subsidiary called Tafos, a Turkish company called Tafos, which seems to have a sort of strategic agreement with at least 3 European companies, Seat, Fiat, and Renault. Again, cannot exactly confirm that they're currently active in Russia, but they, back in the early 2010s, they had sizable exports. So it may have stopped, or it may be continuing. So in this case, there are big question marks. I don't know if it's sure or not, but it feels like there's a pattern, and if I look under enough rocks, I will find something. So, yeah, writing letters and checking under rocks at the moment, my activity.
Okay, so maybe let's explore a little bit more how Turkey can be used as a bypass, just to clarify things a little bit. We've heard previously, for example, that what was it? What Italian
Kirovorod. All clear.
Products were
this message has been generated with municipal
was
data.
Exported to Turkey suddenly one month, and then an extra 500 million was exported from Turkey to Russia that same month.
I don't recall.
It was some very specific sector of manufactured goods, of industrial goods. It's things like that, really, right? Because Turkey is a relatively large country, relatively large market. It doesn't look nearly as suspicious if you suddenly sell quite a bit more to than, say, if you sell quite a bit more to Georgia in a given month, right? Or to Uzbekistan, because those are smaller markets, much smaller economies.
Air siren alert
Turkey is
update.
also relatively easy to
Kirovohrad,
get to.
all
There's
clear.
plenty of
This
very
message has
established
been
trade
generated
routes
with
that lead
municipal
to
data.
Turkey from, especially from Europe. So just because of that, Turkey is very convenient. The thing you said at the start, I think it's an interesting thing to discuss. Maybe you said either you include Turkey in sanctions one way or another, either as the one that sanctions or the one that is sanctioned, right? That's kind of the two options that you have. But at the same time, I mean, I can't tell which is easier. Yes.
Can I use an historical example and maybe an alternative? So the back in the days, so all the way up to the late 19th century, embargoes and the likes were stuff of war. There was either you were under embargo or you weren't, and if you were under embargo, you would have warships of a given nation just patrolling in front of your harbors. This was every bit as much of an act of war as bombardment was. And then comes the First World War, and a lot of more delicate thinking, playing around with the rules, and you especially the question of the neutrals came up, because you couldn't put a neutral under embargo, as embargo was an act of war. But on the other hand, if you let the neutral act as a platform for, a conduit for your enemy's trade, then your embargo is pointless. If you leave such a large door open in your blockade system, it may as well not do a blockade. And so the question emerged during the First World War, especially in regard with Holland, the Netherlands, which, as you know, was neutral at the time, but was also very, very close to Germany. So it was very difficult for the Allies to let important material arrive in the Netherlands, because anything they were afraid would help the German war effort. On the other hand, if they blocked every and anything, well, they couldn't they couldn't go forward anymore, because if they blocked everything, and if they included the Netherlands into the blockade, the Dutch economy, which was a small and very open economy, would collapse. So they had to strike a balance, and the balance was stricken by the heavy use of statistics. They went through all the trade statistics of the Netherlands over the past 3 years, and they told the Dutch, we will allow you to import up to the average of those past 3 years for any product that you want. If there's any other, any more than this, and it will not be given to you. And that's what they did.
It's kind of similar to the rules that the European Commission tried to institute on Kaliningrad, right? For the rail transit from the bulk Russia to Kaliningrad through Lithuania. The idea was kind of, well, you can take through as much as Kaliningrad typically uses and no more, right?
Yeah, that's exactly the same type of thinking, but with the extra amusing bit, which is that the Kaliningrad statistics are probably completely fake. So for all I know, they tried to, they tried to bring tons of vodka and missiles and called it lentils, but now they're stuck with importing only tons and tons of lentils. So that's a humorous part of the situation.
Yeah, and as we all know, that dal is a regional specialty in Königsberg.
Cannot hurt. Dal is good. Or we know a few Egyptians who know recipes to be done with lentils. They can also do this.
Oh, I'm sure.
Only one dish which survived from the days of Königsberg, and it's called Klops.
Please do not say this word in front of me.
It's fantastic food.
How do you say, meat cake, meat bread.
Look it up. Dr. Google helps. Königsberger Klops.
From economic sanctions to something a little bit more explosive. There's quite a lot of videos now emerging from Crimea, from around Mayske and Azovske, of artillery shells scattered across roadways and courtyards, coming from that large ammo dump, disassembling itself rather rapidly and furiously. I don't think I've seen that before in previous cases of ammo dumps being struck with just like scatterings of artillery shells across roadways. Maybe it was because other places were just farther away from things, or maybe it was just because they were in more recently occupied territories and the security was a bit tighter. But it's very interesting, to say the least, to see somebody had to drive down the road and avoid the artillery shells just strewn across the road at a kind of a random disposition.
Well, I think it was Trent Talenko who very early during the war pointed out the fact that the Russians did not have politicization and the forklift necessary for modern logistics, and that just confirms it. If you need to unload a train by hand, well, you're not gonna take the boxes of ammunition 10 or 15 meters or 50 meters or a kilometer away from the rail tracks, because you have to carry it by yourself, and also that would increase the unloading time by 600%. So you just take them, drop them, move on to the next, and then you need to leave them there. So what is probably the case is that those makeshift entrepôts, open air entrepôts, if we want to call them like that, must go all along the railway for kilometers, because they're not modern warehouses.
I would like to announce to everyone that we have been joined by our resident logistics, especially rail logistics expert, who goes by the name of Craig, whose life ambition currently is to be employed by Ukrzaliznytsia. Craig, have you heard what's been going on today?
I have, yeah. Don't tease me. That's a life dream right there. If somebody offered me a job at that company, I would take it happily.
I was being serious.
Yeah, no. That's a dream job right there. I have been following what's there. I would focus our attention, if we're going to talk about rails in Crimea and what this means. You just have to. Let me pull up the. Hang on one second.
The map of railways in Ukraine.
There is. Sadly, I did not invent it, but somebody did send me it. But it's not. So it's not just the railway map that I'm talking about. Hang on one second. There's something else that I want to focus on as well. Hang on one second.
If you have a link to that, can you send that to Ben and I so we can talk about it better?
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. I'll come right back. Let me get this stuff organized, because there is something I want to point out to you. So give me just a sec.
Perfect. I'm on the edge of my seat. And I realized that sounded sarcastic as well. It's not. I literally am. Literally am. Aha.
Yeah. So I just sent you I just sent you the name of that the nearest town.
Krasnoperekopsk.
There you go. That is where the main switching yard is before you hit Crimea. So just north of that town that Doman just mentioned, there is a major rail switchyard that runs north. It peels off just before it hits that land bridge into Crimea. That is probably the last, to my knowledge, that has not been struck in any large degree yet. Now, I'm not saying it has to be struck, but that is a major, it's a major industrial site. It has lots of storage capacity, easy access to rail, easy access to road. It's just on that little sliver of land bridge, if you will, as you head north out of Crimea following the E97 highway north and south. That is the major rail switchyard. That is the last major one in Crimea. Probably one that I've seen, most likely that's been used by Russia to store a lot of their logistical capacity as they run towards Kherson. Lots of storage for containers, warehouses. I mean, you name it, it's got everything you need. What I find to be interesting is that, from what I understand, that area has been abandoned. It is not in heavy use by civilians or anybody else. Probably because of HIMARS, if you want me to be quite honest with you. They've probably taken all that stuff out and repositioned it elsewhere throughout Crimea. But it's a good example of the capacity that you have there for logistics. It's good, it's modern, it's updated, it has cranes, it has transloading, it has the gauge that we've spoken about a lot. Lots of room there to store stuff. But in regards to what Ben was talking about, it's not just about having storage capacity we're talking about. It's about having the ability to actually get this stuff off the train in a timely manner and in an organized fashion. Trent has done a good job kind of walking us through, what you need. You need to palletize, you need to use cranes, you need to do something along those lines. This is an area that is perfect for that. But from what I understand, there's not a whole lot of activity there anymore. There was a lot in the initial stages, but there is not anymore, simply because trains can't run north anymore. The rail moves in parallel to the E97 highway. It just follows the road all the way north. And then there's a little bit of a spur that comes off just north of that land bridge. But that rail traffic has all but disappeared. And probably that's a good thing, because they're going to need a lot more locomotives to get Russians out of Crimea because, they're queuing up. They want to get out.
So let's talk about the way that railways in Crimea are designed. There is effectively a railway cross in Crimea. All the rail in Crimea goes through one town, and that one town is called Jankoy. Right? It's in the north of Crimea, kind of in the center. There's a cross that goes through there. There's a line that goes from sort of Sevastopol and Simferopol in the southwest through Jankoy north to across Chongar towards Novo-Alexeyevka and towards Melitopol. The other line goes from the southeast, from the Kerch Bridge, through Jankoy towards Krasnoperekopsk, the place that Craig was just describing, Armyansk, onward to Berlievka and the city of Kherson. Those are the only two lines really in Crimea. There's some spurs off those, but fundamentally everything goes through Jankoy. There's a giant explosion currently going on about 20 kilometers next to the rail line, about 20 kilometers to the southeast of Jankoy towards the Kerch Bridge. So that line is currently out of service. One of those four spurs is currently out of service. The line going from Jankoy towards the northeast is also out of service because there's a bridge that's blown on that one and they can't even get anywhere close to Melitopol on that one. The line towards Kherson only goes towards Kherson and can't even get to the city of Kherson because the railway bridge across the Dnipro before Kherson is broken. So the only bit of the railway in Crimea that currently really functions is getting people from Russia across the Kerch Bridge into Crimea, and then they have to take road transport from there on. And the little segment between Jankoy and Simferopol and Sevastopol. That's about it. This is pretty useless as far as railway logistics goes, is it not, Craig?
It is, but you can still take the highway. To my understanding, you can still take the highway. Hang on one second. You can still take the P23. You can still drive from
Air siren alert update.
following
Zaporizhzhia. All clear.
23.
This
all the
message
way
has been
east.
generated
There is
with
another
municipal
rail
data.
junction further to the east. It kind of creates a little bit of the letter Y, the English letter Y, where you have one running northeast, you have one running directly east, and you have looks like a commuter train running south. Also probably a logistics train running south. But what we're talking about is that Russians can still get out. What I find to be interesting, and this is what I'm trying to look at right now. I don't know if you can hear my mouse clicking, but I'm trying to understand where everybody is queuing up
Air
to
siren
get out.
alert update.
Because
Zaporizhzhia.
it looks like
all clear.
Hang on one
This
second.
message has been generated with municipal data.
Axel,
You're very weak, Axel.
Can't hear a word you're saying, brother.
It's like you're on the other end of the stadium.
Is he in the iron lung again?
Can you hear me now?
Barely, incredibly weak. You're clear, but you are very, very weak.
He's training Liverpool.
While we're waiting for Axel, what I find to be interesting is
Zaporizhzhia. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
I wish somebody would send me a train schedule, for crying out loud. Give me just a second here. So this looks.
Is there an app you can download?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, how do you pronounce this, Doman? Help me out here. It's Simferopol. Simferopol. Okay. To my knowledge, that is to the northeast, right, of Sevastopol, correct?
Yes, Simferopol is on the train line between Sevastopol and Jankoy.
So
to the northeast, yeah.
So obviously, if they're queuing up there, then they have to be able to find a way north, right? That
they can get to Jankoy, but they can't get anywhere from Jankoy. They'd have to go by road from Jankoy to Feodosia.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm getting at. Like, taxi business along that P23 is a growth industry right now.
Yep. The road from Simferopol to Feodosia, that's where people are going to be going out on. Yes.
Yeah, I find it. Now, I'm not. Some people don't have cars. I understand that, but what I find to be interesting is that there's no. Call me a little bit of a logistical nerd here, but as I'm looking around and
are you surprised that there's no bus service?
There you go. Oh, you stole it. Yes, you stole it right out of my mouth. Yes, I'm absolutely shocked that there are no buses that are running. But yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth.
So they didn't come prepared, Craig, when they genocided people?
It would appear not. It would appear that there's no preparation whatsoever, because it's not that far of a drive. It's a 35-minute drive from Simferopol to that other town.
Feodosia.
Thank you so much. It's about a 45-minute drive. It's not very far. It's got a major highway that runs that way. But there's exactly what Axel said. He stole it. If you look around, if you have a lot of people waiting around, generally there should be some bus services. There should be some public transportation to get you there, because not everybody has a car. And sometimes you just rather take a bus than a train, because you have to go up and then you have to go down south again. What I find to be interesting, as Axel pointed out, is that there's that road. Hang on one second. Let me actually hold on. Maybe I can track the traffic pattern here. Hang on. Let's have a little thought experiment. So we're going to go from there to, let's see. Let's go to that town. Nope, no vehicle traffic at all. Interesting. And Google is providing traffic delay information for this area. So I'm doing it both ways. I'm doing it from west to east. Oh, there we go. All right. We got a huge bottleneck. We got a huge traffic jam. So for those that are interested, there is a very large traffic jam just outside of Sinistopol. It is about 3 miles outside. You got a traffic jam approximately about 10 miles long trying to get out. It looks like there's a bottleneck forming as the roads split off. And it looks, yeah, that's a pretty long traffic jam. You can just go to Google Maps, put in your directions, and there's a big bright ribbon. So if you want to really get a laugh, take a screenshot of that and tweet that out and ask everybody, where are you going? Wait, where are you going? We were just having fun. The party was about to start. And it looks like, 1, 2, 3 kilometers. Hang on. 5. Yeah.
Craig,
go ahead.
You have to understand. Very many people who came from Russia in recent years to Crimea, because they heard that there were lots of empty houses because the Russians kicked the previous occupants out. Or the previous occupants fled because they didn't want to get imprisoned and tortured. Or the previous occupants were imprisoned and tortured. See, people who came from Russia instead, they are very sensitive to proper workplace health and safety. And once they realized that there are people in Crimea who smoke on their workplace, well, they just couldn't have any more of that, could they have? That's what they're going at.
I can't imagine any other reason. That seems to be a pretty good reason. I'm going to kind of monitor this throughout the day because it seems like it's only getting worse. The red just keeps on going to the northeast. I hit refresh, and the traffic jam just keeps on following. It is, for those that are interested in a good laugh, it is the P23 highway. P23, it runs northeast towards the Kerch Strait. We got another traffic jam about 19 miles from the city that is starting to form, and then another bottleneck by the exit ramp. This is where buses would come in handy if you had any kind of sense. But yeah, this is going to be humorous to follow this throughout the day. You're watching mass panic in real time, trying to get out, and you can just follow it on Google. It's quite humorous.
Is there also a traffic jam on the P whatever it is that leads due east of Simferopol?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So,
because you said northeast. I thought you meant from Simferopol towards Jankoy.
No. I'm sorry, directly east. Forgive me. Yeah, the road kind of deviates northeast and then it turns gently east. So yeah, I should say it is running directly to the Kerch Strait. That's the road that we're talking about. It's the P23. And yeah, it goes all the way to the traffic jam extends. This is actually quite fun. Gosh, I wish somebody would take a picture of this. Because you're watching buyer's remorse in real time, people. This is buyer's remorse in real time.
I mean, is it buyer's remorse if they stole it in the first place?
Yeah, fair point. Yeah, no, this is okay. So I'll just say regret. This is regret in real time. Yeah, this is the traffic jam in the middle of the city. So all you need to do is just follow that red line. It actually starts right where that where the main squares are, what you in the United States might call a rotary. So here in the United States, we call them rotaries. They're the little circles, the plazas, the squares, if you will, in Europe. But in the United States, we call them rotaries. They're the little circles that you drive around when you come to the middle of a city, so people can just kind of keep on driving. You don't have a traffic light. There's 2 of them in that area, and it is a complete log jam from the center all the way running to the northeast. It's stop-and-go traffic all the way out. And then once you get to the city, oh, my gosh, that's bad. That's worse than the 405 in L.A. It's just one big bright red ribbon all the way from the center all the way running east.
Axel?
Sorry, apologies. I have some sawmill going on in the backyard. I apologize.
Right, Craig, I will send you some broadly phoneticized city names.
Much appreciated.
The Crimea.
That's a very good thing for him.
Yeah, no, it's good. They're easy. It's just and we can hear out what Dr. Nick has to say in the meantime.
Hey, I just have to say, because, you know, this is just amazing. I am so excited and I'm giddy that, this is happening, and, maybe it's a little bit of karma happening, and to see it in its full glory. Maybe not full, but it's, maybe it's starting to blossom. That Russians are starting to, go back to from whence they came. Kind of like what Dom said earlier about how, they slinked themselves across from the Kerch Strait, and to take up occupancy of these homes that, perhaps belong to Tartars, or people that perhaps they were killed, or perhaps fled Crimea before. And, this was Russia's MO. This is what they've done for centuries in Ukraine. Either outright killing people, or people fleeing, and then importing people from Russia proper to take over these lands. And then, it's just all the way up until the modern day. And to now see these people leaving is just amazing. And I'm so happy to see it. So that's just what I wanted to say. And I hope we continue to see this. And then I hope that bridge just gets blown up somehow, kind of like I mentioned yesterday, whether it's that they're training some Jaegers, or, training with some Jaegers or some SEALs or something like that's going on that we don't know about. And, somebody can blow that thing up somehow. I know it's hard, but I want to see it gone.
I'm excited that we don't know about it. Because it will be, I for one, am excited that we don't know about it, because it'll be even better when it happens.
Yes, exactly. It'll be like Christmas.
Quite. Or any other holiday, or a completely non-denominational holiday, depending on what you're into. But a big celebration, one way or another. And one thing I want to highlight is the following. Back a month and a half ago, when Russians evacuated Snake Island, they said that this was done as an expression of goodwill.
Right.
And at the time, I noted that it is clearly the only way to get any goodwill out of Russians is to dump a whole lot of lead on their heads. And then suddenly they realize that they have some goodwill to give to others.
Right.
And this is what finally Ukraine has started to do in Crimea, one way or another. There's a lot of things going bam and bush in Crimea, and suddenly we see all of these expressions of goodwill.
Right.
By the what should we call them? Occupiers, settlers,
colonizers.
Right. Of Crimea, and they're expressing a lot of goodwill and making their way out, albeit quite slowly, because they're stuck in a traffic jam, as Craig has so vividly described, with all those red ribbons on Google Maps. But that's what's needed, right? And all that Ukraine needs is a whole lot more capacity to drop a whole lot more lead and explosives on Russians' heads,
right?
Because otherwise they don't remember to express any goodwill to anyone ever.
Right. Of course, the goodwill is the official line, right? Because we see lots of coping from ordinary Russians who don't seem to understand, and who are quite upset that this is happening, because, they really liked Ukraine. I mean, they really liked Crimea. I'm particularly thinking of that one video. I've been out of the country and all of that, so I've kind of missed some of the stuff that's been happening. But, and I'm sure that there's been others, and there will be more to come. So, but look, it's not their land, and they need to get out. So, and they all need to leave. Every single one of them need to get the hell out. And I'm very excited to see this, and more needs to come. And, I'm just so excited to see this. Like, I'm giddy, just like you, Dom. I'm giddy. I'm just so giddy about it. You know,
it's very hard not to be. I think
right.
even for an Austrian, it's very hard not to be.
Right.
Vishniakovsky, are you giddy as well?
I'm not giddy. Absolutely not. I'm just very curious for the big Kerch Bridge firework on 24th of August. I'm super curious. On 24th of August, that's where I place my bet. The Kerch Bridge will go boom. And I'm instilling fear on all my social channels, fear, uncertainty, and doubt in Russians that on 24th of August, their fucking bridge, excuse my French, will blow up. Let's keep spreading that date. And I hope it becomes truth. You know, it's like in Austria, we believe in the Christkind, which is the alternative to Santa Claus. And children write their wishes to Christkind. And my wish is 24th of August that the Kerch Bridge blows up. Thank you.
It's like baby Jesus.
Baby Jesus it is. I think baby Jesus will take a dump in the size of Atacams on the Kerch Bridge.
So if I could just, there appears to be, I'm just refreshing my traffic thing one more time before I have to head to work. But by all intents and purposes, hang on one second. I'm trying to see if I can figure out what's happening. Because I don't start laughing yet, but there appears to be a car accident just based on traffic patterns and movement. These are roundabouts. These are designed to alleviate traffic. But there's a red ribbon from the center of Simferopol to the next rotary, and it has been bright red the entire time for the past 20 minutes. And then after that, it turns blue. That's generally an indication of a traffic accident or something has broke down, because it's bright red all the way from there to there, where the train station is, where everybody's kind of, hanging out, the main square. It's kind of like the bus depot, if you will. And then it stops at KUI, if you guys really want to get a good laugh going. There appears to be some kind of log jam. It is KUI BYSHEVA square. So you just go to that square, put in Google Maps. That has been bright red for about 30 minutes now. So that's probably, and then after that, it turns blue. Probably a good indication that there's been a traffic accident and they're trying to clear the road. So, sucks to be a traffic cop today in Sevastopol. It's not going to be a good day for you. Drink lots of coffee, because this is probably going to be an all-day event.
Sounds like a good plan. No, just one more time, Craig, before you go. How big a problem is this for Russian resupply of their Zaporizhia and Kherson fronts?
Well, Zaporizhia that's a little different. So it's important to separate these two, because here's the thing. In the Zaporizhia area, they still have access to shipping. If you really want to be creative, if you really want to do this the right way, you wouldn't be transporting your goods over land. You would actually just take your shipping from Rostov-on-Don and then find a place to dock it. Most likely Berdyansk, which is right on the coast of the Sea of Azov. That's where you would want to handle your logistics. Those land routes are not safe from special forces or otherwise. So I would separate Zaporizhia from that if you had a brain. I'm not saying they do, but if you had a brain. But Kherson, I'll say it succinctly. Kherson is lost. Kherson is lost if you're Russians. It is over. The game is over. It is time to get out. Me and John Ridge did some exercises last night in regards to how you would get out. If you guys really want to get really micro into this, focus on Palada Kherson. That is PALLADA. That is Palada Kherson. That is the main barge embarkation point on the western bank of the Dnipro. That is where you're going to go. Everything else, there's no dock area. not unless you want to take a tour. There's like a little tour ship that kind of pedals out there. But that's going to be your escape route out of Kherson if you're a Russian trying to get out, or an S-24 that needs to float across the river. But yeah, Kherson's lost. It's gone. It's over. Best advice: get out now while you can, because you're either going to starve to death, get shot, drown, or hell, I would just take off my uniform, throw on some civilian clothes, hide out in a house, and wait for the Ukrainians to come. I mean, quite honestly, it's over. Kherson's, it's done.
Yeah, but you're easily detectable because they can get your accent clear.
Fair enough. Good point.
Shield and Freund, as they say, as Axel's people would say.
Get out now is my best advice. Get out now.
I'm unsure if we covered this. I think we touched on it a couple of days ago. Is there any basis to these rumors that the Russian officers in Kherson have abandoned their troops?
That's correct. The command. So that was actually confirmed last night. The high command has gone to the eastern bank of the river. CJ just threw his hand up, but he might have some more detail. But that's been reported by numerous outlets. The high command, the headquarters, has repositioned all the way to the eastern bank.
Yeah, I would just add on, this is due to the supply issues that are being caused. When we're creating these supply convoys, they have to get made, basically outside of HIMARS range. So it really didn't make sense for the command to be on that side anyways, in my opinion. So it solves one problem of coordinating logistics and causes another, which is lower morale since they're further away.
The important thing, if I could, CJ, while you're here, I think the important thing is to keep those M777s as far away from these embarkation and de-embarkation points as possible. As Russia, there are still some units north of Kherson. There are still some, VDV and regular army units there. Ideally, you wouldn't want them all to die. You would want to get at least some of them out. But the important thing is to keep those M777s away from those embarkation and de-embarkation bottlenecks, because then you just get a Donetsk River crossing, like we saw several months ago, where you just line up those 777s, pre-sight it, and then pull the trigger.
Note, Craig, as well, that my understanding is those VDV and the like, they're in the north of occupied Kherson Oblast on the right bank, towards Kryvyi Rih. They are not around the city of Kherson, if I remember correctly. Someone, feel free to correct me. But the bridges across the Inhulets are likewise mostly not functioning either. So, what should we say? It's not the best. It's not the easiest thing to try to get them out as well, right, CJ?
Well, yeah, and to be fair, I don't even know if Craig said it today, but today was the record high for Russians shooting artillery in Kherson in terms of number of artillery rounds they launched at Ukraine. They are trying to keep Ukraine back, and even if we don't see rolling columns of tanks, rolling into the area, Russia's trying everything they can, either to build time and space for a delay action to kind of retrograde or something else. But it kind of got lost in the news of Crimea today, but Russia is firing actually more artillery shells in Kherson than ever before. But the real question is, can they keep that up for a while? And I don't think so.
Do we have a location on where that artillery is firing, or is that across the entire front, would you say? Depending on the range of where the batteries are, of course.
It's a combination of the classic Mykolaiv strikes, but actually more in the central portion near the Ingulets and where most of the Russian forces are concentrated. Something's going on. It's very difficult to say just because all we have is FIRMS data and reports of pretty much an insane volume of artillery fire from the Russian side. I mean, it could be a last gasp, it could be covering fire, or they could have, I don't know. It doesn't seem possible that they found more ammo or found a way to fix their logistics trains. So I don't know. If you saw that happening, Craig, what would you make of it?
That's good. That's got to, if you're talking about, so what time is it right now? It's 5, what is it? What time is it? But yeah, 5 o'clock. So
it started around noon when Crimea started to get hit, local time there, and then it's been increasing through dusk here. and no one's really sure what to make of it. Again, it's kind of spotty reporting, but it is different than normal.
You can't, because that's
they continue through the night and then they attack in the morning.
This could be what you call an offensive defensive move, where you push out a little bit to create room for yourself, right? Rather than kind of being suffocated by the coils of the snake, right? So you try to, the worst thing you could do when you're being squeezed by a snake is to breathe, right? That's how a snake actually gets you, because every breath you take in, the snake can actually squeeze you more. And so what Russia could be doing by this artillery is by using it, as Axel said, to prep the ground. I'm not an operational guy, so I don't know how that would work on a tactical level, but you would prep the ground and then, use that artillery as a screen to move forward. But that isn't like an offensive. It's actually more of a defensive, offensive room to give yourself space, so you don't, what's the mile range on an M777, CJ? What is it, 25, 30 miles, give or take?
With Excalibur, it's 25 miles.
So standard range is probably about 18, 19?
Exactly.
Yeah, so you're trying to, again, I just emphasize embarkation and de-embarkation points. You have to keep those places out of artillery range, because the only way you're going to get artillery, as CJ pointed out, is through this area of Polota. This is where, that I've come to find out over the past several days, Russia has been moving its logistics, because there's an embarkation on the east bank and a de-embarkation heavy industrial area with cranes, pallets, forklifts. Everything you need is in that area of Polota, where it's a great docking area for barges that Russia stole. And so, to CJ's point, it's not about getting stuff across the river. It's about getting stuff to the river to cross. So to answer CJ's point, there's no way you're going to fix that, because I don't care how many barges you have. It's like buses lined up in front of a stadium that doesn't have any people in it, right? It doesn't matter. And so it's just, I think that in my mind, if you're going to fire this much, if you just break out the old calculator and pencil and paper, if you're going to fire this much volume, that has to be your reserve. That has to be everything you got to create space for areas for you to sort of get your heavy equipment, electronic warfare, your really sensitive stuff you really don't want people to capture. Get that out of Kherson now, because while you don't care about a minority ethnic Russian, you do care about your electronic warfare and your sensitive information. You would hypothesize.
And Craig, just to be clear, around that little island to, let's say, west south of the city of Kherson proper.
Siren alert update. Kharkiv.
You were a little broken.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
Palada, right? It's the little island just off the.
Yes,
that's where the port is as well. That's like the old port area of the city.
Correct. There's sites. So me and John and a few other people were doing some Google recon last night, and we determined site A and site B. There's two ways to get out of Kherson, and I think it's important to talk about. The area along Polota, you risk that's an embarkation point. It's very industrial. It's not an Azov steel plant, nowhere near it, but it's a very industrial area. You could just cross the river. There's an inlet right there where you can simply cross over. Tons of cranes, tons of stuff to move. It's literally you could see it. You could literally see it from the other side of the river.
Siren alert
that would
update.
Be considered site
Kharkiv.
A.
Full
Site
alert.
B is
this
further
message has been
downriver.
Generated with municipal data.
But that has a very small scale. So if somebody's looking at me and says, "Hey, how many can we get out?" I would look at it and say, "Well, the port capacity can't be scaled up because I need to move cranes. I need to move heavy machinery. We have to lift stuff off the boat because there might not be a ramp. Well, how many ramps do you have? Well, I have 4. Well, how much does that take to move in a day?" Right? All these logistical questions start to kind of pop up. And so that would be site B. You wouldn't want to blast that de-embarkation point because there's a lot of civilian housing down there. I mean, a lot. Very, very dense residential areas.
Kharkiv.
So you don't want to be targeting that with HIMARS.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
But the far side of the river, the eastern side, right across, there's a monument of the first shipment. You can actually Google that. Just Google monument of the first shipment in Kherson. And then you look right across to the eastern bank, you're going to see 3 little inlets that are obviously artificial. Those are man-made. That has tons of capacity for you to unload, to de-embark whatever you need to get off. So those are probably your 2 most likely exit routes if you're Russia right now. To what CJ's talking about, it could be that the Russians saw the Ukrainians moving up, trying to get within artillery range of some of these points, and they're trying to kind of create this screen, like Axel said, push forward a little bit and buy themselves a couple of days, maybe.
One thing to note, Craig, if I remember correctly, and this is some reporting by Ukrainians, that island where the port facilities are on, you say there's lots of civilian housing, yes. My understanding is that the Russians cleared out civilians from that area largely, and that they've been kind of fortifying it and using it as a base. I think that Ukrainians would be much happier hitting that with HIMARS than you might think.
Are you talking about the western bank, or are you talking about the eastern bank?
I'm talking about the bank as the cities.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, well, you know what I mean? I don't know that they cleared them out, but, I obviously have more of a caution when it comes to civilian casualties. But, yeah, if they're cleared out, then, yeah, fire away and have a good day.
Raver.
Hey, everybody. So, a couple of things. One, the firm's data doesn't necessarily have to indicate a Russian counterstrike, even if it's just localized counterattack. It could actually indicate a major move by the Ukrainians the Russians are reacting to. Just going to put that out there. I'm not saying it is or it isn't. On the river and getting across it. So the rivers in Europe are really, really low right now. Does anybody know the current depth of the inlets and the Dnipro and how wide the channels are? A lot of the Russian stuff can swim. Most of it can ford. So at what point does the river get low enough that the Russians can steal a move from the Ukrainians and throw down a bunch of culverts to allow water flow and then cover them with gravel like the Ukrainians did at Irpin to create some little quick one-lane bridges to get people out? That might be something to start looking for.
You can't do that on the Dnipro. The Dnipro is, I think at its deepest is about 100 feet deep, maybe more. The Dnipro is an enormous river. It's enormous, absolutely. It's not like the Mississippi, like a mile wide, but it is a very large river.
The Mississippi, by where I'm at, is almost a mile wide. The Arkansas is like half mile wide. But the reason I brought that up is because I heard something about hunger stones in the Rhine, and apparently there's places on the Rhine now where a tank can drive across without snorkeling.
Okay, so the hunger stones tweet was about, I think, the Elbe. If we're thinking of the same one, and somebody misinterpreted because there were 19s written, but they were carved in upside down, so people thought they were 16s. So there was actually 20th century stuff. But it's a very different weather situation where the Dnipro's from, where the Dnipro starts from, and the watershed of the Dnipro, than that of the Danube and the Elbe and the Oder and the Rhine. So it's not nearly as dry as those. Also, the flow is very heavily regulated because the last dam on the Dnipro is the one in Nova Kakhovka. And so I wouldn't be surprised if the Dnipro was roughly consistent from year to year, just because that accumulation lake upstream from Nova Kakhovka is so giant. So they don't really have to care of what the weather is in a given year. The Inhulets, maybe. The Inhulets is a small river. It's perfectly plausible that has a really low water level. But the Dnipro and Kherson shouldn't really be affected that much by it.
And you have to understand that the Dnipro Dam was built, in a big socialist conundrum between 1927 and 32. And it's huge in terms of its capacity for Ukraine. So 1.5 gigawatt. Key aspect of this, it has slowed down the water flow into the delta, has changed the way the biosphere actually works. It has changed everything Kherson was before. Even if it were to break, this is another thing, even if the Dnipro were to break, nothing would really impact Kherson. It would impact everything on the left bank.
Станом на зараз вже евакуйовано 6158 осіб. З них 1037
But yeah, Raver, there's no way that the Dnipro would get shallow enough for it to affect anything, or narrow enough for it to affect anything. That's not happening on the Dnipro.
Can we also highlight that Walter, the New York Times and its communists, including Walter Duranty, were instrumental to allowing the Soviet Union having the experts who were working on the Hoover Dam from General Electric going there to help the Soviets, right bang in the middle of killing all the Ukrainians to build that dam, so that they could power more Russified harbors and places from where they could then allow themselves to later requisition and export the grain. Very nicely done, New York Times. Thank you for your Pulitzer prizes. Would you mind returning them?
По 6 об'єктів закладів культури та охорони здоров'я відповідно і 1 об'єкт ЖКГ. Загалом вже реконструйовано 388 об'єктів.
And on that happy note, Doman, take it away. Give me some troll blood today.
Nobody wants to, be drunk, eaten, whatever it is. We do have a new speaker up with us, Sigrun, whom I gather is from Iceland by the last name, but I don't think she's a troll. Sigrun, are you a troll?
Понад 370 об'єктів критичної інфраструктури, житлової забудови та адміністративних будівель.
Then again, maybe Sigrun just requested accident. That happens sometimes as well. There we go. No worries about that. Some request buttons sometimes just turn on.
Doman, shall we talk about what the Royal Air Force has been up to?
What has the Royal Air Force been up to?
The Royal Air Force has been a very, very busy, tiny air force, and a Pakistani open source int project has reported that a number of C-17 Globemasters, which is the heaviest transport aircraft the Royal Air Force operates, has been bouncing between Rawalpindi in Pakistan, Cyprus, so British forces, the British possessions in Cyprus, and the Cluj International Airport in Romania, carrying something. Does anybody have any theories about what they might be up to?
Oh, Raver, you go.
Given that it's Pakistan, who will play all sides against all sides while they try to sit in the middle, could be 152mm artillery shells.
That's what I was thinking, but Pakistan operates a Chinese-made 152mm system. Can anybody tell me if those ammunition, while they are the same caliber, are actually compatible? Pakistan has operated Chinese systems since the war, basically. I don't think it's ever had Soviet artillery.
Pakistan also has, if I remember right, T-84s. So are they selling them back to Ukraine?
Yes, indeed. They do have about 300 Ukrainian T-80s. And Pakistan also has their own maintenance and spare parts capabilities as well for those T-80s. So they're able to operate those tanks without any external support at all. And also they are quite a significant manufacturer of small arms and small arms ammunition. So it is be interesting to see what's going on there, because these flights are happening with startling regularity. They're turning around 1-2 flights a day at this point.
Presuming that the older Chinese systems that Pakistan has are based on like the D-30s, and assuming the ammunition is compatible, that's what Ukraine needs the most of to rebalance the artillery situation. Western systems can only be delivered so fast, whereas if you could find a reliable source of 152 millimeter ammunition. That allows a tube for tube parity with the Russians. So that would be my first guess. Would be artillery ammunition, then tanks or tank parts, and then other arms and ammunition.
Yes, and another curious thing is how this might fit in with a rumored arms deal between the British Ministry of Defense and Kazakhstan, for which I've only seen Russian sources, so I'm not particularly confident on whether or not that's a real thing. But allegedly, the British Ministry of Defense bought about $60 million worth of stuff, mainly Soviet-era ammunition, from Kazakhstan in the previous few days. And so it's entirely possible that this has something to do with that. But beyond that, I'm kind of speculating here. Derwin, do you know anything about this?
I know nothing about this at all. I know that the British MOD has been seeking out various sources of 152 ammunition specifically, but also 122 ammunition, because obviously Britain doesn't really manufacture those, or it never really has. However, my understanding was that they found those sources primarily in places like Bulgaria and Romania, and didn't have to venture further afield. But I guess that this flying pattern maybe suggests that just maybe they did indeed find somewhat further afield.
So I know Pakistan's got C-130s. I don't know what Kazakhstan has. Is there any news on flights between those two countries, shuttling ammunition from the stands to Pakistan to Ukraine?
Actually,
I was just going to ask, could you even get from Kazakhstan to Rawalpindi in a C-130?
Yes.
Yeah, you probably could.
Absolutely.
Because that's quite a lot of Asia you have to cross there.
Yeah, so if I remember right, Pakistan got some C-130Js. Their pilots were trained here in Arkansas, and that plane's got transatlantic range.
Right. Okay.
Tim, the answer is yes.
Cool. I mean, I guess this does make a great deal of sense if you consider that you're basically going in a U shape around all of the horrible ones, and then kind of tucking into Romania, whereas it would otherwise be a fairly direct flight. So yeah, I mean, I think it's entirely plausible that this is Kazakh stuff. Landing in Pakistan, being picked up by the Royal Air Force, flying to Cyprus, and then flying on to Romania. I understand Romania is quite a significant logistics point for the efforts in Ukraine.
Yeah, second only to Poland. I guess it makes sense. My previous understanding was that the things going from Kazakhstan were supposed to somehow be transited through Jordan. But I guess they could have changed their minds, found an alternate route. That's perfectly reasonable as well. So the Cyprus stop, is that meant to be as a pit stop or refueling stop? And would one be necessary? I guess due to the circuitous route and not flying over Iran, but
for a C-17, I don't think that would be necessary. No.
Then why are they stopping in Cyprus?
Dropping stuff up, picking stuff up. As one of the things about the Royal Air Force is they fly everywhere all the time. So if you're a member of the British Armed Forces, you can get very, very cheap flights to strange places at very short notice. So presumably they're not just doing whatever is going on in Pakistan; they're doing other things as well, which would. But somebody who knows more about the range of a C-17 perhaps can correct me.
I just siren alert update. Mykolaiv, full alert. Donetsk, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Why not fly Pakistan to Romania to Pakistan to Romania. That's kind of what I was getting at.
Sure, maybe it's the fact that they have to go around the nasty bits. But I haven't done the maths, so I don't really know. Cyprus is nice, though, so maybe they just stop because it's nice.
How many Russian money laundering actions are ongoing currently with British banks acting through their correspondents in Cyprus? Oh, sorry.
All of them.
Air siren alert update. Mykolaiv, full alert. Donetsk, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
I like the Somerset reference. I'm still looking forward to the Finns dropping a bomb on us. Speaking.
Can we get mogged?
Nah, I don't want to get a nasty letter from a lawyer. I'm going to wait for the dirty laundry to come out. I think.
It will be very old, early Victorian laundry, right?
Oh yes, it'll be long johns and starched collars and all of that stuff. Sorry, for the sake of people who are listening, this is the rumor that a certain prominent British politician is up to his scrotum in dirty Russian money, and the Finns have the dirt on him. And the Finns are our new best friends, so hopefully this little twat will be going down in flames. But more than that, I wouldn't like to say.
Oh, there was this wonderful skit of Monty Python with the twit of the year.
Oh yes. That's exactly what he's like. Yes.
Raver, I apologize, I interrupted you.
Oh, that's fine. I don't really follow British politics. It's just the little bit I do know. I think Sturgeon and Corbyn are my two least favorites. I was just wondering if it might be one of them.
No, of course, the SNP is a KGB operation, but this is a different. This is as is Scottish nationalism in general, but this is a completely different twat who is a Westminster politician and not Jeremy Corbyn. I don't think we can even out Jeremy Corbyn. It's quite obvious that he's been working for our enemies for his entire career, and he's a revolting anti-Semite, and nobody cares about him anymore. Imagine getting expelled from the Labour Party. How much of a dick do you have to be to get that done? Crikey.
Did he spend really that much money on paying it out to other anti-Semites, such as Donatella Rovera?
I don't know, is the answer. I mean, the Labour Party doesn't have any money, so it's not really in any position to bribe anybody.
But who then sponsored this coalition against the war with the people of Hackney's biggest ever woman shouting off rooftops?
Oh, you mean Diane Abbott?
Yes, of course. Since she's out of Thursdays, she had nothing else to do, right?
Yeah. The Stop the War coalition. I think that's funded by Iran. I think that's an Iranian op.
Actually, there is a lot of Russian money in there too, but it's okay.
Anyway, they're all two cheeks of the same revolting, multi-cheeked ass in British politics, and Amnesty is their newest cheek, supposing it wasn't already.
The upper, the lower, the outer, the inner, many cheeks.
Yeah, it's a system of multiple sphincters, each pumping out the same shit.
Right, and for our American audience, this was all still compatible with the applicable rules for radio.
Yes, apparently. But we've got an expert on trolling on the panel with his hand up. So Decoding Trolls, welcome back. You're very quiet, mate. You're really quiet. We can't hear you.
Decode your phone or your decode your phone, your headset, or your automotive system employing your phone.
It's done. Can you hear me?
Fantastic.
Perfect.
Oh, that is just as if you're sitting next to me.
I'm in the middle of 64 different things, but I cannot for 1 second stand here while Tim libels the English state. Scottish nationalism was born centuries before England appropriated the island of Britain for its own. And to impugn Scottish nationalism by identifying it with the Russia state, I'm afraid, is exactly a great example of why English people, and I don't know if you're English or not, Tim, but you're channeling Englishness there. It is exactly why Scotland will become free, wants to become free. And whether or not there is any connection with the Russia state, I have no knowledge. What I can tell our international audience here is that 99.9% of Scottish nationalism is a positive expression of national self-identity, which, in the same way that Muscovy has crushed national self-identity in Ukraine through hook by crook disinformation, violence, lies, libel, all of the rest of it since 1700, Scotland has been suppressed by England and by English people and by these dismissive attitudes.
Stephen, quick question. Do you prefer sturgeon or salmon when you look at Russia today?
Again, I will not have the whole of Scottish nationalism being denigrated or collapsed into particular leaders. Nicola Sturgeon, I believe...
The fish stings from the head, right?
I think Nicola Sturgeon is a fantastic leader, and I have never heard anything credible good against her.
How long has she been in charge of the party which has tolerated Alex Salmond's attitudes to young staffers?
Well, again, remember British dirty tricks, and I'm sorry that the entire British establishment, and I say this to someone who is educated as part of it. But anyway, all I want to say is, Tim, that cannot stand. That is absolute libel. It's not correct. And for our international audience, please respect the national self-determination of Scottish people. And I'll leave it at that.
I honestly can't work out if you're joking or not, Decoding.
My deepest apologies for mentioning the name. Can we go back to Ukraine, please?
I think that's a grand idea. Let's go back to Ukraine and let's make sure that Mr. Salmond doesn't get his payment from Russia today in order to advance and see discord further in the north of the Union, because the Union contributes massively to the support of Ukraine. And there have been fantastic soldiers of the Black Watch training people in Ukraine. John.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm not sure how I can tangentially pull this back to Ukraine.
The training regime of these experts of the Black Watch and other regiments who are involved in helping the Ukrainians, I think that's a perfect angle, isn't it? Rather than, neutrality.
Yes, the Black Watch are very fine soldiers. Scotland actually asked England for union because it was flat broke. And the English accepted, and Scotland rejected its independence in a free and fair referendum in 2014.
They have a free vote there, John?
Well, what we did was the English took our boots off their neck for about 30 seconds, so that they could all vote for that boot to be reapplied. And funnily enough, they did, because, where the English are so bloody awful and terrible and mean and nasty.
So the union is a good one, because the Welsh can make fun of the English, the Scots can be rampageous about the English. The English are happy with everybody else, and everybody drinks Scotch whiskey.
Yeah, we fight each other like cats and dogs, but that's our prerogative. And yeah.
All right. Well, can you keep your
anyway,
fighting to yourself then on your island and support Ukraine, please?
Oh, well, I mean, we absolutely do. We absolutely do. That is a point of agreement across the UK. It's just sometimes people from south of the border on the other island really feel the need to get on their high horse and start trying to wail on our country like they have some kind of moral authority, which is just laughable. But anyway, back to it. Thanks.
So, gentle people, let's try to get a focus on Ukraine.
Yeah. So, speaking of Ukraine, although it's not actually in Ukraine, it's in Crimea. Well, actually, it is Ukraine. Do we know what type of arms and ammunition were stored at that depot that got hit that is still apparently going boom, boom?
That is an interesting case because the secondaries lasting that long indicate that there's a lot of separate individual storages and a lot of compartments with seemingly a lot of individual grenades and the likes, because otherwise it would have gone off in a significantly big...
Oh, sorry, I just muted everybody by mistake. I do apologize.
Yeah, I realize that, but do we know, was it a naval depot, an army depot, an air force depot? If we know which branch of the Russian armed forces controlled that depot, it'll give us an idea about what Ukraine's thinking.
No idea who controlled it, but I can tell you there was a lot of Borchivd and rocket artillery stuff there. There are literally artillery shells littering a nearby road now, because they have kind of blown away from the main depot and fell onto the road some hundreds of meters away.
If there's pictures of those shells, are there any remaining identifiable characteristics? Like, does it say, 100, 130, 122, 152? Give us any type of an indication if these are army or naval shells?
Pretty sure all of this is army, just because the Navy's not been doing a whole lot. And so this is an ammo depot with seemingly quite some vehicles as well, probably as to a recent video, which is disposed parallel to rail tracks for quite a significant length. So some hundreds of meters at the very least, possibly up to something like a mile. And it's just next to the railway line. It's just to the side of the railway line. There's some warehouses and there's some open air storage, so to speak. And it's all, I mean, I'm pretty sure that it's all meant to be army. There were some Grad launchers, maybe, something along those lines, parked in a video next to there as well. Previously, not a necessarily very recent video, but in the recent days and weeks. Though, of course, why would the Russians have changed the way they use it recently, right? Because they wouldn't have thought that they'd need to implement any changes.
That would indicate army. So Ukraine's still going after Russian artillery munitions, which is a good thing.
All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Doing whatever they're doing there.
And if anything, we hear that the massively increased use of artillery shells today, right? In Kherson somewhere, which makes a difference because it also means that they're going to run out more quickly. From what they currently have in stock. Remember, there are no rail lines that can currently deliver anything from anywhere that Russia holds to anywhere that Russia controls on the right bank of the Dnieper.
I just had to read through an old piece of narrative here. Very interesting.
Your siren alert update. Mykolaiv.
If anybody
all
believes
clear.
The Russians
this message has been generated with municipal data.
You have to think what they did on August 18, 1941. They blew the Van Dam, the biggest, most spectacular ever project they had in their first 5-year plan, which would not have been realized without the massive amount of help from America, which they only got because communist Democrats, well, the New York Times and their associates were pushing and wheeling and humming and working very hard through the end of the 1920s and then the early 30s to make sure that this was actually opened. But as one journalist once wrote down, and I shall quote, "A film of the dam's destruction shows the central position of the dam erupting and water from the reservoir behind the dam flowing through the gap like a raging river. People
siren
living
alert
downstream
update.
had no
Michael
warning
Live.
as
All
village
clear.
after village
This
was ripped
message has been
apart.
generated
No
with
official
municipal
count of the
data.
dead is available, but estimates range from 20,000 Soviet to 100,000 Ukrainian human casualties. Dam tragedies are bad enough when the result of weather, but they are unspeakable when done on purpose." Think about it.
Aren't you a cheery one, Alex? So what's the closest point of Ukrainian approach to this dam?
What the fuck is wrong with you? Jesus Christ.
I don't know what Jesus has to do with it, but it seems about 41 kilometers.
So any news on the apparent report that somebody in Putin's inner circle is trying to get some sort of a peace deal?
I think this is more of a distraction topic. I think it's something we discussed a bit earlier on. We think it's more, as Doman put it, it's more of a Rudolf Hess thing. It's more of a Rudolf Hess thing than a Blessed Karl thing. It's a few people trying to get off a sinking ship, possibly, if the rumors are even true. But I think it's no coincidence that everybody wants to talk about this when there are bombs falling on sensitive parts of Crimea, the supposed Russian fortress. Not that I'm accusing you of distracting, Reba, but I think everybody, including myself, was slightly distracted by that.
Yeah, I was just asking for any updates.
Yeah, at best it's that. At worst, it's an intentionally fielded story to get another one of just stop the war, just stop the fighting narrative started again. To complete ignorance that there are still millions of people in occupied territories and Russian troops that no longer have to fight get to commit more genocide. It seems like that's another attempt to maybe start that as well. Decoding.
Thank you for remembering the dam. I've just posted a picture of dictator Putin at Zaporozhye Dam in, I think it's 2002, and behind him is his future puppet Medvedchuk, who's now in prison awaiting hopefully terrible things, who was going to be the puppet king who would take over from Zelensky, but alas came a cropper and ran away. But anyway, thank you for remembering the dam, and I just posted that picture of Putin regally waving at Zaporozhye Dam, which, you're right, was built by General Electric, and I can't believe that. I mean, can't believe it. What were we doing? That's like arming. That's like the Germans building the weapons, which we all pay in our taxes, or would pay in our taxes.
Yeah, but this was done decoding. This was done between 1927 and 1932. The turbine deal was struck at a point in time when unfortunately Calvin Coolidge was on the way out of government, and therefore an utter destruction of economic sentiment was taking place. So what shall I say? Durante.
Aha.
Gentlemen, I'll have to make a cup of tea. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Very good. And in the meantime, Carolina. Okay, there's a chance Carolina speaking in a muted phone.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay. Hi to all. Good afternoon in Europe. Good morning in the States. I wanted to add about the 1920s and GE in Russia, and I wanted to say that in the 1920s, many American corporations participated in the USSR with engineers and planning and construction, and it wasn't just GE. It was Ford Motor Company, GM, a lot of them, and Azov was built with the assistance of lots of engineers from the United States who went there. Ford sold multiples tractors to Stalin in those years and in the next years that followed. So it was a practice of the United States to encourage companies on their own to invest abroad, and many of them went to the USSR in those years, in the 20s, in the late 20s in particular, and up to 32 and so. So it wasn't unusual at all. It was encouraged. But it wasn't with American funding. It was with private funding of those corporations. And it's not well known, but it did happen. That's all. Okay.
Thank you, Carolina. Yeah, absolutely, it did happen. And it probably wouldn't have happened, right, where the details, especially then in the early 30s, were the details of what the Soviet Union was doing at home. More widely known, especially in the US.
Sure.
And then we come back to the question of Walter Duranty and the New York Times and the willful, planned out, not just ignorance, but what shall we call it? Changing of facts. Mm-hmm. That allow those companies to, with a public clean conscience, support with technology, with material, a regime that was, as is well known, killing millions of its own by inducing an artificial famine in the most famine-proof area in Europe, if not the world, right? Because of the particular soils, etc. So, right. It all kind of ties together, I would say.
Right, and it truly was unknown. It really was unknown until quite recent in the United States. I don't think it was discussed much.
Full alert.
Even the famine of 20 and 21 during the Civil War in Russia.
Full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
In any book, you sometimes encounter that some are aware of Holodomor, but even that, it's not until recently that there's an awareness of that as a result of the war in Ukraine. So Stalin was quite close to most Americans and to most of America, the world. Yeah.
And in the summer of 21, he tried to eradicate populations both close to Zhytomyr, where the Volhynin were living, meaning both Germans as well as Jews. And then he did the same thing to the Volga Germans, because he was just executing the plans the Cheka had served up for the Russian Tsars, but didn't execute. And the same thing happened then later, and then finally Stalin got his wish.
Siren
and
alert
Second
update.
World War, or
Dnipropetrovsk,
Second World
full
War,
alert.
eradicate the Volga
Donetsk,
Germans. We all
full
know all
alert.
this, and everybody in
Zaporizhzhia,
Europe knows,
full alert.
and everybody
This
in the
message
State
has been
Department should know,
generated
but
with
Bobby Bottom
municipal
loses the
data.
data all the time. Everybody in the DoD knows. Everybody in the war colleges knows. Everybody knows.
Yes.
But nobody talks about it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and the press was quite silent all throughout it all. Even the owners of the New York Times, Jews themselves, kept very quiet about it as it was occurring. It was just out of sight. And for most Americans, it really was unknown outside of those agencies and government that you speak about, sadly. Mm-hmm. Thank you. I do have one more question. After Khrushchev proceeded with stopping those deportations officially and condemned the crimes of Stalin and so on, I have read that most of those who had been moved about and deported were allowed to return, except for the Crimean Tatars. Is that correct? And did that?
No, it's not. The Volga Germans also were not allowed to return.
What was the reasoning for it? Is there any?
Do they need any?
No, they don't, of course. But do we know why that? What the motive would have been? Was it just that geographically it was a gem of a place, or was it because of their Muslim ancestry or ethnicity or what?
When you talk about the Volga Germans, they made their pastures pretty damn solid, and the Volga area beforehand had not been very sensible, but they made it arable and workable. But that's a different ball game. The Crimean Tatars had the unfortunate situation that Crimea always had a strategic position in order to rule the Black Sea. Yeah. Therefore, they would not be allowed back.
I see. Okay, makes sense. And what is the exodus right now with what has been occurring? And I don't have enough information, but are most of the Russians who are there now? Is there a number as to who's exiting at this point? Is there a massive exodus of Russians right now that are trying to escape, if you will, or what do we know at this point?
We know there are traffic jams, significant traffic jams on the direction of Kerch Bridge out of Sevastopol and Simferopol, the two biggest cities on Crimea. So that's good. A lot of them there were traffic jams for I think 3 days straight after the Saki airfield strike.
Earth, yeah, I'm seeing that on Google Earth. It's fantastic.
Yeah, and that just means there's more, right?
Yes, I would think so.
Mm-hmm. There were estimates of anywhere between 600,000 to 1 million new arrivals from Russia after Russia illegally occupied Crimea in 2014. So there's a lot of them to leave. On top of that, much more Russian military is there than was before, right? Because they only had that relatively limited naval base in Sevastopol compared to the many bases that they operate now in Crimea, and they have over the recent 8 years. So there's a lot of Russians that need to go back to Russia that have arrived in Crimea the past 8 years. A whole lot of them. I don't think they could all get out in 4 days, even with the traffic jams.
Of course. Well, I wish them a lot of misery and lead. Because we know why. Okay, thank you.
Dermot, I've got some absolutely terrible news that I'd like to share in a little news flash. May I?
Certainly.
Is there new Dr. Sandero?
No. It's more serious than that now. Russian Minister of Defense Sergei Shoigu has announced the list of names that are friendly to Russia. And I think we're going to be in trouble because there's some really big hitters on here, as well as North Korea and Iran. Korea and Iran, Syria, and Venezuela, who we already know about. The list, this mighty coalition, has expanded to include Burundi, the Republic of Guinea, Cameroon, Mali, Sudan, Uganda, Chad, Ethiopia, and the Republic of South Africa. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm considering, I'm really considering my position here. Perhaps I was wrong all along.
Yeah, Burundi's really the clincher, isn't it?
That's the one that does it. Yeah, that's the one that really made my sphincter tighten, right? Anyway, very silly. But
siren alert update. Kharkiv, all clear.
Right, let's go
this
on
message
to,
has
Jerry
been generated with
Jerry.
municipal data.
Once again, let me express my thanks to this space and the astounding intelligence that occupies the space. I mean, it's like peering in on the National Security Council here sometimes, and it's remarkable how this space leads the popular press in its source of intel and analysis. That is, 36 hours from now, the popular media, popular press will be expressing the astonishment over the traffic jams of the many thousands of Russians who are fleeing the scene of the crime.
Kharkiv,
Just
all clear.
Astonishing.
This message has been generated with municipal
and the
data.
analysis in depth down to the very pairs of railroad tracks and highway spaces, highway traffic circles, where there are traffic jams and populations who are seeking to flee. That are clearly identified. Just, a pat on all of your backs. Craig, I was listening earlier when I was able to bounce out of other commitments. Craig was given a clear analysis that you'd see that, in entirely different circles, but to have that publicly available, I'm just saddened that I can't widen the band further on this space. Time will tell. Working mightily on this. Tomorrow we'll have another little conference where we discuss how we can make that happen among some folks that I'm aligned with. I wish I could get out. Just going back to a couple of things, reaching back through history. Don't be too hard on Herbert Hoover and his contemporaries for trying to make arrangements within the Soviet Union, which is still recognized as Russia in the United States. Going back as early as 1859, the United States developed a doctrine of policy of dealing deftly with Russia. 1859 was the first instance where the United States sought to be careful with the Russian Empire when we sought to accept the overtures or go into negotiations for the purchase of Alaska. That was done principally because the United States, and this is directly out of U.S. archives, because the United States wanted to avoid a conflict with Russia. We knew that it was a dangerous power. It had troops, Russian troops, are stationed as far south as Monterey, California.
Air siren alert update.
We wanted them out.
Full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Had for a long time been pretty careful about getting entangled there. There's a large Russian population, a large Russian influence in the Pacific Northwest to this day, and into the western side of British Columbia, Canada. So, and there's still a fairly large Russian population, Russian speakers, even in Alaska. And there's at this stage a fairly robust criminal network stretching
Air siren alert
from
update.
Sitka
Moldova
to
full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
And down into other regions within the Pacific Northwest and in the interior of Canada and northwestern interior of the United States. So
I always dislike the Seahawks. Jerry, I always dislike the Seahawks. Seriously.
Oh, you. Well, I used to be a Raiders fan until they kept moving around. And then I dropped American football altogether. But sports in general. But it just be recognize that there's a long history. It stretches back quite a ways. So the actions of Herbert Hoover and the Brown brothers, Prescott Bush of all people, and such, was following in line with the American policy that had been held for over at that time over 70 years. So don't be too hard on us for trying to
this message has been generated with municipal data.
It's not yet emerged as one of the great powers. It's merely one of the regional powers is recognized by the Crown. So, going forward, back into Ukraine and Crimea, I'm just astonished. Axel, I'll just speak to this. Sometime back, when Inuit's Bridgehead was first established, it was we had a conversation, you and I and M, respective to what the strategy of Ukraine would be. And I said at the time, I think it's going to be more like a kill box. And then I shifted my opinion a little bit and said, it's going to be a little bit more like something Ukrainian. And as I see this emerge, it's apparent to me it is more like a Ukrainian kill box. They're definitely
Your siren alert update.
Bit by bit,
full alert.
Corroding.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
Russia, Putin, and those sons of bitches can prosecute this war, taking away their strength, eroding all of their capabilities, very carefully inserting teams that will remain quiet and silent, strike at the opportune moment to create the maximum amount of chaos and disruption. And whilst eroding the ability for the Russian military to move about, that's what I see. Kind of a modified
siren alert update.
Bit by bit by
full
bit,
alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Anything done, slowly strangling, and acting, as I would say, from my background, like farmers, carefully, effectively preparing the soil for harvest. And I hope this is the beginning of the harvest there in Crimea. I don't think it is. It still seems really far-fetched. They're going to move a lot of that. But there seems to be, at least if it isn't a harvest, there is fruit on the vine, so to speak. And, it's really exciting for me to see that that erosion take place, see that sector by sector, deconstruction, and new strategy of modern warfare. Wow, really something cool to watch. Terrible in its case, but very interesting stuff. And oh, by the way, Blackwatch, yes, they're doing a lot. And Scotland, I'm Scot. Hard for me to depart from them.
We're all friends of the Union.
Yes, all friends of the Union. The Crown, I have mixed emotions.
Tim Doman, shall we move over to Michael?
Sure, let's. Michael.
Well, hello there, gentlemen. So I'll give a slightly different history lesson than what Jerry had, but we'll have fun. The last couple times I've done this, I felt like this has been a fun activity to get an answer from Axel. So Axel, I'll give you another. I'm going to drop another name and see if it means anything to you. George Gershwin.
And
does that name ring a bell?
The pianist.
When I think of Gershwin, I was just about to say, when I think of Gershwin, I think about the shellac, which I still have in storage here.
Okay. Well, not quite. So I kind of talked a little bit earlier about United States history and not a lot of knowledge about things like the Holodomor and Ukrainian history. Kind of got my brain going a little bit, so I'll do a quick Pittsburgh Connections, if you know that series from Britain in the 80s and 90s. So George Gershwin, the kind of penultimate composer of the United States, Rhapsody in Blue, American in Paris.
So we are on Shellac.
Yep. So he his grandfather was actually born in Odessa, and his lineage is of Ukrainian Jews. And it was during a lot of the turmoil and pogroms and things that were happening in the latter part of the 19th century that his father and mother immigrated over to the United States. So if it weren't for a lot of the troubles and things that you see there, the United States would not have been gifted with one of its greatest composers. Rhapsody in Blue will turn 100 years old here in just a couple of years, actually, which is very surprising. What was something that was quite a horrible tragedy in that time became a gift to the United States. And it's a shame that we don't know enough about that, but that you've got a lot of immigration that's happening right now, a lot of talent leaving Russia. And, maybe there's another Gershwin in the works that's happening. And that's unfortunate for Russia, but fortunate for us. People will vote with their feet. I just hope we get this over soon.
It's also unfortunate for us because if the Russians always just emigrate and never fight, that will never change.
No, indeed. I hope that does change. And, I can't help but think An American in Paris is one of my personal favorite musicals. If you've never seen it, it's an outstanding musical. But when he talks about, I got rhythm, he says, I've got daisies and green pastures. I kind of wonder if he thought, had Ukraine in mind possibly about that. But that's all I was going to say. That's a tragedy, but people are going to live their lives no matter what.
Yeah, and I grew up with that kind of music, playing off shellac. So,
well, excellent. Well, if you want to sing a few bars of "I Got Rhythm" one day, I'd be down with that. But otherwise, thanks for letting me have a little bit of time.
You're always welcome, Michael.
Can I interrupt?
Go right ahead, Jerry.
Thank you. Michael, what was the departure from my narrative of American history, respective to the Buchanan administration, their intentions with Tsarist Russia, and their efforts, their initial efforts to purchase Alaska?
I'm sorry, Jerry. Were you addressing somebody in particular?
But yeah, I thought I heard that Michael said that I want to depart a little bit from Jerry's narrative, and I was like, well, wait a minute, this is directly out of National Archives. Buchanan administration began those negotiations, and it failed principally because the Buchanan administration was so corrupt. Didn't have the trust of the American people.
I was just departing in a different area subject. Was all. I was pivoting a little bit to human interest. No, you're exactly right, Jerry. I love those lessons, and the United States, especially in that period of time, the freedom of action was something that was pretty important to us. I mean, even like during World War I, we weren't considered an ally. We considered ourselves like an associated power, right? The United States didn't want to get down in the dirt quite so much and be a conventional European power. So that freedom of that independence, and I think you see that in emerging powers. I definitely see a lot of characteristics of how the United States was at that time in India right now. I think to India's detriment, unfortunately, but neither here nor there.
Yeah, the United States has principally offered operated off of the authorship of the Monroe Doctrine, and had taken some good advice from George Washington, the first president, to beware of foreign entanglements. and has traditionally sought for itself, and during that period was in a position to invite immigration because we wanted to recognize the necessity to grow a population in order to be able to defend itself. The principal adversary in that time was still, of all people and all persons, England. It was, and there was a great wariness in the United States of England, of the crown. Fun fact, one of the very first nations to recognize the independence of the United States was Russia. So there was a little bit of, handiness going on there. And that policy kind of remained for quite a while. And it provided some fertile ground for communists to reveal themselves. We're a very strong communist party, strong communist sense.
Air siren alert update. Poltava.
In the 20s, in the early 30s.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
Absolutely. It was wrong-headed and blind, and it was supported, in fact, by folks at the New York Times, by a willful blindness to atrocity. So, there were some features of our United States posture that supported all that, both Republican and Democrat, and both were allied against the emergence of the Communist Party then, and it remained so, right up until 2016, when one of them jumped. But my sentiments here, I'll just reveal here.
Siren alert update.
Poltava. I hate
all
one
clear.
Of those parties.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
The factors here is, you need to kind of recognize that, not get too wrapped around the axle. Sorry, no pun intended. About former alignments, former postures, former supports, right, and bring ourselves to the present day, 2022, August 16th, where hopefully we see the departure and maybe finally the beginnings of the
this
end.
Message has been generated with municipal data.
Beginnings of the ends of a very cruel and incompassionate and backward primitive culture that has infected, in fact, been a party to every major conflict in the past 150 years, and has been it always seeks to fish in troubled waters, and it's just it's time we recognize who the adversary of mankind is at this point. The adversary of mankind sits in the Kremlin. We should recognize that and say, this is fact. This is fact. No longer is there a time to be able to meander about, play games, footsie with these people. They're clearly the adversaries of mankind and seek to dominate. That is their sole purpose, and use tools of constant disinformation and constant sowing of distrust in every deal as a method of forwarding their mission as a culture of dominating and destroying everything about them. I hope at long last, we can shrink them to the point where they are no longer relevant even within their own home. Well, so much for me.
That's very interesting, Jerry, and I think you don't have to go far back as far back as Buchanan to see this kind of Anglophobic streak in American politics, and even in the American military. I think thinking of Admiral Ernest J. King of the U.S. Navy, who actively detested his Royal Navy counterparts and made, shall we say, was rather less than cooperative with the Royal Navy in the Pacific War. Thinking as well about America's worst president, Dwight D. Eisenhower, and also any number of Kennedys, although not the greatest one. They had this kind of this rather cynical and dated Anglophobic streak, which, looking at it from the perspective of today's close relationships, is really quite bizarre.
Well, not so bizarre when you consider the immigrants to the United States. Though the second largest behind the Germans population of immigrants to the United States are Irish, and those Irish who did emigrate held no love for the crown. So understand from the perspective of the United States that we are anti-monarchical. In other words, we don't appreciate the monarch. As a matter of fact, we revel in the idea of the destruction of the tyrant. Each generation dreams of their participation in the destruction of monarchy. That is the mood of the United States. That is the core. That is our purpose. That has been educated in our population, and it is our national understanding that democracy is our ideal. It is what we bring and what we grow to the world. And we recognize in the United States that the challenge of all democracy is at least the abatement of its tendency to vote in a tyrant.
Gunny.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just going to jump in here. Deep breaths, Gunny. First of all, mate, you say that you're Scottish. Unless you were born in Scotland, you ain't Scottish, all right? Technically, I'm Swedish. I'm descended from Swedish lace makers who came across in about the 12th century. Don't make me a bloody Swede, all right?
Here's Siren Alert update. Dnipropetrovsk, all clear.
Yeah, exactly.
Donetsk,
so,
all clear. Zaporizhzhia, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
All right? You know, I would suggest there's probably better places. I'd also remind you there are people here who signed the oath of allegiance to the Queen and served alongside US, Canadian, French, German, Italian, etc., in operational theatres. So don't be popping up, me odd mucker, right, and having a crack at our form of government and then dropping words like "when the English." Okay, it's Great Britain or the UK. Do us the
Siren Alert update.
of addressing British listeners here.
All clear. Donetsk,
Addressing our
all
nation
clear.
as its actual name. It's not the English,
Zaporizhzhia, all
right?
clear.
The English
This
didn't
message has
decide.
been
The
generated with
government
municipal
of the
data.
United Kingdom, Great Britain, which is a democracy, and has been for a very long time, okay? We didn't have people burning crosses in people's gardens in the 60s. We didn't make black people drink from separate fountains. So don't be coming up here and say that we live in some kind of insane dictatorship with a royal family sat at the top directing and pulling strings. All right, stick to the topic, which is Ukraine. If you want to start space, have a crack at the British. By all means, fill your boots. This probably is not the right place to be doing it. And expect a flashback. And finally, if you keep saying the English, I'll start addressing the US as Texas and Canada as Newfoundland, and we'll all get very
Siren
bored of
Alert
that.
update.
So,
Dnipropetrovsk, all clear. Donetsk, all clear. Zaporizhzhia, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Very well.
I think it's probably time to move on. I'm not sure whose hands were up in which order, but let's go to Oleg Wendy.
Oh, thank you, Tim. I just wanted to chime in because I tuned in with, I think it was Jerry, with the excellent analogy about Crimea being a place where Ukrainian farmers will soon harvest. And I think that's a very fitting analogy. I think on the last point, yeah, it is incongruous to describe anti-monarchical tendencies with anti-tyrannical opposition to tyranny, because it doesn't quite, it's a little bit incongruent with that, the idea of a constitutional monarchy. And as the previous caller identified as a democrat, that of a democratic state. But hey ho, I was just wondering, for those of us who've been at work in the last couple of days or today and missed some of the events going on, would it be possible to find out how many fireworks events have been happening round about Crimea? And
I like Wendy. I'm not sure if you were breaking up just for me or for everyone.
Sorry, should I be more concise in that question?
No, I got the question, but I think the connection's a bit bad. It's not about the length; it's about the reception quality. Can you hear me well? I like Wendy.
Can you hear me all right, Robin?
I got the question, but I'm just making sure that you can hear my answer. Okay, so we don't know exactly how many fireworks went off in Crimea today. At the very least, it seems like 3 at the very least, possibly 4, possibly more. But at the very least, there were 3. There was at least 1 big ammo dump. There was 1 airbase, seemingly most probably, and 1 electrical substation. The ammo dump was next to the rail line between the Kerch Bridge and Dzongkhar, right? No, Jankoy, and then Dzongkhar is further up from there. And yes, and that rail line is certainly out of service now, and a lot of ammunition has cooked off since. The airbase strikes are less clear exactly as to what happened there.
That sounds very exciting, Bowman. Great news.
It is.
So I guess
it's fantastic.
I guess they've been backing up those ammunition stockpiles with the bridges knocked out. Is there any news on is it the airbase? Were they? I mean, surely that was evacuated following Saki. But maybe they made the same mistake for the 200th time.
Seems not. To the best I can tell, there seems to have been activity at 2 different air bases, one close to Simferopol, one close to Jankoy. At least one of those seems to have been hit. For the other one, there are suggestions, but it's less clear, or at least there's fewer evidence that I had seen that suggests it happened.
Awesome. Cheers, mate. Just one more thing before I drop down. The great chat you had on Gershwin earlier. Another Ukrainian who moved to the States was Prokofiev. He was born in the Donbass somewhere. People in the States and the UK will know a little bit of his music. It's the theme tune to The Apprentice. I'm not sure how that track has been broadcast worldwide, but that famous theme tune was Prokofiev, Dance of the Nights. So just one of the many cultural gems Ukraine's given to the world. Thanks for this space. Thank you.
А працівники екстрених, спеціальних та комунальних служб працюють майже у цілодобовому режимі.
Thank you, Alec Wendy. Who do we have next? Then we have Dr. Nick and Dan and JJ and Michael. Dr. Nick.
158 осіб, з них 1037 дітей. Залізницею 5266, з них 317.
Sorry about that. I was in the middle of tweeting something, and it's been so long, I completely forgot exactly what I was going to say. And I think we've moved so far past the topic that maybe we'll just come back around to it at some point.
Siren alert update.
Sort of
Sumi,
for now.
all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you were talking earlier about the possibility of the Russians blowing the Novokhovo Dam. I fully agree that they're mean enough to do it, but they're not going to do it right now because currently their entire army is parked in the flood zone.
Yeah, I agree. They definitely won't do it while there's any there's lots of Russian troops downstream from the Dnieper, especially because it's already hard enough to move them across and resupply them across. It'd be even much worse if they tried to do that.
Which actually brings up my next point, which is that it would be an incredibly ruthless thing to do, but if the Ukrainians did it, I think it did it right now, I think it wins the war in a day. Because I'm having a trouble. I can't find a good hydrological map of that part of the world. But as I understand it, the west/north bank is much higher than the east-south. And what elevation data I can find, it looks like you admire 20 or 30,000 Russian troops, and to the point where tanks would be sunk in mud to the turret rings.
They would close themselves the last way out they have at this point. Plausibly, if Russians were pushed out of the right bank of the Dnieper altogether, maybe, or at least of the right bank of the Inhulets River on the right bank of the Dnieper, maybe, but certainly not until then, because they'd, as you noted, not just cut their own troops off, but just make it an already untenable situation, untenable even for the most optimistic Russian planner.
And correct me if I'm wrong here on the basic military logic, but I mean, Ukraine is not going to cross the Dnipro under, against Russian opposition at Kherson. The minute they've closed up with the river there, they'll just start shifting forces around through Zaporizhia. And probably, given, among other things, the aforementioned risk of the Russians blowing the dam, probably counterattack along the whatever the high ground is towards Melitopol and not give the Russians that opportunity. I can't imagine the Ukrainians putting a significant military force in the dam flood zone until and unless the Russians have been pushed way, 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 way back from the dam. Did that come through?
Makes sense to me. Axel?
Yeah, we are waiting for the Ukrainians to meticulously and methodically prosecuting their approach. And I don't disagree. There's no need for them. There's no need for them to advance much further at the moment, because they can very, very calmly attrit the Russians further. The only thing which is hard for them is to ascertain as to how to deal with the civilians who are waiting and who are waiting to fight back. And there's a trade-off, and it's very tragic. So, yeah, at some point in time, a decision about the dam will have to be made.
Thank you very much. That's what I want to say. I'll step down.
Yeah, and by the way, the dam can be fixed. I mean, the Germans fixed it after the Soviets exploded it on the 18th of August 1941. The Germans pontooned over, starting on the 29th of August till the 2nd of September under heavy fire with the 43rd, and so they managed to get across. It's all doable. Probably HIMARS is a slightly different item for the Russians to pontoon, but Ukraine can certainly set over if they need to. And it's not unlikely that one or the other side will flood the zone.
Пріоритетом у відновленні, як і раніше, залишаються об'єкти критичної інфраструктури, мережі тепло, електро.
Okay, let's go to Michael, and then I believe JJ has a section for us on trolling. Michael.
Thanks again, Pat. So, yeah, I mean, actually, you're exactly right. Basically, the Ukrainians are on the ascent. The Russians are on the decline in terms of their capabilities. I think the only thing that I've heard of in the news that the Russians can count on is they're going to get some drones from Iran, and they're losing a lot of ammo stockpiles. They're being degraded, and the Ukrainians are on the ascent. And I think as long as this is the case, there's not necessarily a need to take unnecessary risk if the balance of forces is continuing to swing in your favor, because you can continue to wait until that risk level goes down. I'm not a military person by any means, but I know a little bit about risk management, and it seems like the Ukrainians are willing to save civilians, save their troops, and prosecute this war in a way that preserves human life, which is I think that speaks to their values. And I think just kind of going off just a smidge about what Jerry said, I wouldn't say that the evil of humanity sits in the Kremlin. I would say that there is evil in the world, and the evil definitely exists there. I just hope and pray that this continues to prosecute where Ukraine's on the ascent, Russia's on the descent, and then Russia has a reckoning. And this may not be the most popular thing in the world to say, but this is just a little bit, my Catholic Christian kind of background, and that is, I hope that we get to a point where Russia is in a position where we can, as victorious powers, show them grace, where they can enter the community of nations as a peaceful, democratic nation that no longer threatens their neighbors. And I don't think that's by any means in a reasonable ask. I don't know what that would look like by any means, but it's something I definitely pray for.
30 years after containment.
Takes a generation sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? These things, the timetable on these things is not necessarily ours. But I do know that there is evil in the world. I think there's evil in China in terms of what their leadership wants. There's evil in parts of the Middle East, I would say, in terms of Iran. I'd say there's even evil in my own nation here in the United States. It may not manifest itself in certain ways, but evil exists out there, and I think we have to be aware of it and just make sure that we don't ignore it, and that we choose the harder right and not accept the lesser evil.
Absolutely. I mean, I know it's not fashionable to believe in an actual Satan these days, but sometimes I do struggle to see what could be motivating these people sometimes.
JJ, is there a way to deal with Satan on the internet? Sorry, with evil on the internet?
Well, I think there is, actually. If I may lighten the mood slightly here, there's a Ukrainian-American journalist whose name is Natalie Anatova. I love following her on Twitter. She has this handy guide that I needed to bring your attention to. She wrote it on July 11th, and it's all about trolling Russians. And I'm not going to be able to keep it together throughout this. I want to warn you all right now. She is excellent.
You mean laughing?
Yes. See, it's happening already. Okay. Whew. Keep it together, Jay. Keep it together, Jay. Sorry. Okay. So she says that, first of all, consider joining NAFO, which a lot of the people at Maria Report already have. So that's great. But she has suggestions like use superstitions to troll the Russians. And she says, feel free to tell them things like, hellfire is getting closer. You are cursed and you know it. And then she says you can also do remind them of the superiority of Americans and other Westerners. And you can say things like, hey, can you please tell me why there's never been a Russian Elon Musk? Oh dear, I treated you guys this. It is so funny. And in particular with Russian generals and higher up military, you control them by saying things like, we're all aware of your past. Think you'll escape purges when Russia inevitably loses this war?
Oh, that's amazing.
You can
it has to be noted, the previous big batch of purges, the famous big batch of purges, was before the war.
Oh my goodness. She says you can say things like, you can hide your dirty money for long or nah. And you can hammer home their losses, including things like blessings from St. Javelin upon all of your soldiers, and remind them of the places that they'll never visit. So anyway, I tweeted you this article. I've been laughing for at least 20 minutes while I've been waiting to come up and talk to you. I don't know if anybody else has some trolls that they'd like to add, but this was a good one.
I think it's an excellent approach to dealing with Russians on the internet. No, it's great. It gives you English and Russian versions of everything. You can just copy paste and fire away at the Vatniks on the internet. Why not? Why not? I like how they highlight that you should hammer home the losses that they've sustained. Axel?
I just like the wonderful German machinery which was used in order to disaggregate, unmount, and then transport off this Russian occupation monument in Narva. There's a wonderful link to 100 photos posted on the national radio and television station of Estonia's homepage, err.ee. Maybe, Domen, you can tweet out the link I just sent around. And the photos speak for themselves. You don't need to learn any Estonian. You just click on the link which says 100, meaning gallery of 100 photos, and you'll enjoy it. And it showcases that good old German equipment from Mercedes-Benz is extremely helpful in order to get rid of the trash the Russians brought. Don't forget the Battle of Narva was hard fought because at that point in time the German Wehrmacht tried to protect Estonians from the occupation by the approaching Soviet troops, who then, having finally won the battle after a long stalemate, came into the country, raped, pillaged, looted, and killed people. But fortunately, due to the prolonged battle, which went against the orders of Mr. Schicklgruber and his Nazis, by the way, it went much longer than they wanted because they wanted the troops somewhere else. But the division commanders on site decided that they would not let go. Many tens of thousands of Estonians managed to escape to Gunny's homeland, Sweden, and beyond that, to Canada and the United States.
But for the sake of historical accuracy, let us be under no illusions as to Chancellor Schicklgruber's intentions towards Estonia. I mean, Generalplan Ost called for the depopulation of Estonia by 50%.
Well, that is not the Reichskanzler's plan. This is a plan of the maniac. And by the way, the Generalplan Ost was set up by Heinrich Himmler's troops at that point in time. So you have to be significantly more specific in that regard. It's absolutely terrifying. They never executed any of such plan because they needed the Estonians to fight with them, which they did, by the way.
Yes, absolutely, as both conscripts and volunteers in various places.
And then I'm looking at the trucks currently and how they unmounted the whole damn thing. And it's outright funny that the excavator used in order to drag down that dang thing is the only non-German equipment. It's from Kobelco.
Decoding. Decoding
Sorry,
troubles. Are you here to decode some
Scania. I have to correct one thing. There is one Volvo truck as well. So, Gunny, your home country is involved.
It's not my own country. It's not my own country. I wish it was.
You declared it as such. You said
no,
so.
I didn't.
Swedish origin or Swedish extraction.
I said we're descended from them, and I'm about as Swedish as I am combat fitness test ready. And I absolutely promise you the chances of me putting a Bergen 55 pound on my back, all right, and smashing out 8 miles is zero as it stands. So no, I am not Swedish. I'm bloody British.
From this day onwards, you will be of Swedish extraction here, darling.
You're just looking for a bite, Axel. I'm not going to bite. I'm not biting.
Let's assume Axel was talking about Leyland rather than Scania, and go to decoding trolls.
Вже збудовано 20 модульних містечок на 453
does Hans want to speak? I see his hands up, but I'll just say quickly, maybe this is of no interest to anyone, but it is related to something I was talking about the other day, which bears a lot more talking. I just looked at the last, as a post in the Wagner Telegram channel, which was noted on Twitter. I just saw someone noting that the Grey Zone Telegram channel for Wagner has gone silent, coincidentally enough, since the Popasna base went pop. And
pity. Why would that be decoding trolls?
Well, indeed. And
did they hit their audio-video team?
Well, this is the precise message, and this is what has provoked me into just coming on. So the precise message is the owner of the channel Grey Zone, known as 500, call sign White, was hit by HIMARS OB Popasnaya. It's hard for us to talk about it. But after a day of fighting for life, our dear friend and brother went to Odin's army. And so this is what just jumped out at me, because Odin is the same god as Woden and Wodenaz and Mercury. It's the Lord of Death. It's cognate with the Indic god Yama, the ancient Irish god Dawn, and the ancient Iranian god Ymer. They're all lords of death. They're all the magical priest-like aspect of sovereignty. They're the first sacrificed twin at the beginning of all of these cultures. And this is something that crops up again and again across Indo-European culture. And as I mentioned before, the days of the week and the gods they represent in the different cultures are all cognates. And it's really interesting to me that they use these references. So in Germanic culture, you have Woden, Odin, and Wednesday in English is named after Wodenaz. And they're all the same god with slightly different aspects to them, as they evolved from ancient Ukraine through Germanic culture into Iranian culture. And in Indic culture, Lord Yama was the first brother of the first man, Manu, who died and sacrificed himself and leads all of the people after them to death. So I'm not saying that these guys are very erudite, but they really are touching on an extremely ancient theme. And what they're literally saying is this propagandist has lit the way to the other world for the rest of the Wagnerites. So basically it was great, although we might think it's actually a good idea to stay alive and be the lawgiver, Manu in India, Manannán in Ireland, Manawydan in Wales, Manus in Germany, in ancient German culture. Actually, the star rating goes to the first sacrificed king, Jesus Christ in Christianity, who sacrifices themselves. Odin did it on a tree beside the royal mounds in Uppsala. And so basically what they're saying is this guy has martyred himself. And he will show who. This is the propagandist who ran the Grey Zone channel, which showed the picture of that idiot with the beard smiling with his camera. as a tourist, where before the HIMARS, which we've all seen. So I just wanted to throw that in there in case people think this is irrelevant, because these tropes, these images, these concepts are very clearly very embodied. I would claim they're very embodied in all of our minds, but we're just not quite aware of them until people release what their meanings, like the days of the week or whatever. But clearly on these Wagner people, this guy is really emotional when he's saying he's gone to Odin's army. So there you go. That's just my.
So he believes that Mr. 500 has finally made his way through Asgard into Valhalla.
That's about the long and short of it. And of course, the joke here is they use Saxons. That's in the Germanic strand, which branched off from the Yamnaya in western Ukraine, around the top of the Dniester and the Bug rivers. And so these Wagner, some of the Russian propagandists are always going on about Saxons, and they use Saxon as a proxy for Westerner. But they themselves are so Saxon that in their moment of greatest sadness, they're appealing to this Norse, which of course is Germanic. I don't know how much they know of this stuff and its trajectory, which was all grounded in ancient Ukraine.
There's a long-standing tradition, I think, as you know, from the 1980s in the, say, rather right-wing skinhead scene of Moscow, which has veered towards these. It's an amalgam of completely historiographic Germanic old cultural tropes, and they like this kind of stuff. But they could never really make heads or tails of it because there's no real consistency. The only thing they are showing is the consistency of their beliefs, and it's good to see that they project this, but what is even better to see is that we don't see them any further.
Well, we certainly won't be seeing this chap who went to Odin's army any further. Yeah, totally not. 500. And this particular exchange, which someone highlighted on Twitter, basically someone's complaining about a blowing up of an armored car in Popasna, and so then this guy, very sentimentally and emotionally, OK Roo, has come back and say, "What the hell are you mourning an armored car for? We've lost our friend and brother who's gone to Odin's army." So the armored car and our friend who's gone to Odin's army, they're so sentimental. God. Anyway, I just thought I'd pop that in there in a little HIMARS.
It's funny that it's not a high Mercury.
High Mercury. Well, there my head would have just been spinning. That kind of coincidence. That couldn't have been a coincidence.
Alrighty, so now that we've seen the success that one part of the media arm of the Wagner atrocious ones is now killed off, just like a few others of that ilk, and which is sensationally positive, and we should move on. Tim Doman, take it away. Unless you want
I believe we've got a hand up.
Our young Swedish mariner.
I have an observation on Swedish mariners. Did you know that all Nordic military vessels have a barcode on them instead of a pennant number? Did you know that? It's so they can Scandinavian.
Jesus,
Tim. Get
it? This one will make Yehuda proud.
Yeah, sorry, that was really sub-Yehuda stuff, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Hans, you've had your hand up for ages and ages and ages, so please accept our groveling apologies. Hans, take it away.
Thank you, and mic check, and happy Tours Day to you all.
Clear, my friend.
I'd like to go back and ask a few historical questions, since we were on George Gershwin and his family a little bit earlier. I was freelancing for CBC Radio for some time a few years ago, and in the small city where I lived, there was because it was a small canvas, they stood out quite more conspicuously than would be the case, I think, in a larger location, but there was a substantial Jewish community, all of whose ancestors had come from, quote unquote, Russia in about the late 19th century, very, very early 20th century, fleeing persecution, pogroms, and, had made their way across the Atlantic, etc., and the usual sort of story. But what I'm wondering is, how does this pattern of persecution, or does it at all, tie into the standard Russian practice of deporting, exterminating, persecuting minority people, minority races, and so on and so forth? And subsidiary question to that, the pogroms, they anti-Jewish pogroms kind of occurred in the same time frame, late 19th century. And I'm wondering if these were orchestrated in some sort of way. I don't know. I haven't a clue. But they seem to, crop up all over the place where Jewish communities lived in Russia, and I don't know in what part of Russia. So I'm wondering, and Axel, help me out on this, would you? I don't know the English word for it, but the German word is Hetze. Was there some kind of organized Hetze, anti-Jewish
Hetze is actually, it's a general term. It's inciting.
Okay, yes.
Speech.
Yes. An incitement to hatred, I guess. Was this in any way orchestrated? Give me some background on that. And does it fit in with the pattern? Does it fit in with the pattern?
It absolutely does.
It does.
Please explain or elucidate.
Dr. Nick, you want to go?
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, it's beyond Putin. It's beyond the Soviet Union. For the Jews, it dates back to imperial times. The Pale was really instituted under Catherine the Great, and the Pale is Ukraine. It basically extends through most of Ukraine.
Right.
And so, because it was the edge of the territory, they pushed the Jews to the edges of the territory. These were obviously the undesirables, and they didn't want them in Russia proper.
Right.
And so the Jews were, forced to the edges. They weren't allowed to travel. They weren't allowed to, work certain jobs or do certain things without permission from, Catherine and all of that. Of course, they went through horrible Russification like other people in the territory of Ukraine. Some of them were German, some of them were, Ukrainians, some of them were other, ethnicities. But nonetheless, they were all Jewish. Those who were Jewish, those, that we're talking about, the Jews right now. This continued throughout the period of imperialism through the Romanovs, as you talked about, including through the end of the 20th century. I'm sorry. And so, it continued to some degree through the Soviet period as well, to different degrees. But
what I'm trying to get at is, was there in the late 19th century, very early 20th century, some more intense expression of this imperialism
that
led to the...
I got you on the history here, Hans. So
okay, please.
All right, let's go through this real quick. Russia, starting with the Grand Duchy of Muscovy, was always pretty anti-Semitic, Jews not welcome. However, when the partition of Poland happened, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, circa the 14 and 1500s, was as tolerant as it got back then, and so it had the largest concentration of Jews in the world for the time period, which became the Pale of Settlement. That's where all those Jews in Russia came from.
Right.
Now, bring that forward to the 1800s, and you have some really, really anti-Semitic czars, more so than even before. You already had laws that forced the Jews into the shtetls, into their own little areas. Jews were barred from owning land. Right? You had broadly anti-Semitic laws for a while already.
Yes.
Then you had a really anti-Semitic czar, which we know in the Jewish community. He was called Tsar Haman II, harkening back to the Purim story of the guy who tried to kill us all. And in the 1800s, the czars put into place a policy to basically, in their ways, eradicate us from their empire. And it was basically the one-third policy. They wanted one-third of us to convert, one-third of us to be killed, and one-third of us to just run away into exile. So that's when you saw a heavy increase, and I don't know if it was formalized under Haman II or if it was formalized later, but clearly you saw this kind of stuff starting with Tsar. I think he was Nicholas I. I'm not sure exactly his name. I only know him by the Jewish term. That was in the early 1800s.
Yes,
and
Nicholas.
the goal was forcible conversion, forcible pogroms, and a lot of forcible conscription into the military. So the press ganging you see now in the DNR and the LNR, this is a cultural thing that the Russian Empire has been doing all the way back since the Tsar's time. And it used to be they would just run through the shtetls and pick up any man of military or just below military age and force any Jewish kid and force him into the Tsar's army for a 20 or 30 year period.
Right.
And then you would see, and I mean, when the Tsar would supposedly try to investigate pogroms, you would see cities that would have pogroms with thousands killed have another pogrom 5 or 6 years later. Like, if you look up the worst pogroms ever, there was no change. There was no investigation. There was no accountability. You would literally see another pogrom a couple years after that. So this was systemic. It came all the way from the top. It was codified in this. I don't remember the exact terminology. As I said, it was basically the one-third policy. And that was the way Russia was dealing with its Jews during Imperial Russian times, more or less until the Russian Empire fell and became the Soviet Union. It was better or worse under different czars. But once the cat was out of the bag, as it will, you know, whenever things got bad, the local guys would just, you know, relieve the local unrest and political pressure by unleashing all the local Russians or Cossacks or Poles, whichever one it was, onto the local Jewish shtetl, if there were Jews in that area, which, as pointed out, was not in originally the Russian center of like Muscovy, because historically Russia was historically didn't let us in really, so we didn't go there because it was always anti-Semitic as shit. It just picked up a bunch of Jews when it partitioned Poland and didn't immediately kill us or boot us at first. So that's how that history wound up working.
Well, also you want to include that you know, the gosh, why am I forgetting this? Because I wrote this whole thing about this. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion was
the biggest ever lie.
Right, that was commissioned by you know, the imperial government under Nicholas II. And so that's something to remember as well. Okay. And, you know, obviously we know it's been debunked. It's completely not true. And that was something that was spread across Europe, as we know. You know, look, Russia has a very long history of anti-Semitism and spreading this anti-Semitism and white supremacy across Europe, and you know, Putin's doing it now, and so that's why it's quite funny to think about these Nazis in Ukraine when really they're the ones that are the Nazis, and always have been historically. So you know, this continued through the USSR. Now, I will say that Lenin didn't. He wasn't that way Okay, technically, he did not agree with anti-Semitism or using it
Sorry,
as a
what?
tool.
Sorry, what?
Go
That's
ahead.
wrong. I'm sorry. No, that's wrong. Lenin was the one who co-signed the order to relieve the Jews of Zhytomyr, together with the Germans, the Volhynians, that's the northwest of Kiev, of their beholdings, of their money, and everything else. And he also
Well,
was happy for them to be relegated out of Odessa, with literally everybody having one trunk for them to emigrate to the United States. Lenin was also the one who
I
signed
don't.
Lenin was also the one who signed the order to dissolve the Jewish community in what was Petrograd and then became St. Petersburg, or later than Leningrad. I'd be very careful giving Lenin any
Yeah,
credence.
no. I'm not saying it like that.
And you missed that Lenin and somehow, despite how awful the imperial Russian was to the Jews with their one-third policy, their reoccurring pogroms that forced my family out. I actually knew my great-grandmother forced out by pogroms.
Right.
As a young woman from the Tsar's Russia, she lived long enough, God bless her, that I got to know her in the 90s. She lived to be a very old woman. But you have to remember that after that, a mixture of the very secularized Jewish communists and the non-Jewish communists pursued an incredibly anti-Semitic policy of exterminating all Jewish practice. And
right.
Anyone showing any signs of Jewish observance,
oh no, that's definitely true.
And dissolved and murdered
no,
anyone
that's
running
definitely
underground
true.
Jewish teaching. You know, I'm very close to the Chabad guys and the guys who, you know, the Rebbe of Chabad left 10 guys when he left there with the promise, a minion of guys with the promise to keep Jewish life alive. And they made a deal to do it until self-sacrifice, right? They were going to do it
right
until the and all of them either were killed or wound up in a gulag and having to have political machinations done to get them out of a gulag and out of Russia, because none of them survived to old age making it in Russia, because all of them wound up dead or imprisoned and then shipped out, or imprisoned then dead.
Right.
Everyone they worked with dead. All the guys who tried to keep Judaism dead. So Soviet era was everybody.
No. That's what I said. That's what I said
and
initially.
The Jewish communists themselves got turned on. Right? They actually had the Jewish communists be the ones who shot the Tsar and his family because they knew they could poison them if they lost.
Right. No. I mean, I don't want to pretend that there wasn't like massive problems. I'm saying that by comparison, it wasn't that Lenin was not as bad as, say, Stalin in particular, as Stalin. You know, Trotsky was a Jew. He was a secular Jew, and he really took out his angst on Trotsky and his hatred of Trotsky out on all Jews in the USSR that were remaining, even though Trotsky was gone.
Right, and you have to remember that the Russian racism, right? That in Europe, we are a race. We are not a religion.
Oh, right.
I know. Very. So to the American mind, Judaism, many people think we're just a religion. We're both.
Right.
And here there's some sort of argument. We sociologically fit in differently in America, and different Jews fit in a different way. In Europe, it doesn't matter how long your family's been somewhere. It doesn't matter pretty much anything. If you have been a Jewish family, you know, if your ancestors are Jewish, you are a Jew. You're not a Russian. You're not
Air
a
siren
Pole,
alert update.
Kharkiv,
full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Russian, that's exterminating a non-Russian, right?
Oh, right.
So that needs to be explicitly stated.
Oh,
we're talking about, you know, this is how.
Right.
Anyways, I need to drop. Thank you, Dr. Nick. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Axel. I got to run for a bit. I'll catch y'all later. I know we have a great speaker coming up today. And, you know, for all our friends in Ukraine, I hope you're as safe as possible.
Right. I mean, that's one thing that going to what Hans was saying, too, because he was asking about not just the Jews, but like other people as well. You know, it definitely was systematic, you know, thinking about the protocols of the Elders of Zion. You know, it's important to realize that not just in Russia that this was a problem, it was a problem in Europe too, but it was
Here,
definitely very
alert
systematic
update.
in Russia.
Kharkiv,
right?
full alert.
That they,
This message has been generated with municipal data.
The Jews as well as much as possible, and that they had this plan in mind. I mean, how, before Hitler, obviously, right? This sort of way that they thought that, they could, sort of plot against Jews and get people to turn against them through these protocols. And it's so insidious that people still believe it today, even though, we know it's debunked. There's always crazies that still believe these things, George Soros, people talk about George Soros, and make
Here,
no
siren
mistake,
alert
that's
update.
just another
Kharkiv, full alert. This
plot.
message has
That
been
is just
generated with
another,
municipal data.
turn of phrase to just talk about Jewishness. That's all it is. But
and then, sorry to interrupt, Dr. Nick. And then there's Marxism itself. Who do you think Marx was talking about when he spoke of rootless cosmopolitans?
He spoke of the money changers. But let's move away from this topic. We have a lot of hands up. Antti.
Thank you. So I was wondering if is our Swedish friend Gunny still here?
Yeah, no, our Swedish mariner is listening. I'm sure we can cycle him up if you need him.
Yeah, because one of the things that I haven't yet heard much talked of on this space is when Finland and Sweden do ascend to NATO membership, and then the Baltic Sea will become a NATO lake. One thing we haven't really talked about is what kind of capabilities the Finnish and Swedish navies possess. I'm actually a little bit working on getting a Finnish naval officer here to talk about the Finnish Navy, but fingers crossed if it happens or not. But in any case, it's a topic I don't think we've much discussed on this space.
Извините, ребят, но это горит склад рядом с моим домом. Сегодня я, наверное, на работу не выйду.
Tim, you were clapping your hands whilst I'm chopping wood. I apologize, Tim.
No, I was just agreeing that we haven't really discussed Finnish naval policy. As a man who has absolutely nothing to contribute on that topic, aside from revolting puns like Scandinavian, but I see we've got Battle Moose coming up, so I assume Battle Moose wants to talk about something like this, but let's give it a go. Battle Moose.
I was going to say, did you see that albino moose in Sweden that was coming out, and it comes out every time that they put an application in for NATO? So it's basically prophesizing the ascension into NATO.
Absolutely, yes, I did see that. I had no idea that there was such a thing as an albino moose. Clearly, you're the subject matter expert on moose. Is it moose? What was the plural of moose?
Well, it's moose to you, but it's Uncle Waldo to me.
Uncle Waldo.
The plural
right.
of moose is moose.
It's just moose, not meese, not like goose.
No.
So there's no measly meese? It's just measly moose?
It's just moose.
But moose can swim, though. So, Swedish Navy.
I actually literally prefer elk. Nicely, properly cut, hung, a bit salted, dried out, 6 to 8 weeks. Very nice.
You're a fucking monster.
Is an elk not
Monster, I
just a
agree.
European moose?
All I gotta say is that albino moose was a big boy. But I actually wanted to ask about and there's been some talk about it in the social media realm about this this leaked information from the highest circles of the Kremlin to Western intelligence agencies that they're in a bit of a pickle there. They're under a little bit of stress. I guess they underestimated the effects of Western weapons against their red hordes, and they're a little discombobulated. Now, what gives me pause is I'm only seeing this in tabloids. None of the mainstream media, or none of the media I would trust. I wouldn't throw the mainstream media in there, but none of the media I trust has picked this up yet. So is there any hint on this?
So, sorry, just to boil that down a bit, Battle Moose, we're talking about the effectiveness of Western supplied weapons, or?
No, there was an article in several, and I'm just going to call them tabloids because they're kind of sensational quasi news realms that said a member of the Kremlin, and it's somebody in the inner circle, has approached Western intelligence and said that the Kremlin, basically the Politburo is in panic.
Sure. So this is something we have discussed with a reasonable extent on the space today. Now, Domen's view, and I think my view as well, he's got me convinced here, that this is a kind of Rudolf Hess situation, right? This is a few nutters who've seen the writing on the wall and are now attempting to salvage what is left of their political power by, if it's true, potentially sending feelers out to Western powers. I mean, it's a bit silly, really, because ultimately this is Ukraine's war, right? This is Ukraine's territory. This is Ukraine's war. Any Russian, there's no separate peace here. There's no separate peace. This is the price of peace is withdrawal completely from Ukrainian sovereign territory as internationally recognized by everybody who isn't Russia and their cronies, right? So,
well, let's not forget the piece about returning every single Ukrainian citizen to their homeland, dead or alive.
Absolutely, yes. So not just Ukrainian land, but all of I believe the last count was 2.2 million kidnapped Ukrainian citizens who are now in the Russian filtration camp system, whatever they're calling it. Yes, there is a very clear price of this. There is a very clear route back to the human race for Russia and Russians, and that is those things. It is stop being a genocidaire, withdraw your forces from the internationally recognized border of Ukraine, return her citizens where you hold them, and then maybe we can talk about your political normalization. Then maybe we can talk about the easing of sanctions.
About 800 billion of reparations, probably.
Oh yeah, I mean there'll be some of that. But the price of peace is very clear, and this is why I have a certain amount of skepticism towards this notion that a few people in the Politburo around Putin are kind of putting feelers out. What are those feelers going to touch? We know Kiev's price for peace. We know that it is total. And so unless they're in a position to end this war tomorrow, which is within the power of Russia, then, frankly, they can go fuck themselves. This is a Rudolf Hess move, right? As we all know, Rudolf Hess, the deputy Führer of the Third Reich, decided that, realized that a war with the Western allies was a terrible idea, and so he took a plane and parachuted onto the lawn of the 4th Duke of Hamilton, who was not a politician particularly. He was Lord Steward of the Household or something like that. He had some honorary position befitting his rank in the British government, but he was an RAF officer, right? He wasn't a politician. And Rudolf Hess decided to parachute in to the Duke of Hamilton, of all people, landed on his lawn, was immediately arrested by farmers with shotguns and spent the rest of his life going steadily madder in prison. And so if ever there were a more worthy fate of any member of Putin's inner circle at this point, that is surely it. So forgive my skepticism, Battle Moose. I think it's absolutely no coincidence that this stuff has come out at a time when Ukraine has apparently executed 3 more effective strikes on Crimea, the so-called sovereign territory of Russia, and Russia is scrambling around in the dirt in the information war, trying to reverse the fact that everybody is talking about that. You know, it's like it smells like an info op to me. It smells like them giving us something else to talk about. What do
you? No doubt, and I agree. You know, especially the inner circle, because he's been purging people at that level, especially recently. I forget the most recent numbers. He's into his 5th purge of high level legislators and information officers at that level. But it gives me a little macabre sense of gratification knowing that these people with a very, very deep sense of self-preservation are attempting to do this now, and I think we should do exactly what we did to Rudolf Hess with anybody that comes out and says, unless you're to quote the motto of the Special Air Service, deeds not words.
Absolutely, I would agree with you. I mean, aside from the kind of inverted chocolate fountain of bullshit model that we've established on this space, I honestly wouldn't like to speculate on how exactly the Russian political system works. But my eternal and consistent view on this is that Putin is a symptom. He is not the disease. Whatever replaces Putin, the disease is Russia. Whatever replaces Putin at this point may well be very much worse than Putin. Imagine a more organized and less bullshit heavy version of Putin. It may be it may be worse. The problem is Russia, his lieutenants, his cronies around him. They can reach out via Switzerland or whatever. But ultimately, what good is that going to do anybody? They're looking after their own. They're doing a Rudolf Hess. They may be slightly less mad than Rudolf Hess, but ultimately it's all bullshit. It's all sideshow, and it smells like an info op. Doman, you're back up. How's your phone?
So I am much better. It's the summer, and even lying on an ice pack, it overheats for a while. After 9 hours, I think it held up for 9.5. So what I wanted to highlight here is. No, I just put it in the fridge. It wasn't even that hot. I don't know why it's still doing this. But if it's sort of 9 hours, that's an acceptable timeline, I think. If it's doing every other hour, that'd be a problem. Anyway,
it's all that crypto mining you're doing.
Yes, that's also the crypto mining that my phone is doing for it. It's a Transnistrian phone. Very seriously,
what your phone is doing? Your phone is doing Bitcoin farming, and therefore it's overheating instead of the space?
Yes, that is why. That is exactly why. There's only 2 applications running. It's some weird Chinese Bitcoin mining thing and the space. Anyway, so the whole thing is a distraction. It is there to either implement another round of let's just have a ceasefire, let's just end the fighting, because that will certainly not harm any of the people in the occupied territories. Oh, no, having all these Russian troops, which are even more criminal than when they started out, free from fighting, that would definitely not harm the civilians in occupied territories, because whatsoever would these Russian soldiers that would still be sticking about after a ceasefire but not having to fight or, guard the front or run away from shelling or HIMARS have to do, what whatsoever would they be up to? So no, it's that at worst, and at the best, it's a Rudolf Hess. So let's ignore it, and let's hope everybody else does likewise. In positive news, there are images of a Finnish .338 caliber sniper rifle in the hands of a Georgian volunteer making the rounds on the internet. Antti, can you tell us a little bit about the Finnish .338 caliber sniper rifle?
Oh, I wish I could put words on the airwaves about the piece of kit in the loving embrace of the Georgian volunteer, but sadly, sniper rifles aren't my primary field of expertise. But I can tell you that Saku has been making rifles for a long time already, so it'll be let's say a very reliable and good piece of kit.
Absolutely. As we all know, the Finns know precisely nothing about snipers.
No, nothing. We are peace-loving. We are a peace-loving people.
Yes, peace through snipers.
Yes.
Peace through victory.
The only way, Axel, the only way.
George, would you like to talk about the sniper rifles?
Well, all I can tell you is that 338 Lapua has been used in some of the longest sniper hits in the history of the world. I think most of them happened in Afghanistan. And I think the longest one was Canadian with a 338 Lapua that he used. And you definitely can reach out and touch someone, Axel.
I'm not against it. Although, I have to say,
fact, I
like the Win Mag. I really like the Win Mag.
I would add to that, I believe the longest sniper hit in recorded history was in Afghanistan, but it was by a gentleman of the Royal Marines. If you don't know the Royal Marines, they are a kind of guild of perverts who are under the tenuous command of the Royal Navy in the United Kingdom.
I'll have to check, but I'm pretty sure it was a Canadian bloke.
They've gone back and forth. There was actually 3 Canadians that had once topped the longest shot, and they were using the C-14 Timberwolf.
Right, if it's Canadian, Leonard will undoubtedly know everything there is to know about it. Sorry, Leonard, but I just have an expectation that you are fully informed on anything to do with Canada. Is that correct?
Well, thank you for that vote of confidence, Doman. But no, I think Battle Moose is probably the #1 expert on this subject. But yeah, the convention, the orthodoxy in Canada is that it was a Canadian sniper, and it was a 338 Lapua Finnish caliber. And I mean, Battle Moose can give you probably chapter and verse on that. But the 338 caliber is in Winchester mode is the preferred caliber in certainly in Western Canada and Yukon and British Columbia and Alaska territory that is the chosen item for hunting Kodiak bear or the huge grizzlies that inhabit the plains area. And the only comparable caliber would be this 375 H&H British Holland, which was made fairly significant and famous on the plains, the Serengeti Plains in Africa. But yeah, the 338 Winchester is still a highly preferred caliber of choice for defense from the say larger bear species in Western North America. Thanks.
Fortunately, we have the world's biggest nerd on small arms topic coming up which is Imperius Guardsman. Imperius, you're up.
Yeah, just sort of for the record here, that longest kill was by a Canadian sniper with a 50 caliber, so not exactly the work of a 338 Lapua, but as Leonard has mentioned, it was originally a big game cartridge, and after their experience at having to engage targets at quite a long distance in Afghanistan, the U.S. military did evaluate it in their machine guns. There was a modification, well, a sort of improvement of the M240, which the British members of the audience will know as the GPMG, that was upgraded in certain ergonomic factors, but the important point was it was rechambered for 338 Lapua as a sort of longer range suppression weapon. It can defeat Kevlar armor at ranges of up to 1 kilometer and has a maximum effective range of 1.75 kilometers. So yeah, definitely can reach out and touch some Russian officers, and there's not much they can actually do about it.
Yeah, I stand corrected. The longest shot was made with a Macmillan TAC 50.
And I've done some digging, and it's apparently in service in 14 countries. So it's quite popular.
So Finns have lots of plausible deniability as to who sent that one.
Yes, I mean, who knows how it got there?
Yeah, who knows? Could have been through Poland, could have been through Belarus, Russia. Such long border is difficult to control.
Yeah, so much hunting going on, you know.
Wait until
do we have
boys with the real rifles come. As soon as you see SSG 3000s and Blazers in place, then you know.
Jerome.
Afternoon. Just a question. I'm just wondering, as I'm thinking to ask it, maybe we don't want to give the answer, but I'm just wondering, what is Ukraine's production of their own, I guess, armaments, ammunition? What's their production capabilities to produce their own goods? At what rate? And are they receiving, if we talk about, weapon systems and whatnot, but do they receive, and I guess, again, maybe we can't discuss or they don't discuss technological help or ways to remachine things or different, because I know Ukraine has a robust industrial production capabilities. So I just wonder if that's going at the moment or not.
Ukraine is also a world leader in defense production, so they probably don't need any Western help in that. They seem to be a little occupied at the moment. I'm sure they're getting everything they need for their domestically produced weaponry. As for production, yeah, we're not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. Nor are we going to say what advice or anything that's being used along the fronts. Are there Atacams? I don't know. There seems to be a lot of Russians that are disobeying OSH rules and smoking around POL.
It was also more along the lines, I know they do this already, but, making this weapon produce this effect in a different way. Just kind of, I know wars bring up new invention. So, and another reason Russia's falling further behind, I would imagine that, you know, ideas are coming along fast and furious and they can't access it. Okay, thank you.
I can add one thing just for your benefit. Most of Ukraine's production is in places which have been, in some shape or form, been highly affected by the war. As you will remember, Antonov, I mean, if it comes to aircraft, was struck heavily by means of its own manufacturing facilities close to Kiev and Hostomel Airport. Then there is a significant amount of missile production and capacity, as well as armored vehicle production in Kharkiv. And Morozov, the design office, which is known to many people in the arms trade worldwide, has been targeted, which is why the attack on Kharkiv and it being repelled, it's positive that it was repelled, but it has been very costly. One thing should be named that, for example, in Mykolaiv, as well as in Zaporizhzhia, there is significant capacity, but there's also other smaller firms in Dnipro, and so there's very little machine production in the defense industry in Western Ukraine. There is one in Vinnytsia, very well known. The Russians know where it is, they know where they are, and they're being protected. And that's good as it is, but Ukraine, at this point in time, has it's very hard because it had a vertically integrated production system in that regard, which required also the specialty steel being produced, for example, in Zaporizhzhia, in the Dnipro, but also in Ilich, which has been completely eradicated in Mariupol. So as a consequence, some of the supply chains have been completely, utterly thrashed, and therefore they need us to help. It is our obligation to help them because we forgot them before.
Yeah, that was the, yeah, I know they're quite capable. That was the answer I was looking for, whether they could or not, yeah. All right, thank you, Axel. Excellent.
And we should probably help them along with, moving their entire stockpile to NATO standards, seeing as when this is all said and done, we're going to integrate them into NATO anyways.
100%.
Prince Heather, you're up.
I just have a quick question. I saw the things go boom in Crimea last night, or this morning, or whenever it was, and I saw Special Kherson's tweet up in the nest here about the queues forming at the railway station, and I'm curious if anybody knows what bridge those trains would take to get back to Russia. I am assuming it's the Kerch Strait Bridge.
Yeah, so that's the funny thing. Indulge me for a second. If you look at where the town of Jankoy is on a map, it's in northern Crimea. That is the railway intersection of Crimea, and I mean the railway intersection from Crimea. All trains from Crimea to anywhere else go through Jankoy. So the only way to get across the Kerch Bridge from Simferopol or Sevastopol is to take a train up to Jankoy and then go down towards the Kerch Bridge. However, some of the big booms and the really, really big booms are about, let's say, 12, 13, 14 miles, about 20-something kilometers from Jankoy in the direction of Kerch Bridge. So if they're trying to take a train from Simferopol to the Kerch Bridge, they can't. They'll have to take a train to Jankoy and then road transport to Feodosia, and then they can probably catch a train from there across the Kerch Bridge. So there's no way that Russians can bring anything by train all the way from Russia across the Kerch Bridge to either, say, Sevastopol or Simferopol or anywhere in mainland Ukraine all the way by train, because they can't even get to Jankoy. Additionally, there are 4 lines emanating from Jankoy. If you imagine Jankoy is where everything starts, imagine Jankoy is Rome. There are 4 lines going from Jankoy. One goes to the southeast towards the Kerch Bridge. One goes to the southwest towards Simferopol and Sevastopol. One goes to the northwest towards the city of Kherson, right? But through Armyansk. But that can't even get to the city of Kherson because the bridge is blown. And the 4th one goes to the northeast towards Melitopol, but it can't get there because the bridge between it and Melitopol is blown as well. So, in other words, rail transport through Crimea is kind of no more. Not really no more, but close to no more. You can still move things from, say, Sevastopol, Simferopol, through Jankoy, somewhere to Oleshki, maybe. If that railway station at Brylivka has been fixed up sufficiently, since that giant train full of ammunition that blew up there has been dispensed with since. But yeah, the rail connections in occupied parts of southern Ukraine aren't that dense anyway. There aren't that many ways of getting around anywhere. And it seems that very slowly, but very surely, and honestly not that slowly in the first place, Russian rail logistics in occupied southern Ukraine, including Crimea, are going from passable to absolutely abysmal and rather untenable. Which is good. Craig told us that earlier. That's a good thing. You should trust Craig on trains.
Is that accurate when it comes to the Kerch and Rostov link? Because my admitted reading of Google Maps was the trains go straight through. They go straight through. They go straight through the junction, and then they go north. Is that not
which junction? You need to be a bit more precise. Which junction?
I'm sorry, my mind's gone blank. What was the town you were talking about with the big junction? Jankoy. They go straight through Jankoy and go straight north.
Yeah, but they can't get from the Kerch Bridge to Jankoy because the track in between the Kerch Bridge and Jankoy isn't entirely passable.
Air siren alert update.
Because there's a big
Kharkiv,
blast right next to it.
All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Exactly. They have no way getting civilians out from Simferopol by train.
Fantastic.
And
they should all take a bus.
And all of that without touching the Kerch Bridge. So that is sort of, that's sort of beautiful. Let's screw up all the rail transport without touching the Kerch Bridge yet, so that people can still escape, because we're not ruthless killers like the Russians. Okay, that totally answers it and totally makes it more clear in my mind. Thank you very much.
All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
George.
Yeah, well, they're planning to get rid of the Crimean interlopers, and there is going according to plan. They can still drive over the bridge, so all is well. We don't care if they have to wait for 24 hours in traffic jam. That's on them. They should have been there in the first place. But I do have a question. Has anybody heard anything about the Lend-Lease?
It's quietly ticking along. That's all there is, really.
So is it actually in action, and we're just not hearing about it? Is that what I'm supposed to do?
The Lend-Lease
Air siren alert update. Kharkiv,
to send
all clear.
Stuff.
This message has been generated with municipal
to send
data.
them without any additional details or announcements or anything like that. And to the best of my understanding, that's been going on. And that's kind of the extent of it. Maybe Gurney's coming up. Maybe Gurney will help us explain the details of it. Gurney?
Thanks, Stoneman. Not an expert by means on trying to understand statutory law, but just, was it Leonard who asked the question here? George. So just a few of the statements can kind of key us in, some of the U.S. statements on it. And so anytime you see sort of an aid package that was from